Uh, welcome, welcome to the first annual conference on internal migration, focusing on COVID-19, economic disruption, employment, and livelihood of internal migrants, organized by the International Institute of Migration and Development. And this seminar is organized by myself and Professor Narayana. Both of us are currently affiliated with IMAD, and also we are affiliated with the Gulati Institute of Finance and Taxation. The IMAD, the institute which we are talking right now, is almost 3 years of its existence. The institute is going to focus on training, research, policy, and advocacy in all aspects related to population and demography, but in particular, migration. And this seminar is basically organized into 6 sections. Of course, people can come in and come in whichever section they like. We have a short inaugural session, followed by session 2, chaired by Professor K.J. Sosab. And there we have 2 papers talking about perspective from the destination states. We have one from Pune and one from Chennai. And session 3, we are discussing about what is called the 3 papers on origin perspectives, mostly focusing on Orissa. And chapter 4, section 4, we are going to focus on what happened to the women during COVID-19. I think this is something very, very important for us. And then we have a special address by Priya from University of Sussex, and the closing session by Dr. Dilip Pratap from World Bank. Now, one of my duty right now to welcome our guest, especially Dr. Thomas Isaac, whom I know him for close to 35 years when I joined in CDS in 1987. So it is almost more than 3 decades we know each other, more than 3 decades. And when myself and Narayana told him about the seminar and we met him in person at his residence, there was no hesitation from him. He said immediately that I am there. Though he had several commitments, you know that he has agreed to be part of us, at least for the inaugural session. And as he rightly said, sometime back he will join whenever he has time to talk about that. And Isaac has no introduction, basically, because everybody knows him, because he is also with the government of Kerala as a Minister of Finance close to 10 years. So I know him 35 years. During that 10 years, he was the finance minister. So, so he is known to everyone, not just in Kerala or India, globally he is known for his work. In fact, he started working on migration before I started working on migration. In fact, I have added his paper in one of the books I edited in 1997 with Sakaria on Kerala demography transition. He wrote a paper on international migration and remittances. So he's a very apt person, and I am glad to say hello to him and welcome him to give his inaugural address in a few minutes from now. Then we have D. Narayana, who is basically the part of the seminar organizer. He will be giving you a short introduction on the background of the seminar. Then we have Professor Misra, currently Professor at Center for Development Studies and also the affiliated with IMAD. He will be giving a brief vote of thanks. With this small introduction, I am requesting Dr. Thomas Isaac to inaugurate the seminar with his words. It is Thomas Isaac, please. So you unmute your thing.
Dear Iridarajan, Joseph, Narayana, Keshadas, Uday Mishra, and everyone who is participating in this webinar. As far as I know, this is the first major academic exercise of examining the impact of COVID on the internal migrants. There have been a lot of journalistic and reports, very heart-burning scenes about the plight of the domestic migrants during the COVID period. But I think from there, we have to move to more systematic analysis. In the past, I think in the 70s and so on, when I think many of us were studying in Syria, internal migration was a major subject of inquiry. One, there were people who were using the census data to look at origin and destination of movement. But more importantly, there were a whole lot of anthropologists, particularly with Jan Brahman and so on, who were looking at the circulatory migration within the rural areas. Or people who were studying the urban working class, looking at the composition, making of the urban workers, which a large proportion of them were from the rural areas. So there was much interest on this phenomenon of internal migration within India. But over time, particularly from 1970s, the focus has shifted to international migration because that is much more dramatic increase in the remittances, and it was playing a very, very important role, cushioning role in just the balance of payments. So the macroeconomic perspective that has become very, very important. And from the regional perspective also, this became very important, like for example, studies on Kerala. So there have been very systematic attempts in which Iridarajan has played a very important role in analyzing the international migration, monitoring it, and looking at the impact upon it, regional and national economy, in an international perspective, comparative perspective. Lot more have to be done, but I think we have laid a firm basis for examining the international migration. But this is not the case with the domestic internal migration. For example, in Kerala, which is a major recipient of internal migrants, the only study that can be, really referred to is by D. Narayana, done about 10 years back, based upon certain kind of estimate procedures, which can be debated also, but that's the only thing, an attempt to make at systematically looking at internal migration. Now, we need to move in an interdisciplinary way to look at this phenomenon of internal migration. It's not just economics, but in sociology, every political science, this all have to be brought together to look at this phenomenon of internal migration. The most important reason is that this phenomena is rapidly expanding. Dinarana gave me a note which he has prepared, where cohort-based migration metric for 1991-2011 is given. And stunning numbers. If you look at the labor receiving states, which are mostly southern states, you will find a tremendous increase in the number of domestic migrants into the states. And labor sending states, which are mostly in the eastern India and northeast, there has been within this, say, 20-year period, 2 decades, nearly threefold increase in the number of migrants. So a huge expansion taking place in the number of people who are moving. And this is partly reflective of what is happening in our agriculture sector. If you look at the employment growth in India, in the 1980s, it was growing at about 2.2%, which got reduced in the next decade to 1.7%, and then later in 2000s to 1.4%, and then the current decade has become 0.35%. There's no employment growth in the agriculture sector virtually. And this has resulted, the push factors have been very important. And migration out of these pockets of poverty into the rest of India, particularly Western India and Southern India. So this is a very real increasing phenomena reflecting the rural distress in India. Now, the composition of the migration also has changed. I don't know, one has to look at it. But definitely it is not for big industrial sectors. In fact, what has happened is major takers of migrant labor, like the textile industry, etc., has become much more decentralized and so on. So there is a lot of things taking place, turning within uh, uh, the internal migrants themselves. And importantly, domestic workers are becoming important. The urban areas, a lot of migrants from Dakar, Eastern India to Delhi and other metropolises. So women have become an important component, a vulnerable component. And this COVID has brought out very serious situation that exists here. In the sense, there is absolutely no social protection whatsoever. That's the situation that was dramatically brought out by what happened in the COVID period. See, whatever regulation that exists in India is the laws and so on, legal framework is absolutely regulatory. That is another thing that we understand. And this regulatory tendency has increased with COVID. Say, as if we are free citizens of India, you can move anywhere around. But now, the regulation is so much that the migrant would like to dodge the regulation, you see. That's the situation. And we have to change the laws to a welfare orientation. Okay? There needs to be some regulation terms. We need to know, track the movement, etc. But that should not be something which is coming as a result of a police action, but attracted by the welfare security that is provided by the law, so that every migrant voluntarily wants to register. So there's to be a major change in the regulatory framework. That is very evident. We also realize there is absolutely no security and welfare in the different states, even states like Kerala, which has been very forefront of labor rights and so on. You found, okay, some consideration was given to the state to provide food, accommodation, and so on. But suddenly you found whatever we are providing was wanting, and most of the people want to go back. So we need to revisit this whole issue of internal migration from a policy perspective, looking at different components. And I'm certain this webinar that we are having, which brings together a larger number of many new faces, starting their academic inquiries and so on, with field work would give very, very important insights and would lay the basis of future research, which will ultimately, I hope, will contribute to a change in the policy so that this vulnerable section of our workforce gets a much better deal in the development process. So I wish you all the best. May your deliberations be successful and fruitful. And I wish to congratulate IIMAD and GIFT for taking initiative for this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas Isaac, for your, what is called the excellent comments on the current situation. In fact, if you look at the internal migration today, based on the place of birth statistics, if you are living in a place you are not born, we have close to 600 million people in the country. And among them, 200 millions are actually migrants who are moving for work. I think so. It has a lot of implication, both origin states like Northeast, and then receiving states like South India and also Kerala. So I think it's an important topic. I think we are only making some beginning to inquire into that because not much field work has gone into this subject right now. So we will be continuing to debate on that. I also want to announce around this time that we are also planning a big international conference on international migration, which will be held, organized by IMOD on December 17. You will get the details very soon. I am requesting Dr. Narayana to say the background for the seminar.
Good morning to all. Respected Chair, Dr. Thomas Isaac, and friends. Is the slide visible?
You have not put it, Narayana.
Oh.
You can put it, fine.
Is it visible now?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
visible.
is.
You can make it a big, the full presentation.
Yeah,
Now it is only.
yeah. So thank you.
Okay, good.
So my intent is to provide a background to the papers and the discussion that will ensue in the technical sessions. Now, when we talk of internal migrants in the context of COVID-19, the impression is one where, families trudging along the highways with no food, no water, some perishing on the way, that is a sort of an impression that you get. But that is actually not the complete sort of a picture. Migration is a far more complex process. It's actually a continuum. An understanding of that broad canvas is called for to assess how COVID would affect the different groups. That's the first sort of an issue. Secondly, confining to long distance migrants. Now, you see, we always talk of the UP, Bihar, Bengal, migrating to south or west. Now, the picture that you get from Census 2011 is a bit dated. So, Economic Survey 2016-17, it extended the period and did some somewhat innovative sort of a thing. So, I would also give a picture of that. That's the second issue because it's important to know because this is rapidly changing. So, we need to put the papers that we see today in that context. And thirdly, when we talk about COVID and the lockdowns and the devastation, now there is an impression that the second wave is not as bad as the first and the economy is recovering rapidly. That is the sort of whatever you read or channel discussions, that's what you hear. Now this is speculation. That's because you do not have data or estimates. And your GDP, even quarterly GDP data comes with a time lag. So there are some other indicators which give you some idea. And that's the third sort of an issue. That's what I'll just put on the table, but I'll be very, very brief on each of these. Now, when we talk about migration as a continuum, in fact, I think Zakaria's 1966 paper on the Maharashtrian and Gujarati migrants in Greater Mumbai is a good starting point for conceptualizing the migration continuum. Now, in 1961, the Greater Mumbai population was 4.15 million. Out of that, 2.67 million were born outside the city. Now, out of the 2.67, 1.1 million, that is 41.6%, were born in other districts of Maharashtra. So they were just internal to Maharashtra. And 0.46 million were from Gujarat, the neighboring state. Now, nearly half of the Maharashtrians born are from the 4 districts to the south of Bombay. So you see, it's actually the nearby areas, the nearby districts, the nearby states, which are contributing the bulk of the migrants. And The others, actually lesser number coming from greater distances. That is the sort of a picture that you would get. That's what you draw from this 1966 paper. And if you do that for a recent period using the 2011 data, census data, and I just put that for a few of the cities. You do that for Thane, Mumbai suburban, or Mumbai. Actually, the picture is not very different, because you look at column 3, you will see that population born in other districts of the state, it is 30 lakhs, and population beyond the state of enumeration is only 25 lakhs. So the bulk is actually still comes from, within the state, the neighboring districts, and of course, lesser number from beyond the state of enumeration. And in the last column, I have also given the numbers from different states. Of course, you do see UP and Bihar contributing quite a lot. For example, Thane, out of the 25 lakhs, you would see 50% are actually coming from UP and Bihar. But you also look at Gujarat and Karnataka. You see Gujarat contributing 2.6 lakhs, Karnataka 2, and then more or less similar sort of a thing you will find for Mumbai suburban, Mumbai, and you look at Nagpur. Population born in districts beyond the state of enumeration, that is outside Maharashtra, as far as Nagpur is concerned, is 4.96 lakhs. Out of that, 2.2 are from MP and 0.76 are from Chhattisgarh. So 60% of that 4.96 is from the neighboring states of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Now, look at Bangalore or Chennai. You get a similar sort of a picture. And it may not be proper to call it an interstate sort of a thing. Now, you look at where Bangalore is located or Chennai is located. In fact, Bangalore is almost, on the border of Tamil Nadu and Andhra. So, if you go by the distances, even those interstate migrants, they are not from a very great distance. They are all around Bangalore. If you look at, Bangalore, only 18 lakhs are population born in districts beyond Karnataka. Out of that, 6 lakhs are from Tamil Nadu, 4 from Andhra Pradesh, and 2 from Kerala. That is 2/3 of that 18 lakhs is from the 3 neighboring states. Chennai, of course, Chennai doesn't, get, people like Bangalore. It's much less. It's actually 3 lakhs out of that 46 who are from outside Tamil Nadu. But even those are actually mostly from Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. So it is this, the impression that we get is, okay, a lot of UP, Bihar, all the laborers are coming. Yes, they are coming. But still, if you look at the totality, what you find is, it is the neighboring districts within the state and the neighboring districts, outside the, neighboring states. That is what is contributing to the city's, totality of migrants. Now, that is as far as the broad canvas or the continuum is concerned. Now, let us turn to the long distance migrants. Dr. Isaac already mentioned about it. Actually, this is the table that I had given to him. This is from the economic survey. In fact, the cohort-based migration matrix worked out by, Arvind Subramaniam. In that, it's a very, very interesting sort of a thing. Actually, there are 2-3 points that economic survey chapter 12 makes. I think it is important for our purpose. One is that migration is accelerating. Dr. Isaac referred to that. And there are more women migrating. That, of course, doesn't get reflected here. But more importantly, you look at the distribution. You see, there was a time, for example, in between 91 2001, it was Delhi, Maharashtra. They were the main centers of attraction of the migrants. You look at the picture between 2001 and 11. Delhi and Maharashtra, the importance has gone down. And you look at Tamil Nadu, you look at Kerala, and you look at Karnataka. Karnataka was a net contributor in 91-2000, but now it is receiving. You see, that is the sort of a picture that is emerging. There was a time when it was Delhi, Gujarat, Maharashtra, which were attracting large numbers. Now, what has happened is, it is basically the southern states. Of course, the western states, both Gujarat and Maharashtra are important, but the south, I think it's rapidly attracting people from all over, north, east, and northeast. Partly also because the south had a head start in fertility decline. So, it is all these factors need to be taken into account when we talk about internal migrants. Now, I already referred to this. The economic survey 2016-17, it infers that there has been an acceleration in migration, and the migrant share in workforce, they estimate it to be about 20%. 482 million, out of that about 100 million are migrant workers. That's what economic survey sort of infers. And they also say acceleration is particularly pronounced for females. Now, the pattern of migration, I already mentioned that. Now, this pattern, it's a larger number coming to Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, then of course Gujarat and Maharashtra. This is because the pattern of development of non-farm activities and urbanization, that seems to be the factor behind this change in the where they come from and where they are sort of at the destination states. Fairly dispersed migration owing to the emergence of numerous cities in close proximity is the pattern here, that is in south, compared to the low level of urbanization and primacy of a few in, for example, West Bengal. If you look at the top 50 million plus cities, in West Bengal it's only just Calcutta, or if you take Bihar, it is only Patna. Firstly, low levels of urbanization. Second, the primacy of a few cities. So that gives rise to one pattern of long distance migration, whereas it's quite a different sort of a thing when it comes to South or Maharashtra. Now, two examples I think should suffice to illustrate this point. Now, take Kerala. It's a population of 35 million. Compare it or contrast it with UP, the population of 200 million. And if you look at the number of million plus cities, it is the same at 4 in each state. That too ranked between 10 and 25. So you know why Kerala attracts so many and UP ends up sending them. Because urbanization, emergence of cities, that's what reflects the development of non-farm activities. Just that that contrast gives you an idea. And contrast UP with Maharashtra. Now the latter has 3 cities, that is Maharashtra has 3 cities, ranked 1, 8 and 13 for a population of 112 million. 1 is actually Bombay, Greater Mumbai. 8 is Pune. Pune has 50 lakh population, and 13 is Nagpur. So so no wonder Maharashtra attracts so many. Of course, large internal migration from within the state, neighboring states, also from UP, Bihar, or wherever it is, because the rate at which urbanization is taking place is unimaginable. And contrast with Bihar, with a population of over 100 million, has only 1 million plus city, that is Patna, and ranked at 80. So there is no wonder that there is this regional pattern, that is north, east, and northeast sending laborers to west earlier, now increasingly to south. That is the picture that you get as far as the long distance migrants are concerned. Now, with that, let me go to the third point. That is, how do we how do we get an idea of the state of the economy following lockdowns in the first wave and the second wave? Now, as I said, you look for GDP data, there are serious limitations. Not only that, the time lapse. See, we still don't have the Q1 21-22 data. So that's when the second wave hit us. And there have been some attempts being made to use what are called high frequency sort of a data. There again, there are problems because they are too aggregate, whether RBI or some other public RBI bulletin once a while gives this, but these are too aggregate, state level, and there are problems. And this is one thing which I discussed in a recent paper of mine. I have given reference to that, which has just appeared in the Artica Thursday, the Journal of the Fiscal Policy Institute in Bangalore, which uses Google mobility data. The beauty of it is that it is real time and it is granular. Actually, you get a district level sort of a picture. And what is it that you get? You have these 6 categories, into which the data has been classified. You have workplaces, public transition, then parks, supermarkets, pharmacy. I'm not going into all those. Just, this is the variation in mobility in workplaces and public transit points in a district. Kannur, I've taken one of the typical sort of districts. Now you look at, for example, that red line, that is workplaces. Now, you see that number 1 actually on the x-axis stands for July. So 2020 July, August, workplaces, the mobility was 30% lower compared to the pre-COVID January, February. That is 2020 January, February. And then gradually, May, July, by about January, it was almost back to normal, but still about 5% to 10% lower than the pre-COVID levels. This continued till about, say, April. That is, that 11 actually stands for April. 12 on the x-axis is May. Now look at the fall. It's actually over 40%. So it's actually comparable to the fall during the first wave lockdown. The fall is very, very drastic and very sudden during the second wave, as should be expected. And the 12 and 13 is actually June end. So it has not picked up. That is the sort of a picture as far as workplaces and public transportation is concerned. And you look at, of course, Trivandrum, you don't see workplaces, you don't see that, coming back to almost normal. Even, you see, in January, February this year. One of the reasons is that, Trivandrum has this sizable IT sector. And IT, it is still work from home. So that needs to be factored in. That is why it is, even in January, February this year, when we were almost coming back to the pre-COVID levels, Trivandrum mobility in workplaces was still 20 to 25% lower, but that in itself doesn't mean that economic activity would be low by that much, because part of it would have been work from home. Now this is, Kannur and Trivandrum, Kerala is concerned. Now look at retail and recreation. There, you see, it has been much more slower. You look at, January, February or March, still it was 20% lower than the pre-COVID levels. Of course, there was a drastic fall. Just look at July, the first wave, it was about 60 to 70% activity had fallen. It was gradually picking up. But still, even in January, February, or March this year, it was still 10 to 15% lower. Then we thought, okay, it's almost going back to the pre-COVID levels, but come April, May, you just look at the fall. It's much greater than what it was during the first wave. See the way the graph, the line drops. This is going good. Retail and recreation, which has all those retail outlets, cafeteria, eating places, all those sorts of small things, and recreation, all those cultural events, theater, this thing, everything is actually making a slow comeback, but the second wave has hit them so hard. And this, mind you, is actually predominated by small ones, small eating places, small hotels, whole lot of those things. Now, so second wave has really hit them very, very hard. This is the Kerala sort of a district. Now you look at Karnataka. Of course, Karnataka, there is a very important rural-urban difference. The first wave didn't hit the rural area so hard in Karnataka. Take, for example, Chikmagalur. Yes, there was a fall of about 25-30% during the first wave, but there was quickly, even retail recreation, there was a rebound, and it went above that zero. You see, if you look at Kerala graph, none of them really went above zero sort of a thing. So the positive territory it didn't reach, but whereas Chikmagalur, the rural Karnataka, Chikmagalur is representative of that, had actually by about October, that's number 5, 6, October, November, last year, it had reached the pre-COVID levels. And it was continuing like that up to about April, but then you look at the fall. Karnataka has got such a hit that activity fell by over 50%. And June also, we didn't see any sign of rebound. That's retail and recreation. But Bangalore, again, the same sort of a picture. You see, it was first wave, yes, it was 60% drop, but very gradual pickup, because part of the retail problem is that most of the small shops would be closed, but the larger outlets, they would have started home delivery and things of that sort, but that will not get reflected here. But most of the small ones, they have not been able to get back to the pre-COVID sort of levels. That was even in March, April, but then comes the second wave, and the hit is much greater than what it was in the first wave. And I don't know when, we're going to get back. I think that is the three sort of dimensions I thought I need to put before you, so that what we hear from the paper presenters can be put back on this sort of a canvas. So that was my purpose. So thank you very much. Rajan, over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Narayana. You can quit your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm doing that.
So thank you, Narayana, for putting some new ideas and new points before we get into the real sessions, which is going to start in a few minutes from now. Now I request Professor Yos Misra to say what are thanks. Misra, please. Professor Misra, yeah.
Thanks, Professor Rajan. Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. And in fact, I must congratulate Imad and Gift for this initiative to begin a discussion on this very pertinent issue of internal migration. And I feel that this particular seminar, although having very selected set of few papers, makes a good beginning to this theme and engagement with this theme by emerging scholars. Before I do my routine activity of giving thanks to people, I just wanted to share a few words about internal migration. Internal migration, a theme which is now suffering from a variety of drawbacks. One pertinent question comes to my mind: is census data any more relevant for examining internal migration in this country? That's a very important question, given the fact that the COVID emerging situation has forced people and a decade of wilderness without any knowledge on count, characteristics, movement of people in this country, internal migration data perhaps needs alternative sources and alternative thinking. As very, very pertinently, the inaugural speaker stated that it needs an interdisciplinary approach. To that, I would add saying that thinking on internal migration and examining them not merely from this current perspective of emerging pandemic, but also from the perspective of the development disparity in the country and the demographic divide that is emerging and evolving day after day. With these few words, I feel that I consider myself privileged to be a part of this initiative. And I thank Professor Isaac to have started and wrote the discourse and also gave the thematic lines of inquiry that needs to be carried out. And my due appreciation to him and thanks for his involvement with this initiative. I also thank Professor Narayana and Professor Rajan, who actually originated this idea of bringing up a seminar on this theme a few months back, and it has finally materialized. And I feel that they have done the best part of it by bringing few selected good set of papers on primary inquiry to make the discourse going and engage with this thing productively. Thanks to Professor Narayan and Professor Rajan, and many participants who have actually come online to participate and be involved with us. They need great appreciation. And I hope that they will continue through the day to be there. And it will be encouraging for us as much as it will also be encouraging for the scholars who are interested, who are engaged with this particular topic of inquiry all around the country. Thanking you, all of you, and particularly special thanks to Professor Joseph, Director Gift, and our own Professor Rajan for making this event going. And I hope it will be a successful event with very, very productive deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Misra. We have now completed our inaugural session. We are going to move to the first session, which is going to be part of the what we call them destination perspective studies, basically the new fieldwork studies. This session is chaired by Dr. K. Raviraman, who is currently the member of the Kerala State Planning Board, and also he is also affiliated with the IMAD. And we have two presentations. One, the title is Surviving the Waves of Lockdown, Economic and Psychological Distress of Unorganized Migrant Workers During First and Second Wave Lockdown in Pune, by Sivakumar Jalad and Salaga Saratsa from Flame University, Pune. And then we have a second presentation on COVID-19 prevalence, risk factor and care-seeking behavior among internal migrants in Chennai by Mohammed Jabir and Samyukt from the Madras School of Social Work. And these are the two presentations we have. And these two papers will be discussed by one of our friend and Professor M. Vijay Bhaskar, who is currently the member of the State Development Policy Council of Government of Tamil Nadu, and also Raviraman, Madras Institute, is currently the member of the. I am handing over the session to Dr. Raviraman to take on. Ravi, you can ask the speaker for 15 minutes each for their presentation. Okay? Now it is Ravi. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Rajan. Thanks for inviting me to chair this session. As you have mentioned, we have two papers now, and we have 1 hour 15 minutes. That means each 15 to 20 minutes to say like that, so that we will have sufficient time for discussion. And we have two speakers, Mr. Shivakumar Jalad and Shalaka Sharad Shah. The title of the paper is Surviving the Waves of Lockdown, Economic and Psychological Distress of Unorganized Migrant Workers during First and Second Wave Lockdown. Yes, Shalaka, can you begin your presentation?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I think Professor Shivkumar Jolad would open this discussion and paper presentation for us. I will take over later on. Over to you, Shivkumar.
For discussion. And we have two speakers, Mr. Shivakumar Jalad and Shalaka
Can you hear me?
Sharad.
Like, is the presentation visible?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. They would. The title of the paper is "Surviving the Waves of Lockdown, Economic and Psychological Distress of Unorganized Migrant Workers during the first and
introductory session words, and other panelists, chairs, and the participants. And also I would like to especially thank Dr. Narayana for giving that broad overview of the migration in India, so especially internal migration in India, and especially for bringing out the differences between the intra-state and interstate migrants. Okay, so and he has also shown figures for the Maharashtra with Mumbai and Thane. Okay, so that makes my life easier. And there was also a period when using the global mobility data, the dip in the mobility during the first and the second lockdown is the one which caused, economic distress, and that caused, even psychological distress among the migrants. Okay, so our focus will be a field study in Pune. So I will not go into the macro picture because it has already been given before us. Okay, so I will delve primarily into Pune. It's a destination city. Okay, so city Pune and Pimpri-Chinchwad roughly has around 50 lakh population. District has around 94 lakh in 2011, but now it's almost 1 crore. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So as we all know, on March 24th, within at 8 p.m., Prime Minister announced the lockdown. Okay. Within 4 hours, it came into effect. Okay. So, and in the next few days, the entire country was shut down. And in the next 2 to 3 days, we saw, thousands of people actually losing their job, millions of people actually losing their jobs and trying to walk back to their home. Okay. The main key issue was survival. Okay. So this cartoon kind of illustrates, in this cartoon by Satish Acharya. So this is lockdown, and their key is actually survival. So that's the theme of our presentation. Okay. So in the media, we saw these pictures, people walking back home or through cycle or using lorry or any other private or even small public transport that were there, and carrying all their belongings and going back home. So this is the scene was seen in Delhi, in Mumbai, in Bangalore, and various cities. And it took quite some time for the Shramik trains to open up. Then there was a huge rush to get into the Shramik trains to reach back. So the media captured this migrant crisis, people who are on the move. That means they try to go back home, and they were partly or largely successful. But we also found a lot of people, migrants, who were left down, within the cities. So either they could not go home, or they had some family here itself, so they didn't have an incentive to go back, so they stayed back. So even them, so there was a lockdown, they had job losses. Okay. So this kind of picture illustrates, so their distress levels. So without any food, okay, and they were depending upon the food aid by NGOs and government agencies and even private parties. Okay. And food aid was sporadic, and so they could eat for some days. Some days they went hungry, so they cut down on other expenditures, so vegetables, milk, and all those things. And they also experienced severe financial and psychological distress. And the government interventions have been largely inadequate. I will not go into the government interventions in this, except at the recommendation stage. Okay. And we found that most of the relief measures that the government announced, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, they did not reach the urban migrants because people did not know that these migrants existed. There was no official record of these migrants. Okay. Yeah, so then move on to this Pune migrant survey. Okay. So brief profile of Pune. So as Professor Narayana pointed out, usually you find more of the intra-state migrants, so migrants from other districts, more than the migrants from the interstate. Okay, so that's what we do find here. Okay. So the almost 85% of the migrants are from Maharashtra within the Pune district. Okay. Around 15% are from out of state. Okay. But not only intra and interstate is important, what we found out is also the duration of migration. And the census gives you these figures of this duration migration between 0 to 1 year, 1 to 4 year, 5 to 10 years. Right? So we kind of say that around between 0 to 10 years is the short-term migrants. Okay? And then the 10 to 15, you can put them under medium term, and then we have the long-term migrants. Okay? So one thing we need to note is that among the Maharashtra migrants to the Pune, so there are far more long-term migrants. Okay? Whereas from other states, especially UP, Bihar, and Pune saw the recent migration wave from these states. Previously for Pune, they used to get migrants from mostly Karnataka and Andhra. Okay, Karnataka dominated for a long time. But in terms of short-term migrants, actually UP dominates to Pune. Yeah. So, so what we want to highlight in this presentation is, not all migrants are same, in the sense the level of distress that they experience varies from the type of migrants and also the duration of their migration. And one thing, a critical factor in assessing their distress is whether they have some kind of a de jure recognition as residents, whether the state recognizes them, company recognizes them, so those things are important. If there is no kind of recognition, then they have nowhere to go. Okay, they don't receive any kind of aid. And for short-term migrants and for interstate migrants, the social capital is very less, and most people have not voted in the local elections, so they don't have a political voice. Okay. So the lack of political voice and social capital also contributes to the distress level. Some of these things we have captured in the first and first round of survey and its report, and in the second survey we also captured this political voice, and few other identification documents and psychological issues. Yeah. So our survey was, since it was a lockdown period, the in-person physical survey was difficult. So majority of the surveys were conducted through phone interviews, and there are also a few in-person interviews that we did. Okay. So we also extensively analyzed the census data for Pune, and we investigated reports from various newspaper reports, and also some works by, let's say, Standard Workers Action Networks. Okay. And there are many other studies that have been done during this COVID lockdown time. Yeah, so brief count of the round 1 and round 2. Round 1 is actually the first wave. So it was between May to July 2020. Okay. So Maharashtra migrants were around 44%. The rest 56% were from intrastate. And many of them were from Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. In the second round, we tried to contact the old migrants. So you see that so there was an anticipation of lockdown in March itself. Okay? Many people had returned back. And when we tried to contact these interstate migrants, many of them refused to talk. Okay? And then some who we talked, some of them had were still staying in their home cities. Okay? Maybe they had gone back recently. Okay? So this was from June to July 2021. It's a very recent survey. So in the second, what we did was we split into non-migrants also. So those who were born here. So we had a large sample of non-migrants. So that means those who essentially lived their entire lifetime in Pune, migrants from Maharashtra, and migrants from outside Maharashtra. So, and we see that the distress level for these three are actually different. And gender composition in the first wave, we had around 74% male and 27% female, and 26%. And in the second round, we had more females than males. Many of them were housemaids. We captured more of them, and many of them were from Maharashtra itself. Yeah, occupation-wise, we found a very diverse set of occupations in the unorganized sector. Housemaids, which mostly females were housemaids, and construction workers were the large chunk, especially the interstate migrants. And there were other things like security guards, painters, carpenters, laborers, auto drivers. Even auto drivers, there were more of Maharashtra migrants, less of other state migrants. And there are also nurses, drivers, waiters, and all these professions. So we have a detailed picture of this. And there are also many self-employed vegetable and fruit sellers, local kirana shop, small kirana shop owners. Yeah. So regarding employment status. So in the first round, compared to what CMI report said, which was around 24% job loss. So we found almost 82% job loss, total loss of employment among the unorganized workers here. Okay. So around 11% were still employed and few were partially employed. Okay. So in the second lockdown, the situation is similar. And then, but second lockdown, we also try to investigate whether it is non-migrants, Maharashtra migrants and other states. Okay. So one thing, as I said, in March itself, there are reports that, out-of-state migrants, they had already expected that there will be lockdown. So many of them had left. Only if the employer had promised some kind of a partial employment. That's why we find largest number of interstate migrants were partially employed. So they had assurance scheme, maybe few hours of a day you can work. Okay. So they were there. And around 35% of other state migrants, they had totally lost employments. But the non-migrants almost 63%.
Jawahar, sorry for interruption. Yeah. Take maximum 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, and then we compared the wages in both the waves, and then we found out that most people had very less wages in 2019 compared to 2021 compared to 2019. Okay. So, yeah. So, and then, we looked at the food security issue. And as I said, there was huge food security issues. People cut down on their expenditures. Mostly, they cut down on their vegetable consumption, daily essentials, food, milk, and all those things. Groceries, they cut down. Okay, so this is a quote by the Uttar Pradesh migrants. Since lack of time, I won't go into this. Okay. And ration card, we investigated the food security issue, so through this, ration card ownership, as we see, only 21% had out-of-state migrants had ration card in the current address. Okay. Maharashtra migrants, they had on 81%, whereas non-migrants, almost 87% had the ration card with the current address in Pune. So that means they could access, rations. Okay. So there are issues like, no stamp on the ration card, so the ration not being regularly available, okay, and ration card not being updated, Aadhaar card linking problem, name and address mismatch. All these are some of the issues, faced in the ration card. Okay. And proof of residence, So one thing, as we pointed out, the proof of residence is extremely important to get, government services. Whereas non-migrants and Maharashtra migrants had different types of residence proof. Almost 52% of the other state migrants had no proof of current residence. So, and voting in the local election, other state migrants, only 8% of the other state migrants actually voted in the last election in Pune. Whereas the non-migrants and Maharashtra migrants, the percentages were 84% and 69%. So that means, they had lost their political voice. So the out-of-state migrants, okay, and many of them started selling their ornaments, gold and silver ornaments, and then, some electronic items, so some also sold their land. Okay. So, and then they also borrowed. So, for example, borrowed from different people. I think we don't have the borrowing here. So we have in the report. Okay. Yeah. So now we'll move on to the psychological distress.
Right. To keep the time, I'm going to be quite quick about the psychological distress. As Shivkumar already pointed out, that the economic distress and the other hurdles that the migrants and non-migrants experienced, it has a severe impact on their mental health. Right. And most reports that we saw across the nation have mainly focused, of course, on the food security and financial security and job loss. But we thought it's important to include also the psychological distress. So we tried to also compare the responses given in both the rounds. The 4 important factors for psychological distress, the indicators were perception of lockdown, because lockdown is something none of us had ever experienced. So they had to pay a very heavy price, the migrants. Second aspect was anxiety, the stress that is caused because of the situation and this unprecedented crisis. And also we wanted to know whether they experienced the feeling of being undervalued, right? Whether they experienced worthlessness. Shivkumar, can you go to the next slide, please?
Yeah.
Right. So what we did is, these were qualitative questions, and we tried to create word clouds based on their responses, which clearly tells us about what were the most important aspects in round 1 and round 2. In case of round 1, you see insecurity, livelihood, migration, because transportation was a big problem. On the other hand, in the round 2, because they sort of were used to, this situation, they were more feeling helpless, hopeless, also confusion, and basically they experienced a lot of anxiety and shock, because they thought maybe only there was going to be one lockdown, but with the second lockdown the anxiety and shock increased. Right. So because we had a good distribution of male and females in the second round, we found out some interesting facts. Can you please click, Shivkumar? One more. Right. So we found that suicidal thoughts were mentioned for the first time in our, survey in the second round. I think the helplessness is something that sort of became a serious thing. And there were some males, again, very interesting, that suicidal thoughts were mentioned only by males, but not by females. Right. So the burden of earning and running the family is still in that community, mainly on males. So this is something that we found was strikingly different. And also helplessness was mentioned more by males rather than females. Females experienced more anxiety, more, let's say, confusion and, about, running the household, but helplessness necessarily was experienced only by males. Can you go to the next slide, please? Very quickly about anxiety, what we found out that in round 1, the anxiety was more about how the future is going to be, because we have lost jobs. How should I pay the rent? On the other hand, the second round, it was more about the concern for family members, especially children, their education, about how their future is going to be. Can you click one more time? So the gender differences that you see over here, females perceived, the situation far, in a more negative way as compared to males. So they were more anxious about children's future, about, the family, and also the job loss, and anxiety for paying the bills and daily expenses. Many of the times, because we had a larger sample of housemaids, okay, they were more concerned about how they would run the family and the daily expenses, because they were the primary earners. Next slide, please. In case of stress, what we were looking at, it was more about, the sleep pattern, the loss of appetite and body fatigue it caused. So you can see that in the, can you just click one more time, Shivkumar? In round 1 and 2, the sleep disturbances were more, and the thoughts of worry were mentioned. On the other hand, in round 2, they also mentioned about body fatigue. So what happens is, if you're constantly coping with stress, your body will respond in a different way after a certain point of time. And in general, females experience stress much more than males. Can you go to the next slide?
Could you please, Shah,
last
take
one.
maximum 2 minutes.
Last slide, sir. Yeah. So when it came to being undervalued, there wasn't much difference in round 1 and 2. I will just say one last statement and wait. The what happened is we were expecting that they would experience worthlessness much more, but we found out that a large portion of participants did not experience worthlessness at all. The reason could be that they probably did not attach a lot of importance of their self-worth with the job loss and other hurdles. Also, considering that most of the population were from Maharashtra, they had a good social capital and support system, which actually helped them to feel supported. Right. So, worthlessness is something that was quite contradictory to our expectation. But I think with this, we can close the presentation. We have more slides related to policy recommendations, which we will use in the discussion part. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's nice, Shah and Jolad, and thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm sure that we will have a lot of discuss. That's why that we need more time for discussion.
Correct.
Now I invite the other persons, say Mohammed Sabir and Samyukt, both of them from Madras, and they're going to speak on COVID-19 prevalence, risk factor, and care-seeking behavior among internal migrants in Chennai. So over to you, Mohammed Jabir and Samyukt.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, very good morning to one and all present here. First of all, respected Professor Livelihoods sir and Chair Levi sir and discussant Vijay Bhaskar sir. Today I'll talk about the prevalence, risk factor and care-seeking behavior among internal migrants in Chennai. So we know, as you know, the migration is a livelihood strategy or survival strategy in many parts of India. The outbreak of COVID-19 especially created an extraordinary situation for the migrants, especially in the cities. Most of them are migrated. So they were thrust into the homelessness, unemployment, and were made extremely vulnerable to the virus infection also. So I will not go to the data. So I'll go to the study. The health is consistently one of the major concerns for almost all type of migrants in India. They are most vulnerable group to high prevalence of infectious diseases like TB, hypertension and all, and also risky behavior and occupational hazards. Also, studies shows that they are the bridge population in the spread of HIV virus across India. Okay, and they are also prone for developing mental health issues, especially due to the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown. There are many studies it shows they are facing mental health issues. Already stated in the last presentation also. So if we come to the migrants and COVID-19, studies also shows the international studies. In India, we cannot see much studies about the prevalence of COVID-19 among migrants, but the international studies, it shows the migrants are more exposed to COVID-19 infection when they have the minimal sanitation facilities, overcrowding, and when they share common facilities and amenities. Okay. And they are facing difficulties to maintain social distancing and hygiene practices in dormitories and camps. We can see in larger cities, most of the migrants, they stay in overcrowded dormitories and camps and construction sites. So they also face social exclusion and inaccessibility to healthcare facilities. Okay, which is from review of literatures, and also they lack the insurances and basic social protection schemes. Okay. And some study shows they face systematic neglecting from the government. So, and India, the health infrastructure also extremely insufficient to cater their sufferings. Okay, so this is the background of the study. So I'll go to my study. The objectives of my study is the prevalence of COVID-19 symptoms and infection among migrants, and the risk factors for virus infection among migrants, and their awareness on COVID-19 and its resistance practices, and their health-seeking behavior dealing the infection, and what is their vaccination status at the present. Okay. So my study location, the study was carried out in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. The state is home to more than 1 million. According to the study conducted by Loyola Institute of Social Sciences, it shows in Chennai, there are around 10.67 lakhs migrants, interstate migrants. Most of them are from northern states such as Bihar, UP, and West Bengal. And they are mainly settled in 3 districts, including Chennai, Kanchipuram, and Tiruvallur.
Jabir, your PowerPoint is not moving at all. You are still in the slide only.
Okay, one second, sir.
You are not
Can you
moving
see
your
now?
PowerPoint. Now we can see. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You can make
Yeah,
it full also. You can make it full. Yeah.
When I make full now, it's not moving, sir.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
you can enlarge it.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
So this is methodology. If I talk about methodology, we conducted study in Porur and Coimbatore in Chennai, and we selected 60 samples through convenient sampling because most of the migrants went back to their hometown during the second wave lockdown. Okay, so we prepared a structured interview schedule for data collection, and we conducted the study during April and May during the second wave. So if I talk about the findings and discussions, demographic profile, first of all, most of them, in my study, most of them were from neighboring states, largely from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Karnataka. Okay, it will not be the actual data because many migrants return back to their hometowns. So in my study, it shows the migrants, most of the around 73% are from neighboring states, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Karnataka, and others, many migrants, they went back to their hometown during the second wave. And if I talk about the age, the mean age of the respondents was 38.5 years, and a significant number of them belong to the age category above 45 years and 35 to 44 years. And if I talk about the education, 34% of them had completed the class 10 and 18.3 have not attended any formal school education. And their average span of stay at Chennai was around 7.3 years. And majority of them were working in construction sites in peripheral areas of Chennai. And they earn average income of in between Rs 15,000 to 20,000 per month. Okay. So if I talk about the COVID symptoms among migrants, I found that the migrants are more likely to report the common symptoms of COVID-19 virus. I saw around 65% of migrants, they experienced at least one symptoms of the virus infection, including the fever, dry cough, headache, loss of taste. As you see in the figure, you can see around, and also 35% they did not have any symptoms at all. So if I also collected the clinically tested cases, it was comparatively less comparing to the people who experienced the symptoms. The people who affected the tested COVID positive was around comparatively less. It was around 23.3%. It indicates that many of them do not take a clinical COVID test like RT-PCR or antigens, because here it shows the symptoms. 65% showed the symptoms, but here only 23.3% informed they clinically tested positive. Means most of them do not go for clinical test. And among them, 7 respondents were admitted in a hospital due to the health problems associated with the virus infection. And if I talk about the COVID-19 risk factors, as you know, most of us, we already know, there is an overcrowding scenario. Here it shows in my study, around 50%, half of them living in rooms shared by 1 to 5 people, and 10% they are really staying with more than 15 members in a room. So it's very difficult to maintain social distance and other hygiene practices to resist the virus. And they share the facilities, common facilities like toilets, water, utensils, and eatables. And they also went for work in between, prior to the 2 weeks of the survey. Around 76% they have gone for some work, some form of work, and 40% attended social or religious gatherings during the 2 weeks prior to the interview. This also makes a risk factor for the migrants to get infected COVID-19. Okay. Also, we collected data about the awareness, their awareness on COVID-19. We found that migrants are cognizant about the virus symptoms and good respiratory and hygiene practices. Evidently, most of them were able to recognize the virus infection symptoms, and also 90%, majority of them accepted that touching a surface with a virus or attending any social events can infect them. And they also informed, most of them informed that they wear a mask when they go outside of their home for work or purchasing groceries. Okay, so if we talk about the sources of information, the television, social media, and the friends and acquaintances, they are the important source of information on COVID-19. They get adequate information through television, social media like WhatsApp and Facebook, and also from their friends and acquaintances. Okay, so these medias play a key role for the information or awareness creations on COVID-19 among the migrants. Okay, so next, the health-seeking behavior. Here you can see in the graph, for those who experienced the symptoms of COVID-19, around 65%, the self-medication and consulted a physician were the most observed health-seeking behavior. You can see 57%, around 57%, they did self-medication, and 21 percentage they consulted a physician or went to a hospital when they found the symptoms, COVID-19 symptoms. And in other cases, they took advice from a local pharmacist or no medication at all. Okay, and they cited the lack of money or supporting network is the reason to not go to hospital or taking a clinical test like RT-PCR or antigen. Okay. Then finally, we asked them what's present vaccination status. All the respondents were aware on the vaccines available in the market. Okay, Covaxins and Covishield. And but here in our study, we found that only 45% they took only at least one dose of vaccination, and others did not take the vaccination. They said that they have certain issues, like they are very afraid of the side effects of the vaccines, and some have the ID card issues. They not some migrants, they don't know about the procedure of the vaccine registration during that time, during the May and April and May time. In conclusion, the study suggests that the symptoms of the virus are much prevalent among the migrants, but the data shows the infection rate is low because most of them do not go for a clinical test. So the infection rate shows low. And we found that the migrants are cognizant about the symptoms and the hygiene practices to resist a virus infection, but it was virtually impossible to implement it due to the factors such as overcrowding and poor sanitation facilities. So they are continuing to engage in risky behavior. And we saw also the television and social media are some of the trusted sources for information regarding COVID-19, and it plays a major role in our awareness creation among the migrants. Okay. This is the thrust of my study. Thank you all.
Thanks, Jabir. Thank you so much for keeping the time. And in fact, this is time for us to go for discussion. As chairperson of this session, I reserve my right to, I take my freedom to reserve my comments till the end of the discussion. Till the end of other comments. We have Professor M. Vijay, who is an internationally acclaimed scholar, who has been working on closely related themes. And I would request Professor Vijay Bhaskar to make his comments on the papers.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ravi, and thank you, Professor Rajan and IMAT team for this invitation. And thank you to the paper presenters as well. Just by, looking at these two papers, one thing that struck me, as I was reading them as well, was that, it would be useful for both the papers to locate themselves within the larger set of literature, which may have to do with the pandemic or with internal migration or with health-seeking behavior, to get a better sense of the contribution that the empirical studies make to the knowledge that is already out there. Yeah, I think it will be kind of useful to do that. In the case of the paper on Pune, Dr. Shalakasha and Dr. Shivkumar do kind of point out some counterintuitive findings, vis-a-vis mental health and how the pandemic has affected the mental health. Mm-hmm. But it would be good to kind of highlight. Ravi, am I audible? Is that okay?
Yes, please carry on.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, forgot about it will be good to kind of locate them in the again the larger literature on mental health, work, employment, masculinity, gender. There are, because we do know, for example, that women often have this working women have this double burden.
Correct.
And and when they face loss of income or insecurity of schooling for children and so on, how it affects them is likely to be different from the way it affects men.
Right.
Yeah. And two, you also seem to suggest that men seem to have more suicidal tendencies. So it's worth explaining, worth kind of drawing upon literature to offer some explanations as to why it may be the case. Is it
Right.
because they're the primary breadwinners, or women do not have such tendencies? Because of the fact that they contribute only supplementary income. So some kind of causal factors. You have this set of observations with you,
Correct.
and to kind of use that to kind of develop some kind of explanation or
Right, sir.
interpretation. Would be useful. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, I mean, the fact that you're touching upon mental health is very important, and the fact that increasingly a lot of seem to suggest that it's very important. It's almost like an epidemic, in Indian society at the moment, and often it is not being recognized and so on. So you're onto a good theme, but probably it requires a little bit more of analytical work, before you can use that information better. When it comes to the couple of observations, I thought it would be good to kind of ask you for your response on that. When you look at the accommodation status of the migrant sample, the sample workers that you've studied, it looks like almost 60% of the long-term migrants lived in their own house, in Pune. So I wanted to know, how that kind of matters, in the case of things like the pandemic. And another suggestion is, you do talk about how wages have fallen during the pandemic, and between both the two rounds. It will be good again, to find out what are the mechanisms through which wages fall. Is it because you've just thrown out of jobs overnight, or is it because you say many of them are in the construction sector, so they do not have enough employment? So to trace the mechanisms through which the pandemic affects this loss of income, again, I thought would be a good thing to kind of talk about, because we do not have enough secondary data on that. So
Right, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All feedback well taken.
Okay. Yeah. And then it will be also to give a profile of sectors, how different sectors have been kind of impacted. You do have the data with you, but when you talk about loss of income or changes in mental health status, you have a gender profile, but there's something else about the kind of jobs that they do. Does that have a role? That would be kind of useful.
Right.
And of course, you do say proof of residence is a problem, in terms of accessing welfare schemes. Now, once again, as you would have probably read, this is a well-known fact, that the fact that interstate migrants or even other migrants, do not have proof of residence in the city, in the destination place. So, what is the value addition? It will be good to kind of go beyond what we already know, to kind of communicate what is something, come up with something more nuanced than, what you put out in the paper as of now. And if you say electoral list, you kind of make a claim as a policy recommendation to include them in the electoral list. It might be worth asking whether this is something which the migrant workers themselves would want, which is to kind of get themselves unlisted from the electoral rolls back in the place of origin and get themselves listed in the place of destination. Because often you would find that even independent of the pandemic, migrant workers do not see this place as a long-term option to settle in the city. So often they may just want to work here for a few years and go back. So their willingness to actually be registered as voters in the city of destination may be worth taking into account, when you want to make this policy recommendation. I think probably I'll just stop with this.
So
And coming to the paper on Chennai, uh, uh, Mohammed Jabbar, one thing that I want to kind of ask you is, so you have a set of observations, yeah, about migrants and health-seeking behavior. How different do you think would these observations be for just the working poor in Chennai city? Do you think just because that they're migrants, do you think that would have made a difference in the kind of observations that you have put out? Because a lot of other things like self-medication being the first choice option, or talking to pharmacists, these are all standard things which any member of a poor household are likely to kind of indulge in, right? So what is it that them being a migrant drives health-seeking behavior in a particular way? That is something is not very clear, but and in fact I was quite surprised that quite a few of them did go to physicians when they had some symptoms, and then some of them did manage to get admitted in hospitals. So it's in some sense it's different from what the Pune study seems to suggest, right? Because they don't have access to health infrastructure within the place of destination. So what you observe in Chennai seems to suggest a different picture. That is reading your paper and looking at the table seems to suggest that. Maybe I'm wrong, and it's worth kind of asking, be worth getting a clarification on that. And the other observation that you make is the importance of information. Yeah, that I found quite interesting. The fact that many of them knew that what how to kind of prevent contracting an information like wearing a mask and so on. But despite that, there are some structural factors which prevent them from undertaking continuing with these practices consistently. So you do talk about the fact that they're living in very, very close spaces and so on. But again, how different is that from a regular urban poor household where, often they have to share common sanitation facilities and so on. So, that is something, which did not come out very clearly in your paper. And it's probably worth something, want to clarify or probably just take them on board, when you want to rework this thing. So probably I'll stop now. If required, I can come back again. Thank you.
Oh, that's great, Vijay Bhaskar. Thank you so much. And in fact, I have posted in the chat box requesting the what is called those who attended the meeting to raise their questions and clarifications. I haven't received yet, but just now we got it.
There are some, yeah.
Saji Philip, any data on migrant workers from Assam?
And also, Dr. Ravi, Anuja and Archana Rai have raised their hands. Anuja and Archana Rai to give the question.
That is true. Yeah. So first, let us go to Saji Philip. Any data on migrant workers from Assam? Who is going to give an answer?
I don't think the paper writer can give the answer because there's nothing on Assam. But in general, I think what Professor Misra said, Assam workers like that you will not get other than the census. But right now we have no database. We don't count them. So there may be Assam workers throughout the country, but which state, where they are, which is their corridor, another thing, we need a Assam migration survey. So not like a Kerala model. So we have to wait for that.
See,
that's great. That's a very convincing answer, Saji Philip. Thanks. Yeah. So Anuja and Archana, please raise your question.
Archana Rai, you can speak.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So I have few observations on first paper. That is, number one is that the definition, you are saying the short-term migrant, you have defined those who are staying in the city for 10 years or lesser, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually a big question. The short-term migrant, I'm sorry. Yeah, short-term migrant, those who have
Please let Archana complete her question first.
Yeah.
So those who are living for less than a year, or seasonal migrant, we can say seasonal or short-term migrant. So that you be causes that what definition you are using here.
Mm-hmm.
Second thing, that the sample you have taken, they are staying in the city for longer period, right? So make it very sure that these are the migrants who are not like oscillating from here and there, the young people. They're all in 40s. So they are quite mature and settled people, right? So it's not that very highly vulnerable or more vulnerable group. So that is another thing. Second is that you are talking about stress and then lot of implication of COVID. The good thing is that you have taken both samples from migrant and non-migrant. So here I suggest that you have to find out whether the stress, the psychological stress and the economic distress is due to because they are migrants, or it was like it's a poor people whosoever it is, despite irrespective of their migration status, they are suffering. So you can make a comparative picture between the migrants and non-migrant group. So that will actually give the clarity, because your non-migrant group, they have voter card, and then they also have their address, local address. That's actually an advantage over the migrant. So you can say whatever is happening, because if they were having their addresses or they were included in the political arena, their situation would have been better. Like something should come. It is because of migration, not because they are poor or otherwise. Then third thing, you say that mental stress, then again, there are certain scales. Have you measured these mental stress, the anxiety, or whatever the parameter you have taken? Have you used certain scale to measure it? That is the question. And then the fourth thing that it is, which is very emerging very clearly, the previous speaker, he also mentioned it, that the service, the domestic service, or you can say household service or essential services. So those who are engaged in essential services, this sector actually rebounded. Like we have our maids, we have our servants, cleaners, they are coming. But those who are in manufacturing, that sector really suffered, and which actually engaged many migrants. So that is coming very clearly. You can also draw some conclusion on this sector, which sector actually is supported in the distress time. So these are the four things from the first paper. The second paper, yes, the sample size is very small, so we cannot do any kind of estimation, but it can be like a narrative or descriptive study that what has happened to these migrants. And they are again restricted to the neighboring states only. The interesting was the vaccination actually. So you can write more on vaccination, because we are not clear. Whatever happened, it has already passed actually, the migrant situation. But the vaccination is a thing that where we have to cover, the government has to see how to include them, how to provide them services. So I think you can strengthen this part if you have data. That's all from my side.
Yeah, Archana, you should introduce yourself, because otherwise people may not know who is that.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I am a professor in the Department of Migration and Urban Studies at IIPS Mumbai, and we have recently carried out or completed one project on UP, migration from Eastern Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So
okay,
Thanks.
Anuja, you want to speak? Because you can introduce yourself and speak. Then we'll give you a time for the others.
Yeah.
Anuja?
Anuja, can you hear us?
Please unmute and speak.
In the meanwhile, give time to somebody else.
No, I don't know.
Yeah. Some others, I mean, if some others are interested in asking questions, please.
Okay, you can ask them. Yeah.
So Anuja says she can hear, but
she has raised her hands. Maybe wrongly she has raised her hand.
oh, no,
Yeah,
she
please
says,
give me
give
2
me.
minutes.
I will check and get back.
Yeah, she will get back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
till
but
then,
Mr. Raviraman can ask her questions.
no, can
Yeah.
you please answer the questions first, because we need time to answer the
Okay.
questions by
Yeah,
Professor.
you will get the answer. You will get
So
that.
till
Yeah,
then, Anuja ma'am
Okay,
can
you give quick answers, please. Yeah.
Kumar, over to you.
Yeah, so there are many questions, so I will try to take some of them. So regarding the type of accommodation, I think the first one, so definitely those who are non-migrant, those who have been staying here, and also Maharashtra migrant, those who stayed for longer, so they have their own type of accommodation. So for them, when you express their distress, they cut down on their cloth expenditure, but not on the food expenditures. Maybe they had ration card access, so they could get it. But food distress is more common among people in out-of-state migrants. Some of them were even living in the workplace, okay, and some were living in with their friends. Okay, so the duration of migration is extremely important, and this also comes to Archana Roy's comments, when she talked about definition of the duration of migration. Okay. So I would say 0 to 1 years are very critical. These are they have just come to the city in the last 1 year. So in the first survey, we actually found out several such migrants from UP and Chhattisgarh and even Jharkhand. Okay, and many of them were living in the workplace. Their distress was higher, but those who stayed for the distress level actually partially reduces if you stay longer, let's say around 5 or 10 years. But if you have stayed for 20 years, definitely you have something to back on. Okay. But other thing we also found that even if you stay for longer, if you cannot speak their language and if you cannot call any local politicians for help, you still suffer. Okay. So we have data on this, but we are not presented all these things. So the broader grouping is 0 to 5, 5 to 10, just like census, we used earlier those. But we clearly see that, whatever grouping you choose, short, mid-term and long-term, will have different level of distress. Okay. So other thing is, type of employment loss, so that also we looked in, for example, what type of employment or business related problems did you face, So whether your wages were partially cut, whether your self-owned business was shut down, or whether you are a contractual workers and whether the contract was terminated, and even whether you are working but you are not paid fully. So there are many of these, there are a variety of cases, So we have tried to ask these questions. It is not part of the paper, but it will be part of the report. Okay, that we have definitely taken into account. Okay. And so electoral role, so we asked the question whether they were enrolled in the electoral roll and whether they were able to vote in the local election. Okay, so I think the suggestion was good, whether they want to vote. Okay, so I think that's an important suggestion. I think we will look into it in a next. Yeah, Shalaka, you want to?
Very quickly, I want to take the question about the psychological distress. So Professor Roy mentioned that, of course, there are a lot of psychological tests and the administration has to be done in a specific way. Considering that the constraint that we had, that most interviews had to be done because of the lockdown on the phone, it is difficult to ask sensitive psychological questions on the phone. So what we chose is to ask qualitative questions and have unfiltered responses from them when it came to anxiety, stress, and being undervalued. So if we have more time and if we have a better situation, I think it would make sense to administer psychological tests. But those also need to be adapted to this population because the kind of language that is used, it's necessarily not suitable for them. But yes, this is a good suggestion. In case of our paper, we have focused more on qualitative responses, wherein we ask them simply whether they felt worried about something. And if yes, what were the reasons for that worry? Something that is very simple, wherein they can give us words which we have put into the word cloud to understand what were the causes for the psychological distress. That's it from my end, sir.
Okay,
can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Jabir,
Sorry, is it okay if I can ask?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it okay if I can ask a question?
Now, please wait. Now we are asking
Sure.
Jabir to respond to the discussions. Has raised some questions, and I'm not sure how come Shah and Jolard, have not been. I mean, they also should have responded to the questions raised by the discussion. Anyway, I will come back to that point, and I'm getting the warning from Professor Rajan. We may not get that much time, but I think I may take 2 minutes at least, Rajan. Before that, let Jabir to raise his points on this and respond to the comments, please.
Yeah, I accept with the points given by Professor Vijay Bhaskar sir, because most of the results, results I showed may be similar to the people who are living in urban slums or those who are poor people, urban poor households, because those people who are staying in cities, okay, they are facing similar kind of problems we can see in everyday life. Okay, so at least we should have taken the comparison study between what are the difference between the migrants and the poor household. Because of the lockdown, we restricted with the migrants only. So definitely we will look forward on that aspect. And the second question about the sample size, actually we conducted the study during the lockdown period. So we were literally not able to collect the data from the field because of the lockdown restrictions and all. But we managed to collect data face to face through the face-to-face interaction with the respondents. And we should have some separate study about the vaccination status. We have just collected the status, the number of people who vaccinated, but we didn't collect the data regarding the other aspects of vaccinations, their knowledge. Thank you.
Anuja, do you want to raise your question?
Yes, sir. I'll just quickly ask.
Just take 1 minute maximum.
Yeah. I'm a journalist. I'm based in Delhi. I had two questions on the Pune paper. One was that after the second wave, you said there were tendencies of suicidal thoughts. Is it possible for you to share either a number out of the total number of migrants who said so, or a percentage of the data pool you had? Second is also, is there any way to compare and say, either out of your paper or otherwise, that the mental distress levels among migrant workers has increased pre-pandemic and post-pandemic? Thank you.
Yes, Shah, please.
Yeah, okay, no, I thought Shivkumar wants to add. So about the percentage of migrants who mentioned about suicidal thoughts, the percentage is not a lot, but what startled us is that this was mentioned, because we have not seen such kind of a report or mentioning this in the earlier reports. So that was actually something that we were very sort of worried about. The percentage is not much. I would say maybe 3 or 4% of the entire sample, but it's important that males only mentioned it, and also that it was mentioned because in the first lockdown, in fact, which was, let's say, more impactful because it was we were not prepared for that time. People were more focused on coping, but I think sustained stress is something that may result into such kind of things. But I would here like to also mention about what Mr. Vijay Bhaskar mentioned, that this has to be interpreted cautiously. We have to look at also the other aspects when it comes to the suicidal thoughts, because I mean, as an investigator, I should first find out what were the actual reasons for them mentioning this, right? So what we are trying to report is just that it was mentioned and it was not mentioned before. Okay, we have to be very cautious while interpreting that. And about the pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, it would be a little hard to say. We would require a good literature review for that, because migrants have always been in distress. Like, we have all stalwarts here who have invested their whole lives researching about it, right? So for some substantial conclusion related to that, we will have to do a proper literature review and see. But we definitely want to say that because of COVID and because of the lockdown, the severity, okay, and the intensity of their distress has increased in a short period of time, and that is more stressful, right? So if you have stress throughout, it is easy to cope. When you have a burden of handling many things at the same time, that causes the distress, and that is something that we are addressing in the paper.
Ravi, Mridul has raised her hands. Maybe.
Oh, Mridul, just one, maximum. A few seconds, please.
For old time's sake, I should be given a concession. Now, Vijay Bhaskar has raised quite a few of the gender issues which I really wanted to ask. But one thing I just wanted to ask was, this thing about the male breadwinner. That's true. But the food provisioning for the household is a woman's responsibility, Somehow or the other, she has to put food on the table. Now, in Kerala, we were fortunate that the government had been distributing these food kits and rations, so that it didn't prove such a big problem. But what was the situation in Pune and Chennai? And secondly, the second question is a quick one. You see, you said that women migrants had increased in the second round, you found. Now, are these spouses, or are these lone migrant women, or are they wives of women, or wives of men? And if they're domestic workers, then this vaccination status becomes very important. If they're going to get into domestic work, they will get it only if there is some semblance of at least one dose, second dose of vaccination. How did they overcome that? This is also for Chennai. I mean, I'm asking the question because Chennai has done to me, it looks as though they had done more, surveyed more in terms of the medical, the vaccination and the awareness. But so is that so that the domestic workers there also have had some access to vaccination? Or, and in Pune, did they have it? Because, okay. So these are my two questions.
I think
So it's a question to both. And Jabir. Yeah, just one sentence each, you can reply. Sorry, I have pressure. So, Shivakumar, just give a quick reply.
Quick reply, one moment.
Yeah, one moment. So vaccination, we asked around 34% of overall, like we didn't find significant difference across the different groups. And that was also similar to the Pune vaccination rate in July, 34 percentage. So, and regarding the other question, sorry, I forgot that.
Food provisioning. How did they provision?
That's why we found out most of the interstate migrants, they could not get provision of the food relief, especially from government. Government, food relief was nil. Only private parties, few NGOs, so they were doing it. And this was also sporadic. They used to do it once, and then in the next 2 weeks, they wouldn't come at all. So there was a lot of uncertainty in the food relief. We have a detailed.
Okay, thanks. Jabir, would you like to respond?
Yeah,
just 1 second.
Actually, the second question we did not focus on domestic workers. Actually, we were focusing on the construction workers, especially the male migrants. Okay, they are staying in the camps and dormitories. So the first question, food provisions. We will not say government has not given anything. The corporation, the Chennai corporation, they were very active. And also some NGOs and voluntary organizations, they also supported the migrants, giving the provisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jabir. Yeah, now I think we don't have time to go further. I would just wind it up by saying that I would like to reinforce what Professor Vijay Bhaskar has mentioned. When you revise your papers, it is important that we need to contextualize the whole thing in the larger body of literature. And the moment you go for that, you would obviously be shifting from the simple kind of narratives to some sort of an interpretive sort of a framework. So, you will have two advantages. One is that you are contextualizing in the larger body of literature at one level. And by doing that, you would obviously be going for a framework. That framework would obviously be emerging. So that way, it would be helpful when you go for a revision of your paper. And secondly, this policy turn, this should be considered as an inauguration of the policy turn in migration literature. Of course, Professor Rajan has opened it long back, but still, we have a very different kind of what is called the comparative evidence coming up. Because when Jabir says that in the case of Chennai, you don't have that sort of a provision. Of course, please be careful, because Vijay Bhaskar is with us. He is a member of the Development Policy Council now. So, we need to be very serious about it when we raise that sort of a point. But in Kerala, as Mrudul has in mind, we have been very particular in offering both shelter and food to the migrant workers. So that means what? You have some comparative evidence coming up, which you can easily bring into a comparative sort of framework. So a new framework would be emerged. So I would also use this opportunity to congratulate what is called a gift and Imad, because we find so much confidence and hope in these young scholars. And if we can give some more space for them to revise their papers and convert those papers as working papers of this Imad, then I think that would be excellent. Give some other incentives if they are ready to do that. So that way, and for planning board, Kerala planning board or Chennai planning board, they can also make use of it as policy suggestions. So thank you so much for bringing out these papers, for conducting these studies. Please keep it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravi Raman and Bhaskar, for being part of the session. I think both members of the planning board, current planning board, both Kerala and Tamil Nadu, I think you'll have some more interesting paper coming up. We are also trying to put all these papers as a EMR working paper. We already have series started.
Okay.
So it will be available soon. Then we are also trying for a special issue in a journal or with a book. We are just talking about that. So it will take some more time. So thank you the two others, our Shivkumar and Salanga, and also our Muhammad Zabir and Samil for their paper. And we will be keeping in touch. And I would like you to be continuing participating in the remaining part of the seminar.
Yes.
Now we are moving towards the next session, and next session is we have now listened to the destination perspective. Now we are moving toward what is called the origin perspective. What happened to them when they went back, or the countries, states which they are, the migrants came back. Basically, we have three papers in this session. This session is chaired by Professor K.J. Joseph. He is currently the director of the Gujarat Institute of Finance and Taxation, also affiliated with IMAR. And we have three papers, which is by socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic on migrant workers, a case from Kanjam, Odisha, from Jyot Manisi Nanda and Sibalal Meher from Nabab Brishna Savitri Center for Development Studies, Bhubaneswar. Then we have economic impacts of COVID-19 on migrant household, case study of Algandi from Madhusudan Nath Center for Development Studies, Kerala. And we have pandemic shocks and coping mechanism, a case of migrant worker from Odisha, from Manoj Kumar Das and Pankaj Kumar Maik. Both belong to the Forum for Odisha Dialogues, and also Nayak is currently working in Vikram Dab College, Jaipur, Odisha. We have three papers, and the discussions are Kesavendra Das from the Gujarat Institute of Development Research and Professor Misra from CDS and IMAR. I am handing over the floor to Professor Joseph to conduct the session. Joseph, you can go up to 1 o'clock. Thank you, Joseph. You can unmute. Please unmute, Joseph. Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, you have robbed off something like 10 minutes of mine. Now I'm left with something like 94 minutes. Okay, to begin with, let me thank Professor Rajan, Professor Narayana, and other colleagues at IMAD for organizing this conference on a highly relevant issue of present times. And I understand that we had an excellent discussion in the opening session, and Professor Isaac has really set the tone in his inaugural address. Now we are, as the introduction to this session is already given by Professor Rajan, I am not getting into details. I will, to begin with, I want to, just to say that the pandemic, I consider it as a a war that we have been kind of waging, the humanity has been waging. And in any war, you know that the one who gets injured more, the one who gets killed, are the one who is least equipped, and the weaker and the vulnerable. So in this context, you are right, we are rightly deliberating upon one of the most weaker and vulnerable sections of our society, the so-called migrant workers. And we have three papers, it's already said. I think I don't want at the end of the session to add to your distress so we have to kind of ensure that you are getting your lunch on time. Otherwise, the distress will be spilling over to the participants as well. So we have time till 1 o'clock. That's what Professor Rajan said. 1.5 hours left to it. So we have something like 90 minutes. I think I will be giving justice to the presenters if I request you to take maybe 18 minutes. I hope it's good enough. Then we have two discussions, 10 minutes each. Remaining time will be equally distributed to the vibrant participants. I will be as equitable as possible in the whole process. So with these rules set for the game, let me now invite Jyotsna Mai Nanda from Nabakrishna Chowdhury Center for Development Studies, Bhubaneswar, to present her paper on socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic on migrant workers, the case from Ganjam, Odisha. Over to you, Jyotsna Mai Nanda.
Uh, Thank you, sir. Uh,
Jyotsna, you may like to
yeah,
keep your video on, and audio is working now. Yeah.
am I audible?
You are audible. Yes. Yeah, you have the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Right. Your PowerPoint is visible. Yeah. Your time starts now. Please finish within 18 minutes maximum.
Okay. Uh, Very good morning to all, and thank you for giving me opportunity to discuss about the background migrant workers issue and socio-economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic on migrant workers. It's the case from Ganjam, Odisha. Particularly, migration is not a new concept, and it is seen as a part and parcel of the economy wherever you from the country to the
Is there any problem with your audio and video and audio, both? Is it connectivity?
Distress migration. When we talk about the migration as a part of the migrants and crisis of the COVID-19 situation, it is a very panic for all. And we come across all the media and the people's that the panic situation of the migrant workers. So that's why. Always we see that migration is an opportunistic movement, which is for the unprivileged, underprivileged sections of the society in search of better livelihood options, and particularly in Odisha, which was based on agrarian economy. Uh, there is peoples are always thinking that they have to find a better opportunity outside, particularly in youngsters who are underemployed or unemployed. They are thinking to go for the alternative livelihood options. So when we look at the Odisha scenario as per the per capita income, it is only around 1 lakh, whereas the national average is it is 1.2. So when we look at the agrarian society also, because of the that is not all the unemployment, because of the they are depending on the rainford farming, and modernization is very slow in the agriculture sector, and the fragmentation of the landholding pattern, a small patch of lands which is not able to use the technology, and natural calamities is a part of the Odisha scenario. So it is leading to the migration. Particularly when we talk about the migration crisis during the COVID-19 first wave, it is seen that it is the huge migration which is termed as the second largest migration after the partition of the country. So when I talk about the why I focus on the Ganjam, because when you look at the Ganjam is identified as the one of the migration prone area out of the 14 identified districts in Odisha, and particularly it is a migrant sending hub, you can say, and particularly the destination places southern states and Gujarat, and majority of the migrants are unskilled or semi-skilled and working with the informal sector. And when we talk about the vulnerability, already ILO has recognized migrants as they are vulnerable groups, and migrant workers have basically from Ganjam, we have seen that when we look at the data, that around 4.5 lakhs returned migrants, around 4 lakhs are from the Ganjam only, who have come back in the first wave. Though it is very less during the second wave, still it is a very painful, and we found that it should be taken as why this is happening. So I framed the study objectives to explore the what is the background of these migrants, and to find out their socioeconomic impact of the pandemic on their way of life, and try to give some positive responses, type suggestions to include in the policy framework so that migrants can ensure their rights, and we can search for the alternative livelihood. That's why this, and for the purpose, I have actually, it is not possible because of the pandemic situation. We have not able to touch the people's individually. I have carried out through telephonic conversation, and I have selected the data from the database of the district administration where it was enrolled for the migrants. They have some telephonic numbers. I collected that, and I have collected 60. I have interacted with the 60 migrants to go for this study, and particularly the respondents are from the Jagannath Prasad, Bhanjanagar and Pulsara blocks of the Ganjam. And the age group was basically from the 20 to 40 years, who are basically what I pointed out earlier. They are the youth groups who are migrating from the youth groups are migrating from the Ganjam towards outside of Odisha. And mostly they are from the extended or joint families, and 37% of them belongs to vulnerable category of the groups, that's SC/ST category of scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, and 53% are other backward community. And when we talk about the farming condition or the landholding patterns, we saw that they are mostly belongs to the marginal farm communities whose annual income annually falls within 1 lakh only. And the data I collected from the 60 migrants who are basically come back from the Gujarat, Bangalore, and Tamil Nadu. And I tried to investigate about the dynamics of the migration from their point of view, their insights, that why they are migrating. When I probed about these questions, they are told, no, we are not able to do the agriculture now. Agriculture is not a profitable sector for us. What to do? And calamities are there, other issues are there. We are not getting some subsidy. We are not getting some support for the agriculture, and our landholding size is not all sufficient to maintain the family. That's why they are outrightly said that agriculture is no more a profitable sector for them. And their economic condition, as I earlier said, that the economic condition of the family is that belongs to a poor economic condition. And another factor is attractive point is urbanization and relation. They are going for the white collar jobs rather than the agriculture sector. And another thing is they are telling that if they work in the locality, the people will not honor them. They need some token of acknowledgement. That's why when they are going out and coming back, people are acknowledging them. But when they work within the same work they will do in the locality, they will not get the equal rate, wage rate what they are getting and outside, as well as the acknowledgement. So these are two major factors which are encouraging them to go outside. Another thing is that how they go, where they go, that's the peer pressure, and family members, relatives who are staying in the area are given them the opportunity to go. And usually they are sending the remittance to the family around 3,000 to 8,000, which is basically, and it is for the meeting of the essential requirements of the family, as the day-to-day consumption expenses, health care, children's education, like this. And when I asked them about the documentary, any documentary process or things they have adopted during the migration, they told no, we have not done anything. We have moved to the area as my friends are there, my relatives are there, and it is accessible to me, and we went there. So these are the responses I received from the respondents. And when we talk about the impact of the migration at the destination and the family and the area, they told if you look at the before pre-migration and post-migration, definitely there is a enhancement in the economic condition. our economic condition is increased. We are able to purchase the assets, able to save some amount of money for future need, and it has changed our way of life, as well as changed the social status of, because people are now recognizing us. We are not folding our hands before the others to get some money to do something. Only thing is that when we talk about that, how you feel staying outside the family, you are not taking your family. So they told, no, this is painful for us, as we are leaving our family here. But what to do? As we have no opportunity in the locality, we have to earn to feed the family, and we are going like. And when we talk about the native things, how it is impacting on the native area, they say that no, it is reducing the pressure on them, because if you will stay on all the, okay, we are to need to work in the field, and definitely now it is reduced the pressure, and it is also giving a trading opportunity for us. If we want, and we are find there something we can do, then we are doing our trading there, and from there also we are doing it here also. So it is getting some token of trading opportunity for us, and our economy has been diversified. That was the major response from their side. And when we asked about the impact of migration on at their destination area, where their working area, they told that no, it is definitely, it is giving us a new area. It is very difficult for us initial stage, because we are unable to accommodate with the new area, because of new culture, new things. So we have to imbibe something, and we have to need to develop our adaptability to many things. We have to live with the outsiders in this small house, and share our talents and things. We have many things to adjust there, and the working hours is too long. Without any extra benefit, we are to forced to work there. But when I talk about the migration policy and the security and the work area, they told, no, no, we have no idea about that. We are simply come to the place and working here, and they are now deprived of the access to security schemes. Though we are talking about the one nation, one ration, still they are not able to access to the social security scheme. And in the area, those who are staying in the cities like Delhi, Karnataka, Bangalore, this living cost is very high, and they have to manage with and to save something. That's why they have to lead a hostile life, what to do, what not to do. Always they are in a puzzle. And when we talk about what is the current situation in the area, they told that no, no, many people are trying to move to the cities. So now we found there saturation of labor market. We have to compromise with the wage rate also, because local people are bargaining with us. We have to bargain because we are came from the Odisha to the new area. If we'll do the work with little bit less paid job, then we can get a job. So this is actually some labor market and competitiveness is already there. And now conflict with locality is also they have to face, because people the locality, the labor of the locality are also complaining that they are facing some of different challenges there. Then when we talk about how you face the situation or crisis of this pandemic, COVID-19, they told, no, no, we lost our employment at the first side. We have to lose our employment, and our income has been halted. That's why food and food items, we are unable to purchase the food, and now our savings are exhausted. What a little amount we are sending the remittance month wise, and what we have left with us, it was adjusted during the period. And rent, we are staying in the rent there, they are also not allowed us to stay there. So we struggled for the food and shelter. That's why even if with the fear, we are unable to access the health facilities because of the demand in the locality, and we have no health cards or any other facilities. Accessing to health facility in the city also, it is costly for us. That's why we decided to come back. And fear of disease, media and people's horses or anxiety, put anxiety on them and pressurize them, and they are in the crossroad what to do, and food and their job and the life, both are in the they in the crossroad in between, and they decided to come back. And what happened then,
You
they
will get
told us
3 more minutes. Josna, you will get 3 more minutes.
okay. Okay, thank you, sir. So it's they told that not is have given such a pressure on our economic condition. We are pushed through 10 years back because now we are unable to what as our strategy, what we are doing as a, initially. Now the situation was like that we are sent back to 10 years back, and say before the situation has came now. When I talked about the support from the government, they said, no, we have given only free kitchen during the back journey, and quarantine. After successful completion of the quarantine, we have paid 2,000 rupees. But government has planned for the MG, but we are not getting any benefit from that. It is not enrolled, timely payment is not there. Many things they have escaped about the MGNRJ. Then what about the government initiatives? I talked about this. It's told no. They have developed the web portal, quarantine camps, temporary medical centers. They have given free ration, and they have government has enhanced the mandates and wage rates also. But overall, they have not designed any special package for the migrant workers. They have given some package to the construction laborers, but not for the migrant laborers. That's why there's particularly these suggestions have come from the peoples that when I asked them what can be done for you, so they told me if the government is implementing the MGNRJ for the laborers, if the local in the locality the jobs are available, and it will be good for us. We should not go high. If a high paid job or parity with the other states, then it is better for us. And the engineers wage payment should be timely, and there should be close monitoring how it is going on. And they should not give the packages like 5 kg ration, 5 to 1 kg dal. There should be a lump sum amount for initiation of anything, any activities in the, so lump sum amount may not be provided to as a package, but they are they want that a lump sum amount. A piecemeal approach of the packages, they are not in favor of that. And maybe some other time-bound programs to absorb them may be designed by the government, and agriculture supports may be given to, with the minimum support price policy for the backward and forward linkages with the agrarian economy, the broader economy, and most probably the region-based MSME sectors should be revived to absorb, because when the people are going to the Gujarat, they are working in the Surat mostly for the but Orissa has ample scope for that. So they ask for the revival of strategy of the MSME sector, uh, which will help them to get the job in the new locality. Thank you for patience during, sir. Thanks for giving me opportunity once again. Thanks.
Thank you, Jyoti. I hope you are through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, focusing on the migrant workers from Ganjam district. I think it was an excellent presentation, and I felt that the migrants are construed as a homogeneous category. That is what bit worried me, but I'm sure the discussions will have more worries to help you. Now, let me now invite Madhusudan Nag from Center for Development Studies, who is going to deal with the impact of migrant households in the case of Kalahandi district. Madhusudan, over to you. Madhusudan? Hello? It's there, yeah.
Sir, am I audible?
Very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Good morning to all of you. My presentation topic is economic impacts of COVID-19 on migrant household, a comparison of family and individual migrations. In my earlier draft, I kept it as a case study of Kalahandi, but I like to change it as to this and get some comment on the title also. Okay. This study is mainly, argued and based on three aspects of discussions. The first, migration and development and its link. The second is the pattern of migrations, the individuals and all the family migrants. The third, the impact of COVID, which is very unprecedented. So when we talked about the migration development, my argument is linked positively in at least in particular backward regions. This argument is coming starting from the Lewis model, then Aristotle model, later on different school of thought which somehow they contribute and argue that the migration development is positively linked at least in the backward regions. And there are a lot of empirically and theoretically literatures available both in the context of international and internal migration. Let's take the example of KVK region, the KVK Kalahandi, Balangir and Koraput region, which is infamously known as one of the poorest area of the India. This area has historically experienced various drought and famine, notably late in 1970s, 80, and still this area suffering from various challenges of environmental as well as other policy paralysis. However, with the various policy and financial packages in late 80s and 90s, this area has now shown changes in food security as well as in other developmental indicators. During this phase, since 1970-80 to today, migration become increasingly crucial for the fight against the poverty and malnutrition. In this phase, though migration has helped them, but in initial phase, people had negative perception about the both migrations as a whole and the migrants who migrate. Therefore, we could see not many migrants from the economically well-to-do family, but the marginal sections took the migration as a tool to fight against the injustice and the inequality. Later on, tribal, particularly scheduled caste, tribal, and later OBC followed them. Interestingly, if you see today, there are literature which shows that the migrants family of early migrants who migrated during the 80s, 90s, and currently they may not be migrating, so perform well or have better economic and social indicator compared to non-migrant household. In this way, the district, what I am focusing is the Kalahandi district, which is part of the KVK as a whole, has positive response to the migration and development. The second aspect of which my paper is talking about the family migration and individual migration. Although literature on migration and development principally argue that migration to urban area brings betterment for the household as well as the regions, the research also suggests that the cost of migration and its benefit have been unequal by their social identity, language, and the nature of migration. What I mean that the migration can bring positive, development or positive aspect, but the cost also vary. It may not be the same for all categories. The recent studies on internal migration demonstrate the short-term migration often lead to family migration, which the couple and the children. Whereas the most imperative characteristic of the short migration is children also take part in the occupations what the family perform. However, despite plenty of evidence on family migration, specifically from marginal spaces, it has received little attention and remains under-theorized. And often the literature on migration club it as the short-term or the seasonal migration, and not differentiating between the different pattern of seasonal migration, who are migrant, the kind, pattern of migration, whether they're individual migrants or the family, the migrant, because the family and the individual migration bring the migration of region of migration for both the category will be different, and the impact on the household and the society is different for the both the category. The third is the COVID, which devastated the economy all over the world, creating unprecedented challenges for the mankind. Many countries, including India.
Madhusudan, may I stop you? You have only 18 minutes. You have not even passed your first slide. Are you using the slide?
So how much time I have crossed?
You have only 18 minutes.
Sir, how much time I have given?
No, you have. Don't worry. You have now 12 more minutes left.
Yes, sir. I'll cover, sir.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so the COVID, which resulted in severe distress and and particularly the migrant workers, which we'll see in the job loss, food crisis, and harassment on the road, which many of my previous presenter already they talked about. I'm not going to details. In this context, the present paper aims to study the various aspects of family migration and individual migration concerning the impact of COVID-19. The first to study the migrant experience during travel to the back home, and the second to examine the impact of COVID-19 on migrant household. This study is based on a fieldwork conducted during the
Madhu, your slide is not moving. You are in the first slide only. Can you do something about that? People are not able to. They are sending us a mail. Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, is it moving now?
Yeah. Now it is moving. Yeah. Please move whatever you speak. Otherwise, we will not able to. Okay. Good.
Oh, sorry, sir. Because I made it large, so that's why it was not moving. Okay. Yes, though the study is based on in Kalandi, we have selected a village of Kalandi district, which is part of the Quebec area. Village has selected for 3 regions. It is located in the mainland of the district, which represents the average characteristic of the rural area of the district. It has population of all major caste category, which with different subcaste, which help us to understand the different dynamic of the caste and the migrations. The sample village witnessed both family and individual migration. We have followed some inclusion and exclusion criteria. We have only selected the interstate migrants, not the inter-district migrants. And the duration of the migrant, which might be, the destination at least 1 month. In case of migrant family, the family migrant, the information of household characteristic has been collected from the head of the household, and the experience of the migrants has been collected directly from the migrants. And in case of individual migrants, we have collected directly from the individual migrants. So this study is based, basically in the first phase of COVID, first wave we call, and in the first phase during April to May, the migrant when they return back to village, we identified through the help of Gram Panchayat and their information, and then we interviewed their experience during the travel to the back home. In the second phase, which is in September, we re-interviewed the same household to examine their economic conditions during the pandemic. So is it moving?
It is moving. You please move. That's it.
Okay.
You have, yeah.
Okay. In primary survey, we have interviewed randomly 160 household in the village, consist of 80 migrant household and the 80 non-migrant household. Out of total, 44% were from scheduled caste, and the rest OBC 31% and the rest tribal. And we didn't cover the other caste migration because we found a very insignificant family migrants from the other categories, and the population of other categories also in village is very less. In total, 29% of the household which had individual migrant and 21% were family migrants. So in demography sense, household size can be considered as an economic indicator of a family, which may influence influence the developmental of the outcome, the household size. So we found that average household size of the family migrant household is bigger than the other household. It means the family which has larger number of members has chances to migrate together compared to the small families. It observed that non-migrant household followed. So when we come to the education level, we found that the family migrants has less percentage of the highest level of education, and the non-migrant family has the better education in terms of their family member at highest education level. And we also found that the female-headed household can be seen in particularly in family migrants compared to other category. Further, the outline of the paper suggests that the half of the family migrants are actually coming from the BPL category and have high tendency to migrate. Similarly, the higher proportion of family migrants followed by individual migrant household have access to ration card, labor card, and eligible for government program. However, for any reason they opting to migrate. Other hand, non-migrant household have higher share of ownership in the agricultural land, followed by the individual. The table 3 is represent the higher proportion of family migrant work in the Telangana state. It shows that the family migrant of the village mostly work in the Telangana, followed by in AP and Tamil Nadu, and some in the Chhattisgarh. Other hand, individual migrant can be returned from the Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, AP. Overall, the migrants from this village largely go to the southern state, which is and also neighbor state. Table 4 shows the migrant according to their occupations. It reveals that 32% and 23% of the family migrant engaged in bricklaying and construction sector, whereas individual migrants were mainly working as a industrial labor and construction worker in neighbor state. The statistics which contrast actually from other districts, which previous presenters stated that other districts migrant actually go to the Surat and other state, which they mainly engage in the textile and other service sector related. But in Kalahandi, the migrants mostly take the skilled based work, also because they have a history of migration since 1980, and they take the risks to work in the industrial sector as compared to other districts like Balangir, which largely it goes to individual, bricklayer sectors and other service sectors. The table 5 influence the demonstrated which factor influenced the migrants to return back to home just after the nationwide lockdown. 37% of the total migrants were asked by the contractor to leave the workplace, where it is noticed that 41% of the family migrants left the destination by their own decisions as compared to the 17% of the individual migrants. Individual migrants mainly influenced by the contractors, the contractor to go to reach home. This suggests that family migrants who mostly engaged in contractual job like bricklaying would have broken the contract of bond of completing the work fixed by the period and consequently might have faced the harassment. Table 6 shows the mode of travel during the pandemic of migrant just after the nation. The 37% of the total migrants travel by the private transportation and the work. 27% of them use combined both public and the private, where it means the public means the government arranged transportation which facilitated them to reach back home. In the study village, only 6% of the individual migrant only they reached home by only work. Maybe the most of them were coming from the neighbor district, neighbor state, and the closer border to the district. However, 50% of the family migrant travel by work and the private transport, which means they had to incur huge amount for the travel. I had to go through the many of them had to spend 10 average amount of 10 to 8 to 10,000 for the travels. Soon after the lockdown, the state government enforced the compulsory quarantine for the migrant coming from other state. Table 7 shows the types of quarantine facility the migrant had to go through when they returned. It was found that the large proportion of 82% of the family migrant availed the institutional quarantine facility arranged by the state government, whereas most of the individual migrants stayed or took as the home quarantines. Table 8, it talked about the destination in the quarantine. What is their perception about the quarantine facility? The family migrants mostly showed dissatisfaction about the safety and sanitization. Other hand, the individual migrant had complained about the food quality. Coming to the economic impact of the pandemic, I mainly talked about take indicator of main source of income of the household could be the right indicator to understand the households.
Maximum 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir. So here I found that the family in the pre-pandemic time, which mainly rely on the remittance, in the post-pandemic time they had to borrow. So they had to their main source of income become the remittance. But in individual family migration, they had some other provision, but in the family migrants had to borrow from to survive. And when I talked about the economic activity, they mostly the migrants, both individual and family, they were mostly engaged in the non-agriculture as compared to the non-migrant, and they were hesitant to work in the farming sector and remain unemployed. This is the depth. I'm not going to talk right now. So the main finding is I'll talk in question and answer. The main key takeaway from my presentation is the migration pattern has heterogeneity in many aspects, like the family, individual, and will have a different aspect, not in a general sense that okay they are short term or seasonal migration. We should not generalize this. The mobility of different groups affect differently to the household and the region, the village. If the family migrate whole as a household, will have different impact on household as well as region. Where individual, which by family sent only one male member, that will bring different impact. The remittance of migrant plays very significant role in the rural non-farm income. So that is the role of migrations in the rural village economy is very, very significant. Of course, the COVID, now the COVID brings the challenges to future migration pattern, and if not reducing, of course, many of my sample migrants of my survey already they move back to their destination, but the pattern is changing. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhusudan. It was a very, really exciting presentation, and your focus on heterogeneity is well appreciated. And now let me invite Manoj Kumar Dash and Pankaj Kumar Naik, both of them belongs to the Forum for Odisha Dialogue, and Vikram Dev from the college, Vikram Dev, Autonomous College, Jaipur, Odisha. Who is going to present? Pankaj.
Yeah, Pankaj, I am Manoj Das from Odisha Dialogues.
Oh,
both of us carried out this study together, and Pankaj will present.
Oh, Pankaj will present. Yeah. Okay. Pankaj, you will have any amount of time you want, so long as you won't exceed 18 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Joseph sir and Rajan sir, Misra sir. Thank you for this opportunity, and we are very honored to to make to this presentation. Is my slide visible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, as my colleague mentioned that this paper was actually jointly put together by Dr. Manoj Das and myself for Odisha Dialogue in collaboration with Harsha Trust and Azim Premji Foundation, and we owe our debt to them that they had given us this opportunity to conduct this survey. So before I get into the nitty-gritty of the findings, I would like to first contextualize the migration during the pandemic and what actually was there before we get into the our findings and discuss more about the peculiarity that the area that we had studied had to go through. Already much has been said. My previous presenters have already mentioned, especially Madhu had said context for the migration. Most importantly, we want to stress on our findings rather than talking more about theoretical and other aspects of the study. So before we get into that, I would like to give the context of the study, why this study is important and how the circular migration has to be looked into before we try to unravel the data that we had collected. It is no doubt, it is a truth that COVID-19, if anything, it has caused a big damage to than it was circular migrant workers. Obviously, it has impacted every walks of life, but it is actually circular migrant workers who had to face the brunt of pandemic, because they had to face different kind of situation where they were always put into adverse condition, whether it is physical exertion, economic loss, or social insecurity, political insecurity, threats, and whatnot. So, but in country like India, where we know that we operate in a very different kind of social structure, where our structure is typically a hierarchical one, and where this economic inequality, which has been unabated since the adoption of neoliberal regime, societal inequalities, the fault lines has also come into the fore. And this has been actually, this is not something new that we are talking about. This has been well placed in the literature, both in migration literature and otherwise. So India is typically known for these hierarchical social setups where a particular kind of community, whether it is scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, or gender perhaps, and minorities, they actually work as a circular migrant workers. And after the lockdown, what happened, we know every one of us very much aware about. So basically, after the lockdown, actually this lockdown, actually what happened during the lockdown was it also exposed the specter of contemporary world of work. Something that was kind of unnoticed, even if it was well discussed and widely previewed by the policymakers, but it was largely unknown or perhaps it was completely missing from the sight of basically civilians. So this the outpouring of migrant workers on the street, walking there, the different footages that came up, this actually brought the attention that what kind of situation in which migrant workers serve the needs of the growing urban agglomerates. So it is the context against which we want to place our study. One thing also that came out very clearly that during this pandemic, basically the states which are historically known for underdevelopment, especially Bimaru states, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and all these things. So study like SBI EcoRap 2020 went on saying that more than 90% of the total migrants were basically from this state, and government of the state must do something to address it. So there are 2-3 stylized aspects. One, that circular migrants often drawn from the historically marginalized social groups. Second, that these migrant workers have origin in the very backward states and rural region. And third and most important, the contemporary world of work. It has also exposed the contemporary world of work, where people are mostly working in informal, unorganized sector, completely left without any kind of social securities, economic securities, or any political securities. So it is against this context that we have to understand the current unfolding of migration crisis in the country. So this uneven development that we are talking about basically got accentuated with the adoption of neoliberal economy that we did in 1990s, and this has been well mentioned by migrant scholars as well, whether it is Brahman, Srivastav, Professor Rajan, and a lot of people have already mentioned about it. So informal economy plays one of the significant part in our economy, contributing more or less 93% of the total workers. And it is estimated that around 100 to 500 million workers actually work as a circular migrant workers. So this is a big number, and there is a debate that what is the exact estimate. So we don't know exact estimate, but there are some kind of grappling with the data, and different estimates go up to 500 million. So 3 things that I want to mention before we get into the data part. First is what kind of process have gone through. First is, according to Saha and Lak in 2018, and Moss also has pointed out this, that first is there is something called inherited inequalities of power, where certain social groups are placed adversely, and there is an adverse inclusion that is going on. Second, there is a super exploitation based on casual migrant labor. It is not that there is no availability of labor in the urban places. Rather, the employers choose to go for casual migrant workers because they are easy to hire and easy to fire, and they can be tamed down easily. They cannot organize themselves because of their location, because of their spatial location and their political vulnerability. And third, and something that which they mention, they call it conjugated operation. The operation which is conjugated, I mean, not only one axis of operation that is in play, rather different identities, whether it is their immediate caste or class identity, their location, their history. So all these things plays an important role in determining who would be working as a circular migrant workers. So as we see that it is clearly established by the different macro data that this workspace is completely segregated and structured in the line of caste and one's birth location, and where we see scheduled caste, scheduled tribe in particular, and Muslim are placed in very, very exploitative sectors such as big clean constructions and whatnot. One thing is I wanted to point out here that professional in casual migrant workers, basically for professional, administrative, and executive work, are basically not at all. I mean, there is a presentation of SC, ST, and then very minute representation of OBC and Muslim. This data is drawn from ISDS. One can verify this fact. So what exactly we are going to do here is that against this context, we are trying to locate migration, the reverse migration that we had witnessed during the pandemic, and we wanted to understand that what kind of mechanisms that migrant workers and their families would have adopted to deal with this severe blow that was unprecedented, something that they had never encountered in their lifetime. So we use this framework, as you can see, behavioral centered, asset centered, and assistant centered. So there must be some kind of strategy that people would have adopted, but this is a political to actually blame the migrant workers for whatever miseries that have gone through. as we know clearly that what kind of political decisions were taken during the pandemic and how that had led to vulnerability. So we just wanted to focus here that what kind of strategy that might have coping strategy mechanisms would have taken by the migrant workers and their families. So they must have reduced their consumption, work, and they must have cut down. They have used their savings, sell off their asset, take loan, and they must have also rely on the government arms and government different schemes and all these things. So these are certain kind of exit point that was available. So let us see how actually it played out and how far it actually helped to cope the migrant situation. I just wanted to mention one thing that during the pandemic, a lot of studies have come up to document the vulnerabilities of migrant workers, whether it is Swan report or Azim Premji report. There are a lot of reports that came up, and every report, irrespective of where they are located, whom they interviewed and conducted survey upon, one thing was very clear, that all the workers had faced severe challenges. I mean, physical, mental, social, economical, across the country. I mean, so how this study is going to be different from the rest of the study is that we are trying to place it in a context, in a theoretical context, and we are trying to have more in-depth analysis of the specific locality, something that we are interested to study on, rather than giving a macro understandings, which is already available to us. So this study was carried out in KBK district. KBK district stands for Kalahandi, Koraput, Nabarangpur, and Raigada. This is one of the poorest geography of the not only our state Odisha, but of the entire country. And these states have been vulnerable, known for distress migration. It has history of migration, something that I would tell you right after this slide. We had conducted study in 8 blocks, community development blocks, of which we selected 4 gram panchayats. And these blocks are actually chosen based on their distress seasonal migration, out migration, and different patterns of direction. And we also carefully tried to capture different agroclimatic regions. So we have both plain regions and hill regions, and regions dominated by tribals. So this is something that we taken care of. In total, we interviewed 120 returning migrants. We used structured and unstructured interview schedule to study migrant workers. It was a purposely random sampling. We identified people, those who had returned from their work during the COVID pandemic, and we figured them out with the help of the panchayat official, sarpanch. At times, we also used this snowball sampling method to identify the returning migrants. Out of the total sample, we have 44% scheduled tribe, 40% scheduled caste, and 18% OBC. We didn't have any general population. It is at par with the physical or the demographic profile of that area. And the survey was carried out in September and October 2020. So what is peculiar about this region? This region is historically known for vulnerability in all the indicators of well-being. These regions actually stay quite at the bottom, and these regions is also dominated by scheduled caste and scheduled tribe population. And we cannot understand the very specificity of this migration that is taking from this region until unless we factored in something called history. And this history is very important because there is a process that has actually made certain social group more vulnerable, and it has been well documented by the historians, economic historians as well. What we see is that land alienation we started after the colonial development got aggravated after post-colonial independence, and the former the peasants were systematically displaced by the new social groups which were migrated from outside. And at some time the kings and local feudal lords, they facilitated this community to migrate often from upper caste to come into this part of area, and they became the thekidars and the sardars of that area, and now they continue to become the labor recruiters from that area. So post-colonial development also didn't see any shift in this patrimonial state. What happened is that this old feudal regime had taken over the politics and they became their representatives. So according to the survey, there are a lot of estimates available, but if we go by some estimate, it is believed that 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs people migrate, work as a circular migrant in Odisha. But this is contested by some survey by Ajivika Bureau, which says that in Odisha, 1/3 of households actually work as one of family members of these households work as a circular migrant workers. And one thing which Madhu was mentioning, that this is not an individual migration that takes place from this area. Often these migrations are actually historical and family based. So this has also to be factored in. This is the profile of that area. As you can see, the area is completely dominated by scheduled caste, scheduled tribe population. Literacy is pretty low, and most of the people are engaged in marginal occupations such as agriculture, cultivation, or basic basic household industry works. Very less people. So it is less diversified area where economic development has not been enough. Not trickled down the way it could have been. Though Odisha is developing one of the developing, highly developed, has a maintained growth rate, high growth rate in last couple of decades, but we didn't see getting it trickle down in this part of Odisha. According to the estimate, around 8,53,777 people came back, according to the Odisha government, from different routes, from different states, especially from the Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Karnataka, and Kerala, and from West Gujarat. So as you can see this, so what was very peculiar about Odisha government was, Odisha government was first to act upon pandemic. It declared pandemic under the Disaster Management Act, and empowered Sarpanch to have, so to say, collector power to conduct and carry forward, different activities as directed by the state government. 5 lakh rupees was allotted to the panchayats to set up, temporary medical centers, document the, migrant laborers. Rations were given, 3 months advance ration was given, transport payments was given, 2,000 was ensured direct hand transfer to the migrant workers who had completed mandatory institutional quarantine at the panchayats, and 17,000 rupees during that phase was declared under the special livelihood intervention plan. 6,440 rupees was earmarked under MGNREGA, and so many steps were taken and continue to be taken. Actually, in last couple of months also, Odisha government has enhanced these packages, given some 10,000 rupees money under the Kaliya Yojana and stuff like that. So did it help? I mean, that is a question that we are trying to answer here. So here we can see it that this geography had very specific direction of migration, whether it is among the social groups or districts. Most of the people actually from Koraput, as you can see, people go to Andhra Pradesh. I don't want to get into the details, but one can see the direction of the migration that takes place from this area, and this is not as diversified as it is in the coastal region of Odisha.
Could you please plan for another 3 minutes? Even then I'll be giving you 4 minutes more, but then your time is already over. Try to focus on the core. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sorry to disturb you.
It's okay. So most of the people work in bricklaying sector, as you can see, 96%. So this shows that the kind of work that is taken by the people, process of labor recruitment, how they actually migrate. Most of the people migrate through agents, and this also shows their agency. They lack agency because of the poor education attainment and stuff like that. Most of the people actually rely upon agents or sardar, the recruiter who recruits on behalf of the main employer, local recruiters, sardar. So this also shows some kind of exploitative pattern that exists. Now entitlement, look at different kind of cards: labor card, construction worker acts, interstate migrant act. To our surprise, most of the people are not actually registered under it. Only 35% people had labor card. Less than 5% people had construction workers act under registered, and under interstate migrant workers also only 13.3% people have registered. So this shows their vulnerability. Most importantly, most of the people have started migrating from this region very recently. Young migrants are taking place. People are migrating for the very first time. As you can see, almost half of the people have started migrating for the very first time. Across gender as well, women are mostly concentrated in bricklaying sector and construction sector. Now let us come to the pandemic, and what happened actually. We see that lot of the people took the help from their sardars, their intimate exploiters, that literature as Bremen dubs it. So most of the people took the help from the sardar agents, basically from bricklaying sector, and family members, friends came as a big rescue. Now the most important part, something that we wanted to address here, is that did incentive something that was available to them, did they make use of it? Only 63% said that they had access to these incentives, And now look at the Jan Dhan account and cash received in account. Most of the people didn't have the Jan Dhan account at the very first place. Half of the migrant workers didn't have the Jan Dhan account, of which only very little, 39% said that they have received, Jan Dhan money under the Jan Dhan account. And then here, advanced PDS and pension. PDS, obviously, most of the people had access to, but pension again came out as a green, because 70% people said almost 2/3 of the people said they didn't receive the pension, advanced pension amount. Now, let us come to the MGNREG and migrant households. One of the biggest policy, suggestion that had come during the pandemic was MGNREG. But in this part of, country, actually, what we found is a puzzling, kind of a situation where most of the people were found not to be enrolled under the MGNREG. And in fact, most of the people had no iota of information about MGNREG, how it is done, whether there is, or whether it is a kind of a right, rights, some right to work. They didn't have knowledge about it. So during pandemic, only 12.5% of the migrant workers said that they had accessed work under MGNREG, and that is also less than 10 days. So some you can read the narration, because some of the people kept on telling that we don't get work under the MGNREG even if government keeps on pumping money. So most of people actually face corruption. And in recent past also we had seen a lot of news report coming that how money was actually siphoned up by this panchayat official along with bank officials and local political powers, and that actually derailed the entire the scheme. So this is something that policymakers to take into account. And then debt particulars, most of the people found themselves indebted. There is no need to mention. One thing that I want to mention here that when people were indebted, basically they borrowed not actually institutional money. They actually relied on the hand loans from the local shopkeepers, local money lenders, often at the high interest rate. And this is the last part of my slide, how actually it impacted their consumption and income. Most of the people said that, in terms of income, they had completely devastated, and consumption also, because of the PDS, some rescue was there, but most of the people had to cut down their consumption. And last slide, future of migration. So where it goes, I mean, what kind of imagination that we have. So when we posed this question to the migrant workers, most of them said that they would choose to migrate again than remain, unemployed here. One respondent said, life has only one enemy, Shatru, and that is unemployment. So we have to fight it back, and pandemic cannot stop us from getting livelihood. So basically, most of the migrant workers, when we were conducting survey, had already started fleeing for their workplace, and different kind of arrangements were actually carried out. Now the employers had sent the buses and lorries to pick the workers. So this phenomena was also witnessed by us, and that was quite devastating. And so typically, people, the workers face something that I call, Hobson's dilemma, whether to stay back hungry and without any food, or go to the work, and taking all necessary action to support the family. So what is the future of migration and where it goes? I mean, are there going to be any better future for the migrant workers? What we saw during the pandemic was, instead of helping, the migrant workers, we saw that a very contrary, picture. Most of the state government, especially Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh, legislating different draconian law, making it more complex for the migrant workers, making it more exploitative. And whatever policy that came up, from the central government also, we found that it was purely a cosmetic rather than heralding a genuine policy shift. So we missed the opportunity. Now no government have data, something that would have been done then, but now we don't have data. So we strongly believe that policy won't work until unless there is a complete overhauling of politics, because politics also bring into question, because we cannot be apolitical in saying that only policy is going to help, because we saw the kind of decision that has been taken out and the repercussion that it has had on the migrant labor. I want to conclude this session, our presentation, with famous Bremen quotes which he had put on the recent paper. What is going to happen once, quote, what is going to happen once this health crisis has burned itself out? The stalwarts and profiteers in the current regime of exploitation, with the ruling power elite and owners come managers of big capital as its stakeholders, are determined to firmly stay on the course of neoliberalism and resume business as well. In that eventuality, the workforce made footloose would have no option than to take to the road once again. And this is exactly what we had found from this part of Odisha. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And it was really a great opportunity to being here and present this paper. Thank you, Professor Joseph, for you.
Yeah, Pankaj, yes, you have taken something like 7 minutes more. Better you send a lunch bill to all. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we have two discussions. Now only I noted that these are two internationally acclaimed scholars of Orissa origin and never lived in Orissa. And they are, both of them are my great friends for more than 3 decades. So I don't want to spend, I would have, since you are all getting hungry, I don't want to spend time on about their credibility, which is they are all known to the Indian academic community and international academic community. So without much ado, I request Professor Das to come on the papers.
Let me very, very sincerely thank Professor Yuza Rajan for this very important opportunity, Professor D. Narayana, Professor Mishra, U.S. Mishra, Professor Joseph. I mean, they may be known to me, friend, but I think I also rate them as very, very committed scholars. And this is a very special subject on which the deliberations are on. I do not claim to be an expert on the subject, neither on Odisha nor on internal migration, nor even on COVID. But then let me make some very general points across the 3 presentations, which were very, very interesting. And I personally congratulate all of them, because these are all based on very detailed field level work, and that in itself is something which needs to be commended. So I'm really, and during very difficult times, these surveys have been done. So let me first congratulate, and so I feel extremely happy that such work has come to public light. But then, so very, very quickly, like if you take Wilbur Zielinski, for instance, the mobility transition, sort of the most celebrated in the 70s. So even as he reaches to what is called the 4th stage of very advanced societies, where he's talking about that the city-to-city migrations would still would sort of dominate, but then the rural-to-urban migration historically and into the future is going to continue. So that is sort of one thing which we already knew by the early 1970s. And then we come to Professor Shekhar Mukherjee, about which no one generally talks about, a retired professor at IIPS. He was talking about the whole story about distress migration or internal migration again in the 1970s. So you have this sort of both spectrums, so talking about the continuation of rural to urban migration across the globe, and within that there are sort of situations in the developing economies, as we are discussing today, and as Shekhar Mukherjee was talking about the distress to distress migration. And so that is a very clear reflection on what we have done or not done at the origin. So why people migrate is a question which has always bothered us. And I think I would rather see this particular sort of presentation, or the set of presentations, 3 presentations, sort of dealing with a particular state, which, and also the regions they are focused on, whether they are KBK regions or Ganjam for that matter, which is having more than sort of 78% of areas like rural areas. So these are highly migration prone, distress migration prone regions that we are talking about. But I would have really let me make some very quick points about. I thought the first 2 papers were quite sort of, what should I say, like they're full of narratives, which is heart-rending, but then I think we probably needed to go in for sort of further details. Both the studies have not quite been sort of placed or contextualized either in the literature, relevant literature, or even making any reference to the local and regional development issues, which have actually been so very well touched upon by the 3rd paper by Pankaj and Manoj Das. So I would sort of imagine that contextualization is extremely important. And the second thing is maybe a very specific point about the first paper, is that the conclusions that we are drawing like a certain kind of what they call as the suggestive policy measures. I think they are not, I mean, these may have been expressed by the individual respondent, but then that is not something which is flowing from the analysis that you had with us. And it doesn't give us any historical perspective of this process of migration, which has been very much there. And one more small point is that maybe we should have also known a little bit about what the states at destination they have done or not done to the migrants from Odisha. So that was one small point I thought which could be mentioned. And the other thing about Madhusudan's presentation, I think there are several places it really needs to be tightened up in terms of the language, in terms of certain kinds of generalizations. And even if I come to his sort of point about making a comparison between individual and family migrant, and if you have a control group like the non-migrants, I'm not very sure whether that actually matches with the migrant individuals. So that's something which I think Madhusudan probably needs to think through. And some of the very interesting literature, especially because he is referring to brick kiln workers, and also Pankaj mentioned about that. Very, very interesting work by G. Vijay of the University of Hyderabad, talking about the whole sort of the nexus which sort of drives this kind of migration. So when we're talking about family migration from these very depressed regions, we have to be careful that we have to mention the circumstances within which these things happen, or let me put it, what are the politics behind this kind of a particular kind of migration that we're talking about. And in all the three papers, not so much in the last one, but I think we also need to mention a little bit more about whether there are two things. One is like whether there is a differential experience between the states, like Odia migrants in, let's say, Bangalore, Odia migrants in Delhi, Odia migrants in Surat. So is there a different experience in terms of how they're treated, how the state has treated, or how the local people have treated them, and whether there is any major difference across different kinds of activities that they are doing. So like whether you are more vulnerable because you are part of a brick kiln worker or a construction worker, are you better off if you are, let's say, a domestic servant or working in a small factory? I think those are some of the points maybe which should be mentioned. And when you are talking of COVID, I think in all the three papers, what you really did not quite mention about the whole story about how the destination states were prepared with or not prepared with certain kinds of health sort of services, which is at the core of the discourse that we are making. So how COVID prepared were the states. We are only talking in terms of that they are being invited, the workers are invited back, or workers have certain sort of like compulsions for which they are going back. Then we probably did not discuss much in terms of what arrangements being made in terms of sort of ensuring certain health sort of precautions are taken at the destination. And one last small point, maybe to Pankaj, because he brought in a lot of theoretical issues. So I was just wondering, like, because it's a very detailed work, whether he would have preferred a kind of intersectionality framework as one which would have fitted better here, rather than talking sort of putting it in a like sort of taking this as a neoliberal sort of outcome. Is that what he's trying to do? And one last sort of question or whatever point for all the three papers. So what happens post-COVID? So is it something which just sort of happened accidentally and we somehow managed or mismanaged this, or so there are certain views as to in terms of contributing to policy, as Pankaj very rightly mentioned about the database, for instance. So what kind of very pragmatic policy suggestions that would come from all the three studies? Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thus, as always, you are making very interesting points, and you just took 5 minutes, almost points worth $5 million has been said. Thank you very much.
No, I just want others to discuss, because if I take more time.
No, that's very, you will make it. Yeah. Now, may I invite Professor U.S. Misra?
Thanks, Professor Joseph. Very interesting three papers. And as Rajan in the beginning told that the This session was basically on origin-based analysis, and that origin-based analysis being origin of Odisha. And I must begin by saying that Professor Das made very, very good observation on these papers. So I would not take the same track of what needs to be done, but I would rather emphasize on making these papers scientific enough, publishable, in terms of its content and structure, what can be revised about these papers. Let me begin by saying that all the three papers are primary survey-based inquiry. I mean, it's actually field-based inquiry, which needs great appreciation in these COVID times. Having said that, I think I'm also coming across many exercises now, which people do in terms of, examining what happened to migrants because of COVID and all that. But let me begin by saying that at this current time, anything on migration in the absence of any information about either the quantum or the characteristics or the situation, anything is welcomed because that becomes rich enough. We have this unfortunate day today that we don't have a 2021 census as well. So most of the studies related to migration will be relied on surveys. And there are other large-scale surveys which offer some clues, but particularly this exercise and the three authors, three papers that I have with me, exposes one very important thing, that is the migrant vulnerability. And the issue that they're trying to actually pronounce is that has this vulnerability become more, or COVID-19 of the pandemic has brought to light certain vulnerabilities which were otherwise overlooked. In fact, vulnerabilities were there, and one of the vulnerabilities that related to employment everybody talks about, I feel that most important part of it is that informality, regulation, restrictions. These are on paper which are actually never abided by. And we used to read in newspaper as to what happens to migrant workers in Bombay industries. I don't think they follow any protocol. And today, because of COVID, they lost the job. They were into trouble. So people say that we have to have certain regulations, how employers have treated, how employee has become more vulnerable. Having said these things, I positioned all the three papers in this particular basic philosophy of migrant vulnerability. Coming to the first paper, it is actually a 60 migrant workers interview central. And once you have an inquiry of this kind, that requires a very systematic exposition of a guideline of inquiry. What did you inquire? And in that paper, what missed out to me is that what is the central question that for which you have actually gone for an inquiry. So the proper guideline, if it is not shared with us, you can tell any narrative, any story, we will listen it and we will not contest it, but it will not serve the purpose of what is the question that you wanted to answer and was your guideline in keeping with that or not. In any kind of qualitative narrative exercise of this kind, that exposition is very essential. And another aspect in that paper is that many of the conclusions were not driven from what exactly the migrants said. In fact, it is very good to say that why people migrated, what people feel about migration, how did they confront the pandemic situation, perfectly fine. But what does that derive upon? That is missing. This is a fact-driven thing, but what does it derive upon? It derives upon one thing which I can gather, which could have been actually pronounced very clearly, as to these regions which are migration prone are not going to change because of the pandemic. People still feel that it is better to migrate rather than the kind of course of action that the state can put in to resolve the crisis they are in. And particularly coming to the second paper of Madhu's, the focus has been to differentiate family migration versus individual migration. I do not see any peculiarity in this because that reason has certain kind of structural things in place for which there is a promotion of family migration because entitlements failures are very common there. So if entitlements failures are common, it is very important to highlight those entitlement failures. Because what are those entitlement failures that leads to family migration? And those entitlement failures are important indication of making a statement that how they can be restored. And that is the focus that you talk about family migration against individual migration. Having family migration and in the pandemic circumstance. In a pandemic circumstance, perhaps the anxieties are lesser for a family migration than an individual migration. And the course of action taken by the state in rehabilitating them when they were back between the family migrant and the individual migrant should be the highlight of this paper. So in summary, what I want to say is that position the paper with a central question, and then entire facts that surrounds that you have in hand has to be actually feeding into it. It should not be a very descriptive story that Madhusudan wanted to do. Finally, coming to Pankaj's paper as routine, I mean, he's a very good comprehensive examiner of this situation. He has good literature to bake his stances. But I have still a complaint because of one reason, that he himself admits there are numerous studies which have been brought about by migrants' vulnerability. And he wanted to show his work, how it is different from them. That's also well appreciated. But I think if this is going to be a paper where you want to expose a very unique dimension that I could read the paper and listen to him systematically to derive upon, is that actually in the setting that he has done the survey, and even if the survey is limited to a very small sample, the variety, the kind of diverse feature of the identities that you have derived, the people who have been your respondents, you need to try to connect the conclusions to those. Because you see, those give us very systematic clues as to who says what and why he says. In fact, you are more tilted towards political economy. So I was just, when I was listening to you, yesterday was listening to something which told me, how do you define politics? And a very simple definition I got, I wanted to share with you. Politics is who gets what and when. You don't define politics otherwise. You are more stressing on the fact that how will the political masters change? Because yes, it is important that politics need to answer these things. Politics need to prioritize these things. But your inquiry with the individual characteristics differences that you have, that along with what they opine, needs to be systematically said to say that yes, here is a difference because these people have these kind of feature or entitlements for which they are answering like this. Even if it's a small survey, I don't say it's all sort of anything. But you should do that so that the core comes out. The overall structure is perfectly fine for me. Absolutely, I have no worry about that. But if you don't bring out what you did as different from the entire, I mean, many reports that you yourself stated that have come out, and the general issue is already admitted and acknowledged all over. So you have to make your stances much clearer in this paper to keep the paper unique. Thank you very much, Professor Joseph. Thank you. Unmute.
Joseph.
Unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Joseph, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, the both discussions could not have been better because they never raised questions. Instead, they gave very clearly the path by which they can make an excellent academic output, intellectual output out of what they are prepared. So I think now I will see, because most important people are waiting. They are the people. So I'm going to give them maybe another 5 minutes for questions and another 5 minutes for response, if at all. So the floor is now open. We brief, very brief. 2 questions, no more. The suggestions are given to improve the paper, no more suggestions. Questions, if, of course, suggestions are also welcome. People are hungry, I know it. Anything in the chat box? Where is the chat box? Yeah, I'm not able to locate the chat box. Better, yes, where is the chat box? Here, chat box, no?
Nothing is there in the chat box, Joseph.
Oh, nothing is there. That's right. That's right. Yeah, they need lunch now. It's already getting late. Any?
If they are not asking any question, you can give the others maybe 1 minute each, 2 minutes each, and then you can.
I think the authors they would like to respond quickly, 1 minute each. And right. Yeah. First, I would request Josna Mai. Would you like to say anything?
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Joseph, thank you, sir, giving your opportunity to participate. And I expect that if there are any comments on the paper, if you can communicate us in the written form, so we can acknowledge that and work out on that paper also.
Okay, good. Well taken. Now, Madhusudan.
Oh yeah. I like to thanks actually to both the discussant. It's very I mean good suggestion I got. I don't want to answer to all the the question they posed on me. Just I want to focus only one aspect, that is my core of the paper, that is the comparison of individual versus family migration. I did my MPhil work on this, and I theorized why there is a difference on the family migration and individual migration, irrespective of the location where it is occurring. It may be occurring to the rural to urban, urban to rural, or whatever the context. There is a difference on region of the migration. Why a family will migrate together to another person, and why a family will send a member. So we don't find much literature in the theoretical literature also on this aspect. They generalize that this is the short-term migration or circular migration. So that is the main motivation. Other thing is the impact that these two type of migration bring to the household and the the origin society is quite different. So that motivated me to see how the COVID could have, like Professor Misra was, trying to say. So I will bring all those aspects. What is the difference? In the details, I'll explain. But I like to just say that there is a difference and there is a scope to work on this both the category, and there is a third category, the group migration. In this region, also see the group migration where the different family, different member, they go and work together. So the impact region and the determination will be different. And the most of the family, in Kalahandi, I would just say, they are actually not distress migration. I would say in the 90 or 70 or 80, they were distressed. But now this is just an option for them to work in the absence of employment, and they get the benefit. And in fact, you'll see that the most of the migrants are better to do compared to the non-migrant. If you see the individual migrant and non-migrants. So yeah, thank you so much. But I got good comments. Thank you so much.
Pankaj and Manoj.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful suggestion that came from Professor Kesab Das and Professor Misra. Actually, how the study was different, that is something, I couldn't make it very clear as I would have due to perhaps, my inability. So actually, we factored in different indicators, entitlements, and we rooted it in historical context. Actually, this study was less about, giving numbers, throwing numbers, rather than, coming up with a narrative. And narrative, that is why we used both, structured and unstructured questionnaire. And we also interviewed, officials, the Panchayat official. We tried to map the local history of migration in that region. As I had mentioned, that from that region, the migration, obviously it is a new phenomena to them. And most of the people are migrating for the very first time. And you can see that, lot of people, more than 50% of them are from first generation. But it means that they are migrating for the very first time. So what is happening here, something that we had mentioned in our paper, at one point, there is a growth taking place in this particular region, which is minerally rich as well. Resource, extractive industries are located. At the same time, these people are left with no option than fleeing. So here I'm not taking a theoretical position whether migration is good or bad. Rather, what I'm trying to emphasize here is that despite a lot of entitlements that is available on the platter, most of the people are still unaware of it, and it cannot be we cannot like really mention that it is because of them. We cannot like blame their agency. So this agency has been structurally defined. This agency hasn't happened in a day or two. I mean, low literacy, low your food intake, your geographical locality, and most importantly, the way history plays out. So even if these people know that this is wrong, they cannot contest, because this region has also a history of cutting down farms of migrant workers. That brutal actually. So we can't see any kind of movement taking place, labor articulating the demands and all these things. Well, conclusion part, something actually it was politically loaded. Rather it would have been reduced from the findings. Well, the coping mechanism that we had seen is that most of the people, not actually it is government ventures, they relied on the government ventures. Rather it again came down to themselves to manage their livelihood. So that is why these people are left with no option than running away, fleeing once again to migrant this thing. And most of the people narrated that they are doing it with utter disgust. They don't really want to migrate right away. Perhaps they would have migrated some time back or sometime future in some time later, but they have been pushed right after 3-4 months to migrate again. So this is something we have to look at structurally and politically, and also ask this question that why, despite so many policies, so many good policies that Odisha government had placed, Odisha migrants continue to face such inhuman situation. This is where I want to stop. Thank you so much, and we'll accommodate all the suggestions that have come from Professor Misra and Professor Das. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think I don't think I have anything much to kind of conclude, or these are all work in progress.
Joseph, can I ask something just out of curiosity?
Oh yeah,
a very simple question out of curiosity.
Very simple question.
I just wanted to ask all the paper writers, but actually fascinating papers, I must say that. This session and the earlier session, which I didn't say it at that time. But I wanted to ask, because for Orissa, you all have taken mostly historically migrating regions, from which there has been historically. So I just wanted to know, were there any new migrants who didn't belong to a traditional migrant family? Did you find any like that in your set of respondents?
I would like to add, ma'am, that in our study, which included both returning migrants and people who never migrated, to bring a comparison, 90% of all of our sample were first generation migrants. Last 22 years, the state government is the same, and there is a lot of claim that a lot of welfare measures have been taken. But why people are migrating in the first generation if so much has been done? So this needs, actually, Professor Das raised whether we are going to study more on the subject. Yes, we are already planning, and we would like to really study the future of migration in those regions. And probably, taking a cue from your question, we would add another district or two, which are not traditionally migration prone. Probably we will do that. So we are already looking at those aspects, taking a cue from Professor Das's suggestion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
No, actually, actually the districts like new district, Mridul, just for your this thing, I'm not very sure how familiar you are with Orissa district, but then like a coastal district like Puri, for instance, and for that matter, Dhenkanal, another district. So these are the districts from where the new migration, as you were, these are not the traditional regions from where used to migration, but now it is it has really been started, particularly Puri and Dhenkanal in coastal areas, actually. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vidas. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Okay. I think I consider this as a capacity building exercise. Rather, somebody is, Josna is saying something.
So Soisa says something. She's saying something, but she's unmuted.
No, sir.
You please unmute your mic. Yeah.
Audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, for the new migration now, Jagatsinghpur, Baleswar, people are also started migrating, sir. Because they are very scanty, we are focused on the Baleswar, not focused on the Baleswar. We are focused on the Ganjam because of the huge migration. But people have started, even if before second wave also, they have reverse migrations are there. They came back once again. They went to the area also. Media has also highlighted that the bus people are from Jagashimpur and Baleswar, Puri have started reverse migration.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you for that information. Very important. I think I just want to say maybe 3 sentences, because otherwise you may think that I'm a very bad the chair. I'm very hungry. Somebody is waiting for me for we have some function at 1 o'clock. Okay. Point number 1, I just want to ask all my young colleagues, when you rewrite, ask following question. Question number 1, do I have a rigorously articulated research question? Point number 1. Do I have an analytical framework? 3, do I have adequate data to substantiate the question in the framework that I have formed? These 3 questions, and you can, in this case, you will have to take into account the migrant characteristics. The migrant has got, that way I agree with Madhusudan's family, that migrant characteristics, all about this does matter. Destination, that's rightly said, does matter. The sector specificity does matter. The institutional architecture, the institutional context, where they migrate and where they are in, that does matter. And this much, if you can bring in, quite a lot can be answered. I think it was a really enlightening session, and the way in which they are put in hard work, that indeed shows their commitment, the young generation's commitment to address issues of much current relevance. I thank all of you with much appreciation. I close the session, and without inviting any of you for, Rajan will invite you for lunch. Rajan, next time onwards, arrange lunch for this chairperson at least.
Yeah,
okay.
lunch will be at your own place, and I think thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph, for chairing the session. I think he did it on time, and then all the paper writers, and I think, as you rightly said, I think they are all doing new work and new understanding. I think all the comments given by Das and Professor Misra can be used. I think all of them can come out as a very interesting contribution for either the working paper or a journal article. It can go. I also want to thank both discussants. Professor Das and Professor Misra. Of course, they are from Odisha. That's why we given to them. They know the situation. Of course, they are also migrants anyway. Because all the time I look at migrants anyway. Both of them are migrants. One is migrated to Gujarat, another is migrated to what is called the Trivandrum. And so I thought they should be the best people, because they know their problems anyway. And anyway, their problem is different than the people who have suffered actually. So with that, I'm going to thank everyone, and we are going to start our next session at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. You can come back and join. Some of you can be there itself, and see you all at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
How are you? Thank you, sir. I'm good, sir.
Fine.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you, Manoj.
All of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
2 o'clock it will start. Come at 2. I'll just lie down for 2 minutes.
Hello, Mala. How are you?
I'm very well, sir.
Hi, good morning, Narayana. Good evening, Narayana. Mala, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We have 4 minutes to go.
Okay. Yeah, we'll start by 2 o'clock, looks like. And we had a morning, we had a good session. Isaac inaugurated. We had 2 good sessions. I think Narayana was listening to all the papers and other things. So we got some good comments for the others. So we have to wait for maybe our discussion.
No, the discussions are there. We have to wait for one presenter, Sahali Afsana. We have to wait for
we are missing one discussion. Our Sumida is not there. Sumida. We have 2 discussions, no?
Yeah.
Sumida and Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa, I'll ask my office.
Mona Lisa is here.
Sumida is not there. Sumida
One
will
of
find.
the presenters, Afsana from Comilla University, and Sumida need to join, and we have 3 minutes to go, so we'll wait. Has Afsana been told about the time difference? She
knows about that. We have sent an email to her. So hopefully she will join. Anyway, her paper is the 3rd paper, so we will wait and see.
Yeah.
If she is not able to join, then we will have the 2 papers and then discussion, and then we will wind up. So we are planning, Mala, that we start at 2 or maybe 2:05 maximum, because people went together. Other session went up to 1:15 almost.
Okay.
We started 9:30 up to 1:15, but most of the people were there. It was like a limited people, but all were serious people. We are around close to 50 participants.
Yeah.
So
Afsana has joined us.
She has
joined.
Yeah, she has joined.
Yeah.
Sahali, how are you? She has joined. Yeah. So we have all the speakers there, and we were thinking that you can go up to 3:45. So you can think of maybe 20 minutes each for each papers.
No, so we'll give a bit more time for question and answers if you don't mind.
Yeah. You decide. Yeah, you decide. Whatever you think. And discussion, you can give them, say, 8 minutes or something.
Yeah.
So we have right now 3:45.
Yeah, but if there is only one discussion, you can give her any amount of time. So there is no problem.
Yeah,
Anyway,
and I can offer some inputs, Dr. Rajan. I've read all the 3 papers. So.
Oh, very good. Very good.
So.
In fact, if you can send your written comments, that would be useful, because
Yeah, I will put in my comments on the papers and send them using track changes if that is acceptable.
very good, very good, very good. Yeah.
Because I can't write that separately. I'll select and give you generic comments using track changes if that is acceptable.
Okay. That would be useful.
Start after 5 minutes. 5 will start. Somebody should sit here.
So 1 minute to go and we can start. Good afternoon, and
Mala, I will start, and then you can.
Okay, good, sir. Please go ahead. We are on the clock.
Yeah. For a minute, because it will go on, live in the Facebook. It will take a minute from my institute to put it there, so we can.
Let me know. You let me know, and once you give us a cue, we can. Move.
30 to 40 seconds it will take.
Okay.
Yes, we are on the live in the Facebook right now, so we can people can go to either the Facebook or program. And thank you, Mala, for joining to chair the session. And people who are attending today morning, basically some of them were there. I think there are new participants. We started with what is called the inaugural address by Dr. Thomas Isaac. And then we already completed 3 sessions. One was on destination perspective and one was on origin. We had already 5 papers presented and we had good discussion. We had discussion for the first session was Vijay Bhaskar from Chennai. And then the last session was Professor Misra from CDS and Professor Das from GIDS. So now we are getting into third session, and in fact, after our session of the third session, we have 2 more sessions are there. We have a special lecture session by 5 o'clock by Priya Dasankar from University of Sussex. Then we have a closing session at 7:30. The talk is given by 7:30 to 8:30. We are given by Dilip Ratha from World Bank. So these are the 2 more sessions we are waiting. And this session is basically talks about, what is called what happened to the women during the COVID-19. And this is chaired by Mala Ramanathan. She is currently a professor at the Achyuta Menon Center for Health Science Studies at Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology in Trivandrum. And we have 3 presentations in this particular session. Of course, Mala will talk more about that. We have a paper by Nivedita Roy from Jawaharlal University on living in uncertainties, quality of life of the migrant sex workers in the time of pandemic. Then we have another paper by Udita Bose from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, looking at the crisis within the crisis, a sociological study of socio-economic condition of female migrant labor from West Bengal. And then we have a paper from Sahila Afsana from Komila University, Bangladesh on women and child mental health in this pandemic. Then we have 2 discussants, Dr. Sumida, who is currently affiliated to the IMAD. And then we have Mona Lisa Chakravarti, who is currently finishing her PhD on internal migration from Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata. Now, Mala, you can take the session and you can go up to 3:45 to 4 o'clock. Thank you, Mala, for joining.
Good afternoon, and it gives me great pleasure to be chairing this session with 3 diverse segments and understandings from a perspective of women and migration. The 3 ones represent different kinds of labor. One is care labor. One looks at, sex as work and sex work and the kind of complications or vulnerabilities that have emerged as a layered on add-on vulnerability to sex work imposed due to the pandemic-like situation now. And another one actually looks at the labor force, especially informal labor force in Kolkata, especially West Bengal, and the migrant situation, particularly women domestic workers, and the sense of entrapment which comes from a dual context where their labor is undervalued and their position within the home, which is meant to be safe, is not such a safe haven anymore. So it is the duality of that context that Udita's paper examines. And we have Afsana from Komila University, who is looking at the deprivation that emerges from women experiencing various mental health issues and at the same time having to take on care responsibilities. So without much ado, I'm going to go by the same sequence in which it is organized in your programs. So we are going to ask Nivedita Roy, Udita Bose, and Shahili Afsana in that sequence for the presentations. And I would urge all of you to stick to your 15 minutes that were allocated, because that will enable this excellent audience that has collected to give you additional inputs which may help you to work your paper after the 2 excellent discussants also provide those inputs. So given that, I'm going to start by asking Nivedita Roy to start her presentation on living in uncertainties, quality of life of the migrant sex workers in times of the pandemic. Dr. Nivedita Roy, please go ahead.
We can see. Please go ahead.
Nivedita, your slides are visible. Please start your presentation. Unmute yourself. Nivedita, unmute yourself. Go back to the slides. Go to the bottommost thing where there is a mic-like symbol and a video-like symbol and click on the mic symbol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. Yeah. So today I'll be presenting a paper on living in uncertainties, quality of life of the migrant sex workers in the times of pandemic.
Nivedita, if you go beyond 15 minutes, I will unmute myself and start warning you. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So without further ado, I'll just move to the context. Pandemic. The present pandemic has extended the social inequalities as the vulnerable sections, including the sex workers, are the worst affected. While the traditional understanding of the migrant sex workers may seem to align with the women into trafficking, the ground reality can give an alternative picture. Understanding of the formal and the informal sectors are not sufficient to explain the sex workers due to the complicated characteristics of their work and the existing social relations within the labor market. Thus, the International Labour Organization categorized sex work as self-employed workers, although it has the characteristics of informal laborers. As per the estimates of NACO, in 2016, there are a total number of around 8 lakh of sex workers around India. However, the actual number could be much higher, as many of the sex workers use cover to prevent to stay away from the stigma attached to their work. In India, the sex workers have a complicated work position, as the sex work per se in India is legal. However, everything associated with sex work, such as soliciting, brothel keeping, pimping, and living on the earnings of sex workers, whether voluntary or involuntary, are considered illegal. The sex workers organization have been demanding for the rights as the workers for more than 2 decades. However, their voices were only heard when the state had to come in terms with the sex workers to reduce the burden of HIV/AIDS. Though there were various broad connotations on quality of life, for the purpose of the study, the meaning of quality of life revolves around the determinants of overall health and well-being. Though the idea of sex work as work has been subjected to different moral prejudice and stigma around the contemporary society, stigma in the contemporary society, we cannot deny the fact that they are a part of our society and culture since long. In Bengal, there are around 65,000 of sex workers, with 15,000 sex workers only in Sonagachi, Kolkata. Being one of the largest and the oldest red light area, Sonagachi is a space where the iconic HIV/AIDS intervention program started since 1990s, and the community-based organization named Durbar Mahila Samanvay Committee was formed by the sex workers activists. Most of the sex workers identify themselves as cisgender women, and although there were a few transgender women also who are into this sector. Most of the sex workers that participated in the study were first generation migrants from the rural areas of West Bengal or other states such as Bihar, Uttar Pradesh. The reason for migration being earning money or marriage, moving out with the family or alone, for the education or for initiating work. Now the rationale. The quality of life of the sex workers were already compromised due to the existing social structure and the stigma around them and their work. Living in such a complex ecosystem, many of them struggle for the existence almost on regular basis. However, as the society, however, the society as usual proves to be ignorant to the voices in spite of the several attempts to establish the voices and claim the rights, therefore the rights as community. The neglect towards the sex workers as vulnerable community of workers is not only evident in the social system but also observed in the academia and the existing politics of knowledge production. With this backdrop of multiple vulnerability of sex workers, the paper attempts to explore the how the migrated sex workers navigated through the lives amidst the existing old and new crisis. The old crisis being the uncertainties and the crisis are the uncertainties and the pandemic. The review of literature shows that although there are extensive literature on COVID-19 and its association with various dimensions, the systematic exploration shows that the impact of COVID-19 on the sex workers was not adequately explored in the existing literature, except by a few efforts by the Sex Workers Forum, which mostly highlights the achievements and the initiatives that were taken by the sex workers organization. The main objective of the study is to understand the impact of pandemic and lockdown on the quality of life of the migrant sex workers in Sonagachi, Kolkata. Research questions are: how does the pandemic impacted the lives of the sex workers? How does the pandemic impacted the overall health of the sex workers? What are the coping mechanisms used by the sex workers to battle the crisis? Based on a qualitative research paradigm, the methodology, it's based on a qualitative research paradigm. It uses intersectionality as a method, as an approach. Thus, it was based on the idea that woman is not a homogeneous category. Therefore, the experiences of this woman could be different. The methods of data collection involves informal discussion in the rapport building process, in-depth interviews using interview guide with the participant and the key informant, mainly telephonic interviews and discussion during the pandemic, focus group discussion and observation. And then the raw data were transcribed from Bengali to English, and then themes were developed and narratives were drawn accordingly. So this study, the particular study, is a part of an ongoing research from my PhD program. So the study period of the study of this study is from March to 2020 to December 2020. The universe of the study comprises of the sex workers of Sonagachi, Kolkata, who have worked as sex worker for at least 6 months and are at least 18 years of age. The participant selection, method of selection of participation. So the study uses chain reference sampling for the in order to ensure maximum heterogeneity of participation. Therefore, the certain variables were kept in mind while incorporating the participants, that is the age, marital status, place of work, and therefore 30 interviews, in-depth interviews, were conducted for this study. The study was conducted by taking into consideration the ethical issues and concerns such as anonymity, confidentiality, informed consent, and it also in the unlock phase, the interviews were conducted by keeping in mind the government COVID safety guidelines as much as possible. Now, the social profiling. The most of the sex workers belong to the lower socio-economic strata. They are the sole breadwinner of the family. Their education was since being a female already, they experience multiple disadvantages. Therefore, the education in the patriarchal system were given least preference. Thus, concern were given to ensure that they are married off early, and many of them had bitter experiences of domestic violence, child abuse in the past. Being in Sonagachi as a sex worker renders them a sense of self and identity. It also gives them a sense of security within the space. Living and the working condition of the sex workers. Because of the contested lifestyle, they were more susceptible to various contagious diseases and disease transmission. While one of the important government guideline is to wash hands to avoid the spread of pandemic, while washing hands with soap and water have been pivotal to avoid the COVID-19 pandemic. It's practically not feasible for the sex workers to because they have inadequate access to water. Now the major findings. With the pandemic, it was found that the financial insecurity multiplied due to the dearth of clients. They are on the verge of becoming out because of the dearth of clients. The financial insecurity of the sex workers increases. Moreover, wearing masks means it would be difficult for them to be identified by the regular clients. No income means no way to pay for the rents and the food, and also to send money at home. The situation continued even in the post-lockdown period. Globally, there has been a trend on providing trend that the sex workers provide now online services. However, in case of the sex workers in Shonagachi, it becomes really difficult to provide online services because most of them are technologically challenged, and of late, providing online services means risking the income, as many clients, although promise to pay them after the services, they denied payment afterwards. They also have higher risk related to ill health and accessibility of services, since they are more prone to communicable diseases due to congested lifestyle, and COVID-19 adds to the burden. Apart from that, the problem of availability, accessibility, and affordability of ART services and the treatment of venereal diseases and ill health conditions leave the sex workers in a complicated position. And even those sex workers who want to go back to their home cannot go back. Those, especially those who are HIV/AIDS positive, because they might not get medicines in their native places. Besides, the abortion services under the sexual and reproductive health rights were inaccessible to women, including the female sex workers. During the lockdown 1.0, one of the participants shared, I quote, "Since I have no one, so I have to go out to purchase essential items with what I had. When I was being told to stock essentials, I used to smile silently and wished if I had the fortune. I am already in debt. I do not know what will happen. I fainted on the terrace while drying clothes under the sun today. Now I cannot go out for checkup because I am a diabetic patient, so I am at a higher risk of catching the COVID, as I was told in the awareness campaign." This unquote. This particular narrative reflects the sense of helplessness and the socio-economic and emotional insecurity of single elderly woman, which affects her physical and mental health. And these are important components of quality of life. Although many of them wanted to go back to their families, like most of the other migrant workers, as bearing everyday expenditure without income becomes challenging. It is important to highlight that not all the migrant sex workers has a home to go back, as they were being deserted by their families. In a telephonic interview during the lockdown 1.0, one of the participants shared her plight as an individual, as a mother, and a solo earning member of the family. So this is, I quote, "This is the first time I'm away from my young daughter and aged mother since I came into this work. I'm eagerly waiting for this lockdown to get over. However, I'm also anxious, as there are already 2 positive cases in our locality. I'm scared to go out now, even after the lockdown. Though I wanted to go back to the village, I'm afraid if I get infected and became the carrier of the virus to the family. My savings are almost nil. I need to save enough to clear my debts and ensure that I can take money with me next time before meeting the family." And another strong narrative which came out was that though they were aware that they were aware and said that it's important to be alive and see the world. However, without income, they are skeptical how they'll be alive. And they as they said, amra tile tile morbo, will slowly die. This narratives depicts how the mental health has been impacted due to the pandemic of this due to the pandemic. And another finding is the feasibility of sex workers for of social distancing for the sex workers. Although COVID-19 does not spread through sexual intercourse, social distancing is a challenging option for their livelihood. Previously, they had to negotiate with the customers for consistent use of condoms. In the post-lockdown period, they also have to emphasize on the use of hand sanitizers and soap, and also on the utilization of masks. And the another theme that emerged is that how the quality of life was somehow ensured by the collective of sex workers. As a brothel-based sex workers of 35 years of age shared during the lockdown, although we got dry ration from Durbar once or twice, we did not get any support from the government. As usual, our existence was conveniently ignored by the government. Most of us do not have ration card till now, and some of us do not have essential documents to apply for it. With the help of Durbar, we suffered a lot to arrange the milk for the children. I had to pay extra to arrange regular medicine for my mother, who have hypertension and diabetes. The situation was such that I had to take money from the local landowners with huge interest, as I was out of options. I have already exhausted the savings I had in Usha Cooperative Society. It's kind of a bank for the sex workers for the entitlement of the treatment, and I'm unsure if our business will ever be same.
Nivedita, I would urge you to try to wind up in another few minutes.
Yeah, ma'am, I just need 2 minutes. The collective plays a positive role in shaping the quality of life despite the challenges, and the sex workers collective have also initiated a vaccination camp recently. Thus, despite the support of the community-based organization, the lives of the sex workers were encircled with the uncertainties, as they were unsure if their earnings will ever be same. This sense of uncertainty, hopelessness, multiplied with the sense of being away from the family and children, especially in case of the migrant brothel-based sex workers, and it took a toll on their mental and physical health, which impacted their overall quality of life. However, the bond of friendship and the support which they receive from the community-based organization plays a positive role in ensuring their quality of life despite the pandemic. The stigma around the sex worker is an inevitable reality of our society, because of which sometimes the sex workers veil their profession and compelled to seek work in far-off places from the place of origin, and they have to use dual identity, such as different names and different contact numbers. So without proper documentation, it's challenging to reach out to them, even for help, even by the community-based organization. Thus, in a nutshell, the paper argues that amidst the precarious condition, the sex workers with limited economic and social capital struggle to survive hunger and poverty and were compelled to take up life risks. Nevertheless, the community-based organization and civil society have been instrumental in fighting the crisis and continue to raise their demands for inclusion and rights as labor, albeit the stigma associated with their identity. Thus, in conclusion, the paper proposes the need for the acknowledgement of the fact that COVID-19 induced crisis has drastically impacted the already marginalized community of sex workers, and the long-term implications of the pandemic without minimum support of the government and the social security scheme could possibly lead to devastating impact on their lives. However, the struggle of the sex worker is still ongoing. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Nivedita Roy. I failed to add her affiliation, Nivedita is from the Center for Social Medicine and Community Health at JNU. And I'm going to ask for all the three presentations to be discussed jointly. But in the meanwhile, if there is anyone who has any specific clarificatory questions, they may be asked now. Otherwise, we will move on to the next presentation. Dr. Rajan?
They can also write the chat box. They can also write the questions.
Yeah, you can write the questions in the chat box as well.
Mala,
Yes,
when were the interviews conducted? Can Nivedita just mention that?
Yeah, Nivedita Roy?
Yeah,
Ms.
yes,
Nivedita.
ma'am. Actually, since the study is a part of an ongoing PhD program, so the broader study was conducted since the 2019 November, and I was conducting the interview since from January. I was there in the field, so I just stopped the physical interview as the pandemic started and the lockdown was announced, and it continued over the phone till August, and then as the public transportation was available since August, it resumed. So it took till so it happened till the month of December.
She means December 2020,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, so it's on and off in between till 2020.
So it is basically the first wave.
Yeah, it's the first wave.
Okay, looks like there aren't any other questions. I'm going to move to the second presentation by Udita Bose from Jadavpur University, Kolkata. She has her presentation on looking at the crisis within the crisis, a sociological study focusing on the socio-economic conditions of migrant laborers in West Bengal amidst the pandemic. Udita, Ms. Udita Bose, please do start your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Udita, and my paper is about looking at the crisis within the crisis, a sociological study focusing on the socio-economic conditions of the female migrant laborers in West Bengal amidst the pandemic. I've majorly conducted a qualitative, I followed the qualitative research methodology to collect the data for this study. And amidst the global pandemic of COVID-19 that we all have been through since the year 2020, there have been several reasons behind the spread of the outbreak, and the major reason being the population movements. However, within this crisis, there is another crisis which involves the movement of migrant laborers from the rural to urban spaces, from the urban to rural spaces, and within the urban spaces themselves. A brief outline on the meaning of the urban spaces and rural spaces have been provided by me so that it's easier to narrow down on what I'm trying to focus on. And urban spaces are those outdoor spaces among the buildings that allow transit, communication, and social interaction of the inhabitants within the city. These may be public, semi-public, or private, being delimited by the facing of buildings of the natural physical barriers that they clash. What is called rural is really a spatial or geographic category, which is no sense define economic activities, because in rural areas, activities can be either agricultural or non-agricultural. So this paper has majorly focused on the crisis situations, and there are certain specific objectives that I have taken up in this paper with a socio-economic perspective to it. And I've applied sociological theories to bridge the gap between theory and practice. While going through the literature that is available on the female migrant laborers or the migrant laborers during this pandemic, what I realized was that the female migrant laborers have been ignored, or they have been completely marginalized in those studies. Their problems, their issues have hardly been focused on. It is only majorly the male migrant laborers who have been the focus, or the migrant laborers in general have been the focus, but narrowing down upon the female migrant laborers have hardly been done in any of the research studies or the news articles that were available during the pandemic situation. And among the sociological theories that I've applied in this study, I've applied the looking glass self by Charles Horton Cooley. I've applied the symbolic interactionist perspective, and this is majorly a micro level study so that the micro level interactions can be focused on to frame solutions and socio-economic policies on a macro level. And I have also focused on Irving Goffman's stigma, the front stage, backstage, and also on how the labeling theory and C. Wright Mill's concept of the sociological imagination can be applied to this study. And as I discuss it further, this will become a little more clearer. And also the sociology of the body has been applied to this study to explain this better. My research objectives were to outline and understand the present socioeconomic conditions of the female migrant laborers in West Bengal, to focus on the coping strategies of the female migrant laborers in West Bengal during the pandemic and the stressors that led to such coping strategies, to analyze the differences between the socioeconomic conditions and the effects of the pandemic on the female migrant laborers who are living in the city or urban spaces, and those who are living in the rural parts of West Bengal, to highlight whether the government's policies are or will be able to meet the socioeconomic needs of the female migrant laborers, particularly in West Bengal, and to chalk out solutions at the micro and macro levels to help the female migrant laborers survive through the global pandemic. And as I've already mentioned, that I've followed the qualitative research methodology, and in that I've used qualitative in-depth interviews with an interview schedule as a tool has been used to collect data. And I have used a combination of telephone interviews as well as face-to-face interviews, and face-to-face interviews were used taking all the precautions into account and with one interviewee at a time. And I majorly interviewed those female migrant laborers in the face-to-face situation who are majorly living in, like, they have been living in the rented apartments closer to my neighborhood, so it was easier to talk to them for that. And those who have gone back home to their rural areas, I have conducted my study through telephone interview with them. And all research ethics have been taken into account. They have been informed about the objectives of the research, and like when I was recording their answers, their permission was also taken. No compulsion was exerted by me to forcibly interview them of that sort. Now coming to the major findings of my study, the female migrant laborers and their socioeconomic conditions and grievances have gone underreported and even totally ignored in most media reports and sociological and economic policy-based researches that have been conducted, and have focused on the condition of West Bengal amidst the pandemic. The majority of the female migrant laborers who have been interviewed and mentioned here are mostly involved in the informal sectors of work. They face a situation of double discrimination on the basis of their gender, that is on the basis of being a woman, and on the basis of their economic class, because a majority of them belong to the lower rungs of the social stratification system. Since they work in the informal sectors, they are not liable to paid leaves, and their work keeps changing and fluctuating with no fixed formal organization that a majority of them work for, or no fixed boss under whose guidance they can work. These women primarily belong to the disadvantaged castes and communities who are not just socially marginalized but also belong to the lower rungs of the economic order. Thus, they are pushed to the line where they are exposed to high risks of poverty. And the female migrant laborers who I've interviewed are majorly caregivers to old peoples or babies, but a majority of them work as domestic help. And they are either vegetable or fruit sellers in the city, or they work as cleaners and sweepers at salons. However, among them, the female migrant laborers interviewed, 80% of them worked or still work as household or domestic helps in the urban areas. Their socio-economic conditions worsened with the pandemic situation, and this was aggravated by the 2 consecutive lockdowns announced by the central government in 2020 and 2021, including all the COVID guidelines that are still being maintained in West Bengal. Now, all of them, what a common line that was reported by all of them was that they felt trapped within the home. Now, the migrant laborers who traveled back to their rural homes reported that they feel trapped in their home, and the ones who are living in the urban areas also feel trapped here. I'll explain why. Since 80% of the female migrant laborers interviewed worked as domestic or household helps, they were refused their monthly salary because, firstly, they were not working, so no one was willing to give them a salary without service. This was majorly during the first wave of COVID, when the entire country had slipped into lockdown. Secondly, the families they worked for, their monthly salaries were also reduced to 50% of their incomes, and thus their economic problem persisted through initial months of the lockdown. Thereafter, to worsen situations, the cyclone Amphan made things even more difficult for them, hit hard by the economic downfall as a nation, as well as what these female migrant laborers and their families were going through. The cyclone took away and ruined many of their homes. Also, this shows that how the class divide in society still exists, and this pandemic has made it even more evident. Social class is someone's economic standing, their social standing in society. Class has to do more with achievement and is determined by the same. And at a time when the city could have provided them the various organizations that are present in the city, or the various monuments that had completely shut the door on their faces, and therefore they were compelled to go back to their rural spaces, which is why their income had suffered a lot. And those who are living currently in the urban areas at rent, they reported that even though they have work, however, what they suffer from is that their income gets split into 2. So they keep the little part of their income for themselves, and they give the majority of them to their families who are in the rural areas. And what they reported was that they are the only earning members right now in their family, because their husbands or their sons have lost their jobs due to the pandemic, and therefore they are the only ones who are working. However, on the other side of the coin, they also said that those who they work for also allow them to go back home during various festivities, or whenever there is an urgency in their home. So it's not like they feel completely trapped, but yes, a majority of them reported that they are majorly trapped within the city. They find it very difficult to constantly adjust to the changing spaces in the city, because they are not used to this kind of lifestyle. And they reported that together they've gathered in groups, like groups of 4 or 5, and together they have rented apartments living there, and the money of their meals are being saved a lot, because they said, like, for example, one of them said that she eats her breakfast in one of the houses she works for, then she eats her lunch in another of the houses that she works for, and at dinner together, all of them who are living together in the rented apartment, together they make food for themselves. So that is how they try saving money and balancing it, because they know that they are the only earning member of their families. And those who are living in the rural areas also said that they have majorly lost their jobs because they couldn't come back. And this is primarily because either they have small children at home, so they can't leave them completely and come to the city and live on a daily basis. This also highlights the kind of patriarchal situation or the kind of role expectations that are made from women, that It is only the women who are socialized to take care of the families or the children. And now the situation is reversed due to the pandemic, because like I mentioned that most of their husbands or their sons have lost their work, so they are the ones who are earning. So they find it very difficult to adjust to the state of social disorganization that has been created, and that sometimes creates a lot of trauma for them as well. And they also report, the female migrant laborers who are living in the urban spaces report that when they go back to their villages for some time, they are questioned, their character is questioned, asking them that what is making them live in the city for such a long time. They are questioned, their work is questioned, that what kind of work are you doing in the city? So like some of them even shed tears that their family is being subjected to humiliation. So this once again shows that if a female is living away from home due to work, then she's questioned. Her character is questioned, which is even today, even though we call ourselves modern and we've moved ahead so much in time, this problem still prevails a lot. Also, like I said, that I've applied Seawright Mill sociological imagination in this context. So this can be understood in the case of the female migrant laborers. They can understand that the situation is not just specific to them. Like Mills had said, that often we become unaware of our real social position because we think that all our problems are restricted to our immediate milieu. But what we need to do is we need to place ourselves in the historical context or the current times that we are in, so that it is easier to understand the kind of problems that they are facing as female migrant laborers, and which needs to be done when we are framing policies or when we are coming up with solutions. And the more we look at the micro level problems or the micro level interactions, we can find a detailed analysis of their problems, which is extremely lacking. And that is how we can bridge the gap between theory and practice and come up with solutions which will help solve the problems of the female migrant laborers. Now, also the many of them, although not the majority, but some of the female migrant laborers who are living in the villages and have lost their work, they report that they are subjected to domestic violence. And the problem here is that they feel that it is quite normal to be beaten up by their husband. So like when I was talking to them, they said, "Oi to majhe majhe maar khai." So what they mean is like sometimes their husband beats them up, and the tone of their tone in which they were talking, it was like it was very normal for them to get beaten up. And this is again where the socialization is in question, because from childhood we socialize, because a child is a biological being. He or she turns into a social being through socialization, through the internalization of the values that are inculcated in him or her through the parents or the teachers, as the case may be. And she finds it very normal that her husband beats her up, and she says that it's completely okay. And when I said, why don't you report it, why don't you seek help, because this is not okay that you get beaten up at home, she refused. She said, "Eta niye to barabari korar ki ache." That is, you don't need to really make a mountain out of a molehill from this situation.
Udita, I would urge you to wind up. Your 15 minutes have wound down.
All right, I'll just wrap up. So like I've mentioned that, the more we apply the theories, the more we look at it from the sociological perspective, like I have done in this specific case, it becomes very easier to understand their situation in detail. And therefore, we can come up with efficient solutions that they are facing. For example, like in conclusion, I would like to mention that the kind of problems that they are facing, whether economic, whether social, a lot of us are not aware of that. We need to empathize with them. We need to place ourselves in their shoes to understand that we need to interact with them. We need to look at the kind of interactions they have with each other or they have with us. And, only then can we try and help them. Like, because the governmental policies were not enough, there were people from the youth background or from various NGOs who were stepping in and going to them and helping them with various basic needs that they need, whether it be food items or with cash money or with clothes. So what I'm trying to emphasize on is that there is a very important call of the hour that you need to bridge the gap between theory and practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Udita Bose, for finishing as soon as I alerted you. Are there any specific questions which are, seeking clarifications for Ms. Udita's paper? Okay, looks like I don't find any extra questions propping up.
Mala,
Yes, Dr. Mrudulipan, please go ahead.
I muted myself. Sorry. My clarification was regarding the migrant workers who remained in urban areas, who were not able to go back. Did they all have work in urban areas? Were they able to hold on to some employment?
Should I answer?
Please do.
Like I've mentioned that there was I started with the 2020 period, and during that time they all had gone back. It is now during 2021 that they have learned to adjust to the situation, and that is when they've come back. And what most of them told me was that the people they work for, the houses they work in, had assured them that they will not replace them with another person to do their part of work. So that was the kind of satisfaction that they had. So that is what the majority of them reported to me. So I'm not talking about the 2020 period. During that time everyone had gone back, but now that the transports have eased out, they have come back and they are living in rented apartments, and they're not traveling on a daily basis because the fear of the virus is there with them. They know that if they travel on a daily basis, they might get infected, even though they have taken their first dose of vaccines, but they know that they might get inflicted after that. So that is why they are avoiding traveling as much as they can, and therefore they are living in the rented apartments and working.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bose. And I'm now going to call upon Shahili Afsana, Ms. Shahili Afsana, who's going to look at the care burden of women who may be also dually burdened with care as well as mental health issues. So, Shahili Afsana is from Comilla University, anthropologist from Comilla University. Shahili, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to share my screen. Okay.
Shahili?
Ma'am, little bit, just network issues.
Yeah, please take your time.
Are you see my screen?
Yes.
Ms. Afsana, we are able to see your screen, and we are able to see your first slide. It says Shahili Afsana, anthropologist.
Yes,
please start.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm going to. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. I am Shahili Afsana, As we all know that COVID-19 totally shaped and changed our life and great impact in our life, especially women and child who are not considered as much focused issues in our society. So I'm go and I work with these issues, and my work title is Women and Child Mental Health in this Pandemic in the Context of Bangladesh. I go through these contents, introduction, research questions, and objective, methodology, results, or conclusion.
Your PowerPoint is not moving. Can you move the PowerPoint? Sagalina. You are still in the first slide. Can you move it?
Afsana, if you press the return button in your computer, or if you're using, are you using an Apple?
I don't understand, ma'am. I'm go through the first slide.
She's still on the first slide, Dr. Rajan. She's still talking from her first slide.
Okay.
Please, Afsana, go on.
Yeah. This is my work title, Women and Child Mental Health in this Pandemic in the Context of Bangladesh. Okay, and then I go through this content, introduction, research question on objective, methodology, and result and conclusions. And my focus facts, especially in COVID-19, women and child mental health. And if briefly I describe the mental health includes our emotions, psychological and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act as we cope with life. As Canadian Mental Health Association expressed that social and economic condition, workplace, and environment influence people's life and their mental health. And sociological approaches focus that interaction between individual and their environment, which influence the behavior through the mental health. If I'm going to introduction of my work, first if I talked about the human mind, which is the important driver of his life to regulate healthy lifestyle, but in the COVID-19, it's affect much of the function of mind. And if I talked about the quarantine, is necessary to reduce the infection of COVID-19, but it's seriously affect the psychological and social effect on peoples. If I talked about the internal migrated people who are become unstable with their condition of life to lost their economic direction. Because of this unstable life, there are increased marital conflicts, domestic violence, social and psychological problems, which greatly affects the mental health of family members, especially women and children. If I ask about my research question, how a child's mind and life influenced by women's mental health, which is affected by changed socio-economic condition in this pandemic situation in Kumilla city, Bangladesh. Or if I ask how a mental suffering mother gives a healthy mind child to our nation. I go through this process. First, I'm explaining the COVID-19 changing socio-economic condition, which affect the socio-psychological effect on women, which directly or indirectly influenced the children's mental health. Which is the this going to my research to objective, how women become a victim of socio-psychological violence in this changing condition, and how women's mental health influences child's life. I go through this methodology. I do my work with qualitative research.
Afsana?
Yes, ma'am.
Afsana, are you still on the first slide?
No, ma'am.
Your slides have not moved. Can you move it to the correct slide? See, you select that slide there and Afsana?
Okay, ma'am. Please, can I give some minute? Please, I think some issues here. Okay.
You can also send it to us. We can also share the slide if you need, if you have problem, Afsana.
Afsana, Dr. Rajan is suggesting that you send it to them and they would also share it for you.
You can send it to information at IMAD. Yeah, same place where you send your paper. we can do that.
Okay,
My stop can. My stop can do that.
Just give me 2 minutes, sir. I just find a air. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I'm sorry for this trouble.
That's okay, Afsana.
It's like COVID vulnerability, technology vulnerability. Mala, maybe you can ask Mona Lisa to discuss the two papers.
Are you see my screen?
No.
Sahili?
Yes, ma'am.
Sahili, I have a suggestion for you. Do exactly what you did in the first round, but instead of trying to press the return button, select the particular slide because you hadn't used slideshow. And that is where the problem is coming. You select each slide and it will get projected. Sahili, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying.
Narayana sir, let's just give her a minute. The scheme I have suggested will work for her. If it doesn't, then I will move forward to asking Mona Lisa to discuss.
Yeah, I think that's this could happen to anybody. I think it's all we're.
Yeah, in these times we are able to organize a thing with so many people. I think we should thank them for their patience and Sahili Afsana for making this effort to convey some very important and interesting work that she has done to all of us. The alternative still holds, Sahili. You could.
I think that if the slide didn't work, she can just speak up instead of sharing the slides.
Yeah, Sahili, that is also an option because the key to this discussion is having your inputs and then gaining inputs from people who, well-meaning people who have joined. So if you have your slides visible, you can keep talking as well.
Mala, that's why I suggested if she can send it to, IMAD.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, if Mona Lisa discusses the two papers, then we can set up that's also an option.
Yeah. Narayana sir, this is traumatizing enough. I don't want to add on. She will take her best option because Dr. Rajan has already told her to send the slides to IMAD. And that option is available to her. If we just let her be and not make her nervous, in all probability, one thing or the other will work out.
Yeah, definitely.
Mona Lisa, I want to request you to be on, ready so that in case she doesn't go on in another few minutes, I would call upon you. Is that okay?
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mona Lisa.
Some medical issue I go through without screen. Huh? Okay, it's okay.
Okay, that's perfectly fine, Sahili. Sana, go ahead.
Okay.
I will give you an extra 4 minutes. So Sahili, start. Mona Lisa, you will be able to manage if I cut short 4 minutes off the total time, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sahili? Sahili, unmute yourself.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I go through the methodology. I follow my research method is qualitative, and my selected area is Kumilla city, where is the most potential area for internal migration. And information about this issue come from the different situation and position, which will help to see it in a holistic approach. Through the purposive sampling, I select my participant 10 at 10 suffering women and their children. With the I used the semi-structure questionnaire and did 5 case studies, 3 key informant interview, and use open-ended questionnaire. If I talked about my results or findings, as my first objective is how women becomes a victim of social psychological violence in this situation. Then I talked about the impact of COVID-19 in economic effects and social effects. If I talked about the economic effects, which destroy the source of earning, jobless, economic hardship, lack ability to pay for housing, and can't cope with this economic fall. If I talked about the social effects, this is dysfunctional problems, social isolation, distract the family's regular flow, and difficult to adjust socially with changing lifestyle, which affects the changing family. If we talk this effect on family, there's intimate partner violence, lost control over life, mental health issue, shattered lifeline condition, intensifies household stress, marital disorder, and suffocated feelings and anxiety. If we talked about the effect this on women, which women especially face domestic violence, psychological harassment, and ignorance of health, which is come through their he feel the bitterness of her life and in going to invisible part of a family, with this mental situation going to on her children through the misbehave with them. If I share it that one case with all of you, this is one of my respondent, Rehana, 37 year old. Because of lockdown, their economic sources are shattered, and her husband always frustrated and stay at home. She told that all day long she did unfinishable or uncountable work, but her husband did not satisfied with it and always find her fault and taunt her and said that she is useless and don't do anything. Behave as like she is a lifeless thing. And this behavior upset her much and feel like that she leave all the things and go away from. She thinks because of quarantine, increase her family pressure, family work pressure, and fight with husband, and make a worst environment in the family. And through my work, I find out some mental issues of her. If I talked about a behavior, mental issues, increase anger, misbehave with family member, rebuke her children, unable to self-care, self-harm behavior. And if I talked about the emotional issues, helpless, depressed, frustrated, worried, unhappy, imbalance. If I ever thought she is thought that only God did not give her happiness, and desire motives come into to end, and or God punishment give punishment her. And if I talked about the psychological effects, he is physiological effect. He will feel weakness, sleeping disturbedness, back pain, and felt happy. If we talked about the social health issues, he avoid never, don't share feelings with others, feels uneasy, and feel sometimes embarrassment, and don't want to communicate with the social member. If I talked about the occupational health issues, she is low interest with her work, and no capacity to maintain the family. All the factors which a woman goes through, this is greatly influenced a child's life. Through this, if I talked about the factor, the marital disaster, physical violence with children, misbehavior with children, quarantine issue is goes through because of quarantine. A child stuck in a home, and he doesn't go to school, and distract from the friends network. All time a child stay in a home and face the domestic violence or mother psychological harassment, which is he suffer very much and feel victim in this bad environment. And I also share a case study with a child who's Asadul Haq, is 19. She said that he can't tolerate this parents fight. They all said that my parents always use many unlistenable words for each other, which is can't tolerate. And even his mother also rebuked him because of COVID. His board exam stuck in problem, and she waiting for this last 1 years, which is really mentally effective for him. And he said that sometimes when my parents fighting each other, if my big sister try to solve them, but my mothers go to rebuke her and misbehave with her. This horrible environment feels he's like a lost control over himself, and sometimes she did misbehave with his parents. I share a studies with MECCO, it's 2019 studies with parental conflicts. Shows that two types of conflict, constructive or destructive conflicts. If I talked about destructive conflicts, which has bad effect on a family, this goes through angry verbal or physical aggression, produce threat, insult, or rarely insulting parental conflict resolution. All this situation goes a child mind and her mental health and life, which greatly infect in her life through disturb family healthy mental growth, distract learning development. She's sometimes addicted to bad habits and companion, depressed, anxious, and hopeless, feel emotional imbalance, lost confidence and bond on parents, adjustment problem, aggressive and destructive behavior, anger, disobedience, and rules violations. With my conclusion, in this pandemic, the family or marital conflict increased dramatically, which affects the children mind. In our country, the socio-economic status of a woman, which is the main reason for her suffering, because from by-born, a woman goes through the socialization, which always encourage her or teach her that you should face this problem, this family problem, and you should tolerate this. And she is adjust with it, and they have no self-sufficiency power and no rights to explain her feelings, always become a reason for all problems, and goes through this mental trauma. Mental conflicts of a woman in our society, which affected by different social cultural facts, which I given now. That practice gives hidden authority to easily dominate the woman. For this reason, women become a victim of psychological and domestic violence in this pandemic situation, which increased dramatically marital conflict, the children mental conditions of the family where their upbringing greatly influenced by mother's problematic life. And thank you all of you. And if you have any question, please ask me.
Sahila, Afsana, are there any colleagues, are there any questions of a clarificatory nature for Afsana? Okay, Afsana, I think people will give you inputs after the discussions. I'm going to call upon Ms. Sumedha Marutur to give her inputs on the papers that she is going to discuss. Sumedha, I would request that you tell us which papers you're discussing so that the authors are alerted. Is that okay? Sumedha, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Madam, ma'am. So thank you, Chair, for the opportunity as well as all presenters. A big thank you to all of you. So also to the last participant, please don't be tense. That is okay. Even the most expert of presenters can be at fault when it comes to technology. So it's not at all a problem. So anyway, we got to read your papers. So 3 of the papers are very interesting. So I will go in the order in which they presented. So the first paper by Nivedita Roy. So living in uncertainties, quality of life and migrant sex workers in times of pandemic. So the best thing what I found about the paper while reading the paper is that, as she said, it's based on a broader study of her PhD work. So the social profiling which was done was very interesting. The social profiling part of it, also how sex workers dealt with financial insecurities post-pandemic. These 2 things were, according to me, the highlights of the paper. Now, because I am a discussant and I am supposed to critically evaluate the paper, a few points that I would bring forward is, one thing is that she took the Sonagachi area, which is a traditional area for sex work, and some of the debates which most of us would have seen in EPW also, there were 2 papers, up and down paper, in the last 4 or 5 months post-pandemic that discuss exactly what happened with sex workers post-pandemic and how the state has actually responded to it. Now, given we know what the state stand on sex workers, so that is entirely a different issue. The only thing is that she talked about in the intersectionality approach she took. Okay, she talks about the heterogeneous nature of women, that women are not homogeneous where she studied. Same way, women are, as the subject she discusses are women, she takes out women out of the economic context. So somewhere that context and that spatiality discussion has not come forward. So that is one point. Second is that certain government interventions have been there. We cannot say that state has been completely, state has not known, even though they might not be very positive. Certain government interventions and policies are there. For that, I would suggest that the author look on certain law perspectives. Okay, so, and the third thing that came through her paper was a mention about a cooperative society or a cooperative society playing a major role in financing people or helping them, or helping these sex workers in times of need. If the author could highlight that part, it would be more interesting. The only the slight problem with the paper is that the paper does not try to fit into any kind of analytical framework. So even though the methodology is pretty strong, the framework is somewhere, maybe it is there in back of the author's mind, I found the framework to be missing. So I would like to suggest reading for the paper, which is on feminist legal studies, which is called Beyond Liberalism, Marxist Feminism and Migrant Sex Workers and Labor Unfreedom. So it will give the author basically an overview. Maybe the author has gone through this paper, but this paper is an excellent read because it actually looks sex work from different perspectives. So your economic choice, whether it's a problem of choice or whether the trafficking issue, It also talks about the law perspective and the unfreedom perspective. That paper is a very interesting read. It could maybe used by the author to tune it a little more. This is what I found in the paper. Paper is a very interesting paper. A lot of work has gone into it. And as Dr. Narayana pointed out, somewhere in the methodology, you have to mention how long were your interviews, how did you approach them, what was the approach. So did you go in for a triangulation method, or were you able to interview the same kind of workers more than once? All this becomes very important because unlike quantitative data, when you work with qualitative data, all this is very important because everywhere you get questions like this. So it's always better to hold your ground. So that is it for the first paper. Very interesting paper. And I was happy to read it. Gave me a lot of insights. Now going to the second paper by Udita Bose. I don't know what Udita's background is, whether it's economics or exactly, I don't know. I think it's sociology because she uses a lot of theoretical frameworks. Only, Udita, it's a very interesting topic, but somewhere down the line, you use a statement in your paper also, you have written it down that there are absolutely no studies on West Bengal female labor migrants post-COVID pandemic. I think anybody studying internal labor migration in India would have started with West Bengal because you have a series of studies on West Bengal. Even I started off with West Bengal, even though there might not be, studies might not have been published post-COVID. Now, the first thing you can do as a starting point is go to the Calcutta Research Group studies. They do excellent work on internal labor migrants, especially female domestic migrants in West Bengal. So that is one thing. Second thing is that you have put forward a large number of theories. You have a labeling theory, you have sociological imagination, we have used Foucault, we have used discipline and punish. Now, when you do this, what happens is that the entire focus gets, the focus is actually lost. So to streamline your paper, it is better that you stick to one theory. If you use surveillance theory, stick to that and prove how surveillance has worked or not worked in case of domestic labor migrants. So that is another thing. And another very, very important work, which maybe you forgot to mention, is Samita Sen's work, latest paper on single in the city, women, labor migrants and domestic workers in India, where she has interviewed women migrants, especially in West Bengal, in domestic work, 135 workers. Now, even the first author, Nivedita, can use this because in her work, she interviews 25 sex workers, and that too from West Bengal. You might have come across, she recently presented that paper, so suddenly I remember that. Okay, and Udita also mentioned that 80% of people she interviewed were domestic workers. So I just wanted to know whether these workers were staying with the families, okay, whether they were staying with the families or whether they were commuting. If they're staying, their benefits could be different from those commuting. Another thing is that she mentioned a lot of interviews. I want to know whether she has interviewed the bosses part also. I mean, when we do labor studies, we look at management perspective also. Same way, where she able to get hold of or talk to at least one or two employers. So these are some of the things. And the third paper, which is different from my area of study, which is an anthropological paper. I'm very happy she could join us from Bangladesh. We need to hear different kinds of perspectives. So how women become victims. One excellent point she brings forward is how this addiction issues among children has grown post-pandemic. So maybe if you could bring this online gaming issues, I don't know how prevalent that is in Bangladesh. These things you have missed, how technology has basically taken over children's lives and how you are, that destructive tendencies have increased more than constructive tendencies in the families. Also, when you mentioned, I felt like, Saheli, if you could back it a little more with a stronger framework, like say any theory of migration, whether it be the network theory or family migration or some kind of theoretical backing to what you are saying, your paper would look more robust. And just two comments in general for all the three participants is when we talk about women's work, it's not like we are talking about women's work 50 years before. We're talking about contemporary patterns of work, right? So we have to place ourselves like how women's work has changed. So there, our framework becomes very important. And secondly, when we talk about women's work, it's gendered work. So the pattern of labor migration and its impact on the broad decisions basically, and its impact on all other kinds of agencies, let's say the community or the family, and its socio-economic, political economic impact becomes very important. So these are some of the things that will help you to improve your paper. That is it from my side. Thank you.
Sumedha, thank you so much for such a careful reading and in-depth discussion of the three papers. I'm now going to call upon Mona Lisa Chakraborty to go ahead with her comments on the papers. Mona Lisa, would you care to start? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I hope these comments will be taken very positively and constructively.
So thank you so much, ma'am, and thanks to Rajan sir and Dean Arana sir for inviting me. Now, all the three presentations are fascinating, and these are based on the qualitative studies. Already, Dr. Sumita has given you so much comments and suggestions. Those are really very helpful, will be very helpful to you. So coming to Sahali's presentation, this is a very interesting topic, and during this pandemic, many are left jobless, the sudden fall in income, the shifting of home environment, and mostly for children, being isolated in the home, the interruptions in the education, schooling from home, and many more, I may say. So all these may have a negative effect on the mental health of the children as well as their parents. Now, coming to her presentation, the first thing is the personal narratives as well as the explanation seems that it focuses more on family violence. I think if you had prepared a list consisting of all the mental health symptoms, it may be anxiety or impulsiveness or any other behavioral changes in certain scales, and address them to the participants, you can get some interesting results from there, and based on those results you can conduct in-depth interviews, and that will give you a more clear picture. I would suggest you to go through some of the mental health literature. There are many literatures on both child and adults mental health. Just go through them and you will get some ideas from there. The second is that you have not mentioned the age groups of the women and the children you have interviewed. And if the whole family have migrated to Kumilla or some are left behind, what happens that when both the parents used to migrate in a place, or a single, both the parents, I'll say, that migrate in a place, sometimes they used to leave a child in the source place and they used to take another used to accompany them in the destination region. So you have not mentioned that if the whole family has migrated there or some are still left behind, because if some children, if a child or one or two children are left behind and there is a countrywide, nationwide lockdown and they're not able to go back to their source region, that is another reason of stresses among the mother, I may say, of both parents as well as the mothers. The second is the third one is whom you have considered as migrants in this study is not clear to me, because from where they came, for what reason they migrated, what are their occupations, and whom you are considering as migrants, that selection, your sample selection procedure that you have not mentioned in the study, hence it is not much clear to me. The last of all, as you have mentioned that you have chosen Kumilla because internal migration is high there, I think some figures showing the migration scenario would help in better understanding. Now coming to Udita's presentation, it's a very good study which digs into the socio-economic condition of the female migrant workers who have migrated from rural to urban West Bengal, and what are the problems they are going through in this pandemic, be it loss of jobs, intense poverty, domestic violence, and how they're coping with these problems. Now, the first thing is I would like to say is when you are explaining the situation of these female migrant workers, a brief introduction of their family background, that how many members are there in the families, how many earning members are there, are their husbands working in the village, or they have shifted, they have migrated to some other cities for work. I think this background is necessary, and how many children they have, are the children also working, or they are small enough. So these are the things you need to mention. Another thing, you have not mentioned the ages of the women you have interviewed, the age groups of the women. The last thing I would like to know, that where you have conducted these interviews in West Bengal, what is your study area where you have conducted the interviews. The last thing you have stated, you have explained that when these COVID situation is not there, when the pandemic is not there, now they are staying in a rented apartment or rented house. But I would like to know that before that, what they used to do. Because if they're commuting daily, then you cannot call them as migrants. So I'll just like to know these answers from you. Now, coming to Nivedita Roy's presentation, it's a very important study which captures the quality of life of the migrant sex workers during the pandemic. I would like to know that most of the sex workers we have interviewed are from the rural areas of West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar, as you have mentioned, and not all of them have a home to return. But did you find that any of the migrants whom you have interviewed have home or families in the source place, have migrated back when they are not getting any work during this pandemic, and then returned when the lockdown eases and they are getting some work? And the second is, if the pandemic, if you just get into the two period, that before pandemic and during pandemic, are these workers, the migrant sex workers, getting lower paid than before? You have not mentioned this in your study. And the last is, the sex workers you have interviewed, is it so that all of them have migrated from their native place in search of other jobs or for other reasons and ended up here? Or there are some other different stories to tell? I think a small explanation of these things would make your paper more interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mona Lisa and Sumedha, for that excellent comment for all the three authors. I'm now going to ask if others have any inputs, but before you raise your clarificatory question or comment on the paper, please identify yourself and also mention the paper that you're referring to. It will help the authors to either respond or, recognize that the comment is for themselves. Thank you. Okay, while we wait for others, Dr. Rajan, can I add my 2 bit on the papers?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. This session was very interesting for me, and when I read your papers, I realized that they are correctly grouped under gender and migration. But all 3 papers specifically, and this is general comments for Sahili Afsana, Udita Bose, and for Nivedita Roy, that, framing is something that Sumedha Maruthur also referred to. Framing, she has recommended using a framework. But, the framework needs to incorporate gender, not because you're all talking about women, but the context of women's lives is deeply gendered. And for that reason, either you overtly refer to a framework of gender in discussing this, be it quality of life or migrant sex work. The legal framework will give you the gender context, the legal and law and gender context. But social identification of this as a problem is what enables you to use an intersectionality framework, because their vulnerabilities intersect. The position of sex work and the gendered context of their lives are layered vulnerabilities which actually exacerbate their living situation and therefore have implications for quality of life. And that is what Sumedha was trying to push you towards. Or even when both, I think Mona Lisa and Sumedha pointed out that the looking at a crisis within a crisis, very, very important work. It's a sociological study. You have explained a lot of things, but the theory overload there, instead of focusing on one or two theories, means that we lose the excellent empirical understanding that has emerged from the work. And for that reason, I would urge Udita to, focus on key frameworks or theories which help you to understand it. And for Sahili Afsana's work, I have the same comment, that frame it within gender, because this connection between the livelihood losses for parents, mother and father, and its implications on the care burden for women, because they still are responsible for child welfare. And what is the implication of having a mentally distressed and economically distressed household, mentally distressed mother, on the child's well-being and using the child as well. This is, even though it is across 10 dyads of mothers and children, it's still great work, which I think you will bring in the gender dimension of the care burden into this frame of reference. Having said that, all of you have referred to qualitative methods, but in your discussions, you have used words like focused group discussion. It is FGD, focus group discussion. The ED doesn't exist. Second, very, very important, if you're using a qualitative paradigm and in your narrative, in your analysis, you need to explain the way that you reached your conclusions or your results and validated them, either by describing the coding methods that you used, inductive, deductive, or hybrid, and the manner, the way the methods you used to validate. Sumedha and Mona Lisa, one of them had pointed out, how did you triangulate across methods? This becomes extremely important. So one is the theoretical framing, two is the detailing of methodology that is used to link your framework or theories to the results that you have. These are extremely important and you have done excellent work. These comments which you are receiving from all of us are to enable these to reach the logical conclusion of publishable material. I hope you will take it in that spirit. I don't think responses are called for mine are just comments. You can take it or leave it. Dr. Rajan, I don't see any other people.
So what you can do, Mala, you can give the others, everybody maybe 2 minutes to respond, then we will wind up.
Okay, sir. So I will call upon Nivedita Roy to respond. Nivedita?
Thank you so much for all the comments to you, ma'am, and to the discussant. So actually, mostly these are the comments probably, and I will definitely look into this comments while writing the paper and reworking on the paper. And while submitting the paper, I also feel that there is this gap in contextualizing the work within a perfect framework. So I'll definitely work on it. And there was one question on triangulation method that I have used, and what are the methods of interview, like whether the interviews were repetitive or how long did the interviews take place. So for triangulating the data, I actually tried to also access the online platforms in which there were various discussions which was going on across the country and also in the global platforms on the experiences of the sex workers, which mostly highlights how the sex workers are experiencing the pandemic and how they are coping with it. So my narrative, some of the narratives triangulated with from that with those understanding. And besides, there were also literature. In fact, in EPW also there is a recent publication on which was from Maharashtra and South on how the sex workers forum have assumed that have estimated that the pandemic will create a devastating impact on their lives. So drawing from various sources, I tried to triangulate the data. Besides, since this is an ongoing study, so the interviews were more of free flow kind of conversation. So there are also some case studies in the actual study, the broader study. There were also some case studies. So therefore, there are repeated interviews. Some of the interviews lasted for more than, like some of the discussions, in fact, lasted for more than 5 hours, 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours, and 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And there were many repetitive interviews through which I can triangulate the data. In case, for instance, I am trying to say here is that there were different platforms which says that most of them pretends to be vulnerable, whereas they are not actually vulnerable. But the narratives, I tried to from the narratives, I tried to seek repetitive interviews through which I can analyze whether there is some discrepancy in the narratives, or whatever they are sharing could be correlated or not. Besides, I entered the field from the community-based organization, that is Durbar Mohila Samanway Committee, as a volunteer. And in the initial period, I used to just sit in the office observing everyone, interacting with the other peer workers, and also visiting the field with them because of obviously safety and security reasons. And also they are more familiar than me, and therefore I used to visit the brothels and the streets where interviews were conducted with the other peer workers, and eventually over a period of time I get to build the rapport, and it's a continuous process.
Good.
Coming
good.
to the
yeah, okay. This is called prolonged immersion. That's what you've done. Okay.
I think some of that should have come into the paper.
That is all people are saying. You've done all of it, Nivedita. It's excellent work.
Okay, ma'am.
All that people are telling you is please put that also in describing methodology.
All right, ma'am. And yeah.
Shall we call upon Udita Bose? Udita?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, indeed. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for the informative inputs and the comments. I'm definitely going to work on all this and try and improve the paper further. also on some of the questions that were raised through the comments, that what was my study area. My study area was like I've mentioned also when I was presenting the paper, that the female migrant laborers who are living in the urban areas closer to my neighborhood, in the rented apartments or the houses, since I could, like, keeping in mind the pandemic, since I could easily have access to them or talk to them, that is why I interviewed them. And the rural the migrant laborers who've gone back to their villages, they are the ones, like, for that case I used the snowball sampling technique. So I started by interviewing one of the women I knew. She used to work for us, but then because she has a small child at home, she couldn't come back and join work again. Initially, we waited for her to come back, but then she informed us that she wouldn't be able to come back unless there is constant transport which starts again. So I started with her, and then she gave me contact numbers of people she knew, women she knew, who have moved back to their rural areas and have not been able to join work. So that is the technique I used for this. And also coming to the age group of the female migrant laborers that I have interviewed, majorly a majority of them, they belong to the age group which is the maximum age limit being 30 to 35 years, and they all have children, mostly married. And a few of them were in the age group above 40 and above 40 years old. And even though they are old, one question that I asked to them, that, you know, amidst this pandemic, they've come to the urban areas and they are living here in rented apartments or rented houses, and despite the fact that they are physically they find it very straining to work, but they still continue working. Again, that is when they mention that, you know, there's no one earning at their house now, because whether it be an alternative form of occupation, they've still not been able to find any. So that is why they mentioned that they have to continue working to keep the family running. Also, the female migrant laborers who've gone back to their villages, some of them mentioned that, because they're not being able to come to the city, because they cannot leave their children or the old people they are taking care of at home and come and settle in the city for the time being. So they've taken to alternate occupation, like, either they are doing some form of cultivation, or they've taken to, like, one of them shared that they are doing a selling of salt. Like she's selling salt there, and she's earning in that way. So that is how they are finding an alternative mode of occupation in the rural areas. That is all.
Okay, so Udita, I was just telling that the listeners didn't know about your neighborhood. So you need to mention that in which area you did the survey. So I think you're from Kolkata.
Yes, I'm focused on Kolkata itself.
Yeah, and the migrants are from which areas?
The migrants, they've majorly come down from Canning, that area, and they're currently.
No, are they traveling? Are they
No, they are not. The ones who are living in the urban areas, they are not traveling on a regular basis, and that is why they've chosen to rent apartments or houses, because so that they don't have to travel on a regular basis, because they are afraid of the virus.
Okay. No, I'm not talking about the situation which is persisting now. Before lockdown, do they used to travel from there?
No, they did not used to. They had stopped coming to the city unless there was modes of transports available. So they used to stay at their rural homes itself. And when they found,
actually, the domestic servants I know, those who are working in my area, they used to commute regular from Canning or from the Bonga, Canning. those places. And hence I'm asking that if they would be considered as migrants or they are commuters. That is the thing.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mala,
Yeah.
Mala, one more question. Because your
Yes,
discussions were so thorough, and then your summing up was also so thorough. I couldn't think of anything much that I could ask. But something struck me, because you're talking about migrant workers, migrant women workers. So one of the distinguishing features here would be how they negotiate looking after the families they leave at home. If they are coming with families, then how do they negotiate within the families wherever they are working? If they are not bringing the families, then how do they negotiate within their own families of allowing them to go and work, and who looks after the family? I think this should get much more focus in all the studies. And the last one, when she was answering the question, I like the way Udita Bose said that they have gone in for alternate occupations also. So that was another thing which was in my mind. For instance, the sex workers. Now, their problem must be the most severe among, most severe among all the migrant workers in a way. But I was thinking, is there any way the collective is thinking of some alternative occupation for them? For instance, like, growing something or selling something, making something and selling it. So I think for the migrant workers, one focus definitely should be how do they manage to look after the families when they have migrated? Who is looking after the families? What are the arrangements for looking after the families? And then another thing is, what do they, in this situation of pandemic, is there any other work which their collectives or which larger organizations they belong to are thinking about? That's a thing which struck me later.
The second question, I think Nivedita can answer, but the first one, Udita Bose has actually written about it. Udita, would you care to answer Dr. Mrudulipan's first question?
Yes, sure.
This relates to every one of them. This relates to every one of them, actually, Mala. Let them think on it. If they've mentioned it, I'm okay with it. But
Udita has written about it. That's why I called upon her. And Nivedita has actually written about the second question, what Durbar did for the group, because that is one group. So Durbar had done things, but to how limiting that was, I'm sure Nivedita can answer, because it's only there that there is a collective, which is
also Mala, we can also share all the papers to Mridul, because I shared all the paper with you because you are a chair and discussant. Other people have no full paper with them. So maybe Mridul, I can share the papers if she's interested. Any papers interested to read, I can share the paper what we have with us, for the time being. Okay.
Yeah, but Udita, would you care to answer quickly? Can you just take a minute and answer? And then
sure.
Nivedita, quickly. After Udita, you would go on to give a response, because I still have to have Sahili to respond.
All right. So, yes. You mentioned that how the families are being taken care of. So the female migrant laborers who are living in the urban spaces, they have not migrated with their families. They are living alone and in groups, they've groups of 3 or 4 people who are sharing apartments or houses, rented houses or apartments. But most of them, one common thing that all of them mentioned is that their children are grown-ups, and either they are married off or they are grown-ups and they are taking care of themselves and their father. So that is why I mentioned the role expectations that are there in the society. And what they mentioned was that their elder daughter cooks, and for the father, that is their husband, and cooks and takes care of the household chores and everything else, and they send money back home when they get their monthly salaries. So that is one thing, and they've not migrated with their families. And those who have not been able to migrate, that is one reason that they have not been able to migrate, because they have small children to take care of, or they have elderly members to take care of, so which is why they couldn't migrate. So the family composition is a very important variable in my paper. So that has played an important role in deciding on this migration.
Thank you, Udita. And Nivedita?
Yes, ma'am. So the question was, what are the alternative employments they are
what role did the collective like Durbar or anyone play in creating alternative employment opportunities?
So the main aim of Durbar Mohila Samanway Committee is to legalize sex work, although sex work itself is legal, but to ensure that it's more regulatory. So it basically works on the premise that the sex worker have their own agency, so they can choose what they want to do. They can choose any kind of profession. So it's basically focusing on legalizing sex work. Hence, it's not promoting any alternative means of employment. However, having said that, I would also like to emphasize that the HIV/AIDS intervention program has taken the peer workers from the sex workers themselves, and they were being paid for being peer workers who spread awareness among the sex workers and who distribute condoms and to the community, and also spread awareness and spread all the necessary government or whatever facilities that were provided to the sex workers. And the sex worker itself is not a homogeneous category. I think I mentioned it in the paper also. There were brothel-based sex workers, there were flying sex workers, home-based sex workers. The flying sex workers are mostly those sex workers who are part-time sex workers. They have different alternative occupation. They are also practicing different alternative occupation. For instance, there were some of the sex workers who were selling vegetables in the times of pandemic. Some of the brothel-based sex workers. So brothel-based sex workers are those who doesn't work outside the brothel, but due to the crisis, they started trying to figure out other alternative options. There were some who also worked at dance bar, and besides the flying sex workers are also domestic workers and
Nivedita?
And also,
I think Dr. Mrudulipan has got the message. Sahili, can you quickly respond before we wind up? We need to give you your opportunity to respond to questions. Sahili Afsana?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for all of your important comments. Firstly, I'm sorry for technical error. Then, if I've talked about the theoretical framework, in my words, a little bit lacking theoretical framework, I will go through this work and some theoretical framework use. And then if I migrated issues, and in this migrated issue, I input some rich information about it. And methodology, there are some problem where, and then I clear it. I go through the purposive sampling, and if I talked about the interview, I use just in-depth interview and key informant interview. And if need something else, I should be added it for my further work when this increase it. And that's all. I'm trying work in this paper for betterment, better information.
Very good. Thank you, Sahili. I would say that we have had excellent papers, excellent discussion, very interesting inputs for all the three papers. And we have barely made it to 16:00 hours, when I think the next program is on schedule. We can have a biology break, I guess, Dr. Rajan, for about 6 minutes before people would be called upon to join for the next session. So shall I say 2 hours?
Thank you, Mala.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mala. Thank you, Mala, for organizing this session very well, and also to discuss, and Dr. Sumita and Mona Lisa for their comments. Also, we had excellent three papers. I think they will do some revision, and then we'll see what we can do with the paper. In fact, right now we have completed basically 4 sessions. We have inaugural, then session 1 on destination, session 2 on origin, and session 3 on gender and migration. Now we have 2 more sessions, and next session starts at 4 o'clock, starts at 5 o'clock. So we have 1 hour break now. We have 5 o'clock a special lecture by Professor Priyad Singer from School of Global Studies, University of Sussex. He will talk about new internal migration policy imperatives in India. That will be between 5 to 6. Then we have valedictory session at 7:30 to 8:30, which will be given by Dilip Rata from World Bank. So we have 2 more sessions. We have 2 more hours to be completing this seminar. So I thank you, all of you, and I would like, some of you can present like this, or you can come back and join at 5 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Rajan, give me a minute.
Yeah, Narayana, yes.
I'm extremely thankful to Mala, Mona Lisa, and Sumita for an excellent work. I think this session has really come up very well, very well. And most important, I think the authors have got so much input to rework their papers, to improve the papers. I think that is something which which has to be appreciated. So thank you all.
Thank you, Dian. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's very good. Nice to hear good words from our own professors.
Thank you.
Hey, for excellent work, there is always commendation. Don't worry.
Thanks for the training, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Mona Lisa.
Good evening. We will start in another few minutes, probably another 2 to 3 minutes. Some people are joining now, so let us wait for a few minutes. We had a long day. So
Yes, I think they went for their break, probably.
yeah, they will come.
Yeah.
In any case, we'll start at 5:05. Then I'll have a few minutes of introduction, and then probably Priya lecture will start probably at 5:10. So
That's fine.
we are waiting for 2 more minutes. We'll start at 5:05. Welcome, Das.
Yeah, I very much wanted to listen to her.
Yeah, definitely. Because we had a long day, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a long day. Started 9:30, so people were coming in. So I thought we'll start at 5:05.
Okay. No, it's very good actually. It's a very nice. This office is in you have where is the office now based?
We have taken a house near Pongamodu. It is Paviji Nagar 43.
Okay.
So if you go to the IMAD website, you can see the residence currently we located. This is basically my office now.
Okay.
Thus, it is between.
Welcome to the special lecture on the occasion of the first annual conference on internal migration, focusing on COVID-19, economic disruption, employment and livelihood of internal migrants, organized by the International Institute of Migration Development, coordinated by myself and Professor D. Narayana. Both of us are affiliated to IMAT, and both of us also affiliated to Kolati Institute of Finance and Taxation. And people who are attending first time for this special lecture, I also want to give you a little briefing on that. The institute which we have set up now, it is almost 3 years old. of existence. This is basically, we are aiming at some type of a think tank on migration, focusing on training, research, policy and advocacy in all aspects related to demography, but we will be focusing more on migration, both internal and international. And we are going to organize another conference on international migration in December 17. You will get the news in a few minutes from now. So people who were present first time, what we did the whole day was that we had an inaugural session, which was inaugural was done by Dr. Thomas Isaac, who was the finance minister of Kerala government for the last 10 years. And of course, he's also known to me for 35 years. Since I joined in CDS, he inaugurated the seminar and he opened up a very interesting conversation on internal migration, followed by Professor Narayana giving a background for the seminar. Then we had the first session focusing on what we call them studies based on the destination perspective. So we had 2 papers, one focusing on Pune and one focusing on Chennai. And we had 2 papers. I see the authors are right now here. It was chaired by K. Raviraman, who was a member of the Kerala State Planning Board. And the discussion was Dr. M. Vijay Bhaskar, who is a member, State Development Policy Council, Government of Tamil Nadu. So we had 2 government people were discussing on that particular thing. Then we had second session was on origin perspectives. We had 3 papers, all focused on Odisha. And it was chaired by Professor K.J. Joseph, currently the director of the Cloth Institute of Finance and Taxation, and also associated with the IMAD. And then we had discussion Professor Das, as well as Professor Mishra of CDS and also the IMAD. So we had that. This was a 3rd session. And the last session, which was concluded few minutes back, was chaired by Mala Ramanathan of the Achyutamen Center for Health Sciences, Chirichitra Institute of Medical Science and Technology. And it was on what happened to women during the COVID-19. We got 3 papers on that. And it is available in the website of the IMAD very soon. And we had 2 discussions, Dr. Sumida of IMAD and Mona Lisa Chakravarti of the Institute of Development Studies. So we had basically 4 sessions. I think it was attended by what I call them very quality people who are really interested on migration. Most of them I did not see that people coming and going out. I saw all of them were present from 9:30 to till 4 we finished the last session. And this particular, because normally you get some people coming 5 minutes going another thing, but this last 5 hours we saw people were very intact. People who joined, they were there until the end of the session. I think that was something very interesting one. We are not looking at larger number, we are looking at the quality audience. And we have 2 more sessions. Basically, we have a special lecture by Professor Priya Desender, Professor of Migration and Development, School of Global Studies, University of Sussex. And she's also visiting professor to the IMAD in Trivandrum. I don't think she will be visiting maybe next year, not this year, as I see the COVID wave 3 or we don't know. And of course, Professor Priya has returned on migration for quite some time. I have seen her working on that maybe almost close to 3 decades. I have seen her earlier work in Andhra Pradesh, where she was working with earlier with ODA. So and she also writes quite often in the Indian Express. And she's part of, we are planning few studies with her in IMAD. One is we have put a project with the Media Network. We hope we'll get the results soon. And also we are doing putting another proposal on refugees. So we work together, and she was part of a larger project with the defeat on migrating out of poverty. And she is known to both global and Indian. I'm not going to put more time on that. And we have her lecture, and then followed by 7:30 to 8:30 a closing address by Dilip Ratha, head of the Nomad World Bank. He will be up between 7:30 to 8:30 with us. Now, when I asked Professor Priya that we have this seminar, we want you to give a special lecture, and I think she didn't say anything. She immediately said, yes, Rajan. I think that was something very nice of her, because we have to write, we have to remind them, we have to tell them, but when I send you a mail, I think maybe within half an hour, I got the mail being said, I'll be glad to be part of that. I think I'm very, very grateful to her as a chairman of the IMAD. And when I asked her, would you like to talk on what topic? I think she has given a very important topic, because today we are talking about new migration policy for the internal migrants. Of course, we also had an immigration bill being debated in the country and the parliament on the immigration bill 2021. But she is going to speak on new internal migration policy imperative in India in the context of COVID. I think all of us know internal migrants were there. They will be continuing to be there. But COVID-19 exposed them for us. Otherwise, they were invisible. I think thanks to COVID-19, we are all know about migration issues. So with that few words, I am requesting Professor Priya to give her special lecture. My office will open the PowerPoint of Priya now.
Okay, thank you very much. No, I'm absolutely delighted to be here. And as you said, I said yes immediately because, of course, I want to support IMAD in any way possible. And I think, because you're at the helm of IMAD, you will create a very good focal point for all work on migration in India. So I'm really happy to be here today. And as Rajan said, I will be speaking on issues related to poverty, internal migration and poverty, and in the context of COVID-19 and what's been happening. So if somebody could share my PowerPoint, I'd be very grateful. Yes. Because I couldn't get it working on my screen from this side. So is it visible to everyone now? No.
Can you share the PowerPoint, Neljan? Maybe you can start talking. They will be putting the PowerPoint very soon.
Okay, fine. I mean, I'll bring it up on my screen, so I just have the points in front of me as a kind of reminder. I will start off with the draft migrant labor policy, which Niti Aayog has put together, because this is the kind of big development in the whole area of policy on internal migration. I mean, it does specifically talk about labor migrants, and that's what my interest has been as well, because a lot of these people come from relatively disadvantaged backgrounds, quite poor quite often, and they are migrating in vast numbers to the cities. And as we've observed, we didn't actually know much about them, and this has all been laid bare by the COVID-19 pandemic. So Niti Aayog's draft migration policy is a very bold step to introduce a more coherent and joined approach to migration policy in India. I'm just going to check from time to time whether you can actually see the PowerPoint or not. Just let me know if you can. And this has been a much needed development, because migration is something that's at once everybody's business. For example, all the departments concerned with rural development, agriculture, urban development, women and children, social security, and yet it's been nobody's business at the same time, because there's not been a single apex body or a national migration policy. And in fact, this draft labor migration policy does propose a national migration policy. It also proposes a unit within the Ministry of Labor and Employment to coordinate across the different ministries. So that's a very important proposal, because that will ensure some kind of coherence across these different efforts. And in fact, at the moment, there's so many different efforts at the state level as well. Different state governments have introduced their own policies, especially in the wake of COVID, to better support migrants and reduce their risks, and create opportunities for them back at home and protect them at destination. So hopefully, this kind of coordinative effort will bring all of that under its fold. It also proposes the creation of support units at source and destination to better, support migrants, throughout the whole migration process. The policy also calls for better implementation of existing laws and their numerous provisions for migrants. It underscores the importance of registering migrants in a national database. I mean, you must have read a lot about this recently, because it's been in the press. And early on in the document, there's a call for recognizing migrant agency. So this is also quite refreshing to see. However, I felt that there were areas in the document that needed some improvement, and there was a need for a more nuanced discussion on some aspects, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So the first is the better implementation of labor laws, which the policy spends quite a lot of space on discussing, going through the different laws and their provisions, and saying that they should be better implemented. I mean, how often has this kind of goal been invoked? We hear nearly everybody saying this, repeatedly people say we should implement our existing laws better. But there's virtually no analysis on why these existing programs and laws have not worked very well. We really need to delve deeper into understanding that, because some of these laws have been around for a very long time. I mean, take the example of the Interstate Migrant Workmen Act. Hardly any interstate migrants are registered under that law. I mean, there's a very powerful figure that was in an article that I read during the first lockdown, which is that of the 2 million, estimated 2 million workers in Surat who were traveling from Odisha and other places, only 7,000 were registered under this act. And, we need to understand why this is so. I mean, one reason is that, according to one scholar, is that it's very expensive to actually employ migrants who are signed up to all of these laws and the provisions that they make. So in fact, it would make it uneconomical for employers to employ interstate migrant workers, because one of the main reasons they get them in the first place is that they're cheaper to employ than locals quite often. They're more easily controlled. And of course, if they all start demanding their rights, then they can't control them. So that is the reality of the way in which they're employed. Then if you look at the Building and Other Construction Workers Act, also hardly anyone's registered under that. And the cess has been accumulating for years. Again, that's something that's been written about quite extensively. But there's little analysis of why this is the case. Why are we seeing this poor implementation? So in other words, there's no understanding of the real political economy of how migrant labor is recruited, placed, and managed in the jobs that they go to work in, whether that's in industry or garment export units or, construction. We need to really look at those processes in microspaces and understand them better. And that needs to be reflected at the policy level. So how do migrants find work? A majority of them find work either through their own kinship networks, a typical story will be, oh, my older brother was working in Surat, so I also joined him, or my uncle was there, some kind of connection like that. Or they'll be recruited by brokers and contractors, chains of brokers and contractors. So you can get either situation. Even if they do go through their own networks, quite often at the actual point of employment, they may be controlled by contractors. So you see this definitely in a lot of the industrial units, say around Delhi, that are geared for export manufacture, where the groups of workers are managed by contractors, and they are put in place by employers to find workers who are willing to work under certain conditions, and they may directly or indirectly discourage workers from registering under government schemes or joining unions and demanding their rights, because the message is clear. If you get too tricky with us and start demanding your rights, we're not calling you back tomorrow or next week or whenever. So most workers comply with this because they're afraid of losing their jobs. And that is actually how the labor market works. So all of that needs to be, better reflected in this discussion at the higher policy level. The other issue is, of course, registration and documents. Not only are a lot of migrants not registered under these laws, many don't possess Aadhaar cards, despite efforts by government and so much push in that direction. I mean, I won't say that all of them don't have them. Many insert, and it differs by region to region. But on the whole, we can't assume that they all have them. And this also excludes them from welfare provisions. So for all intents and purposes, these workers without Aadhaar cards or who are not registered under these government schemes for labor don't exist. They don't exist on paper. They're invisible. And we saw the implications of this during the recent lockdown, during the first lockdown, when millions were stranded and there was no systematic understanding of who they were, where they'd come from, and where they were working. And of course, this was one of the reasons that help could not be provided to them systematically. So it was an ironic situation where government was trying, after the huge public outcry and these horrible images all over the TV screens where you could see people walking back home because they couldn't get onto even those Shramik trains because they just couldn't prove who they were. They were not entitled to that help because they weren't registered or they didn't have the documents. So this was all exposed during the first wave of the pandemic. Now, of course, there's an urgency to get the national database established and to get migrant workers registered. And of course, there are, I won't go into the various sort of issues that have cropped up with that, but I sincerely hope that that effort is successful because ultimately, as we saw in the recent Supreme Court judgment, everything hinges on that. The fact that these people are not registered makes them invisible at the policy level, and they cannot be helped without that. So this is the critical thing, and that's why we need to understand, what's actually happening on the ground. And it's essential that government works with people who are working on the ground a bit more closely than it has been working. So the second big issue that I wanted to touch on is trafficking and criminalization of intermediaries. Now, this is also alluded to in the policy document where, the entire idea that women and girls from certain areas, particularly Adivasi areas, are very vulnerable to being trafficked, The assumption is that they're completely gullible, ill-informed, unable to decide for themselves, and they're being tricked or coerced by middlemen or other intermediaries. This is the narrative. That's the dominant narrative, and it's gaining a lot of traction, shall we say. It's becoming more and more talked about, and it's the kind of thing which is, if repeated often enough, becomes a fact. And the occupation of domestic work in particular is being maligned in this context because a lot of women and girls from Adivasi areas do work as domestic workers in the larger cities. I'm extremely bothered by this because I think there's very little analysis of the process which actually understands why women and girls are migrating to these places, why they migrate in the way that they do, and what their life chances are back at home. How do they actually view this process? And no doubt there are cases of being tricked and exploited and abused and so on, but they certainly don't represent the dominant experience. But the problem here is that this has become such a politicized debate. And I really worry that it's going to start sweeping the whole migration discourse in India the way it has done in many other countries. And of course, it's a very externally driven process, which I'll come to in a minute. So for many adolescent girls and also boys, the desire to migrate away from their traditional way of living starts at a particular juncture in their life course when they realize that they don't have the options locally that they want. They may aspire to a more urban lifestyle, a more modern lifestyle. They may not want to get married young. They may not want to have children young. There could be a whole host of reasons. They may not get such well-paid work locally. And they may approach well-known brokers in their area to facilitate their migration. this may even be against their families' wishes, because the families may want to marry them off young. I mean, we just need to study these processes, and I'm speaking from my experience of a variety of countries and locations. So there is a need for more serious ethnographic work to better understand what's going on, rather than applying labels of victim and exploiter, which I think are just too simplistic. But what's worrying is that there's now a new language of criminal justice, which is creeping into this whole migration discussion. And I've seen this happening in other countries. It's been very well studied all over the world, and it's driven by international agencies and foreign funded NGOs whose mission it is to eradicate trafficking. But of course, trafficking is a very problematic concept, and other things that it encompasses, like consent, which is a key aspect of trafficking, are very difficult to actually establish on the ground. So this is a minefield, and I think that criminalizing certain kinds of migration and certain groups of people will only push the entire business underground and create more risks. We've seen this happening in other countries, and it can happen in India as well. So just to finish, my humble opinion is that rather than focusing on these aspects of migration, it would be better to focus on the structural obstacles that make migration so risky for young women and girls, and to remove those structural obstacles, like, very sort of toxic masculinities and cultures of patriarchy, which actually make them fair game. Those are the structural obstacles that we should try to address and make migration safer for them, so that they can migrate and earn good money and fulfill their own aspirations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Priya, for your special lecture on the occasion of the annual conference. So the floor is open to the participants. If you have any questions, clarifications, or you want to ask anything to Priya, that either you can raise your hands and you can speak, or you can just speak. Das, you would like to ask any question? Yes.
Yes.
Please, yeah.
Professor Priya Desinkar, I'm extremely happy that I listened to you. I had a great desire. I had actually read your work earlier. I'm not an expert on the subject of migration, but then one thing that you are referring to, like in terms of like your initial part of the lecture, which related to like formalizing or sort of having them or like the names on record, if you like to ensure that they exist for the state for any intervention that we may think of. I want to take you to a slightly different domain, that is the what I may call as the micro enterprises. It's part of the MSME, so which is also another sort of major sort of sector which is also being promoted, etc. And so far as the micro enterprises are concerned, within the MSMEs, they constitute something like more than 99%. So that means you are actually talking about extremely small enterprises, and they are sort of like, if you are talking of a dynamic, let's say, urban industrial area, whether in Gujarat or in Tamil Nadu or in Delhi, wherever, and that's where you have this concentration of migrant workers, in fact. So what you really have is, forget the workers, the enterprises themselves are not registered. So what I'm saying, so if the enterprise is not registered, you never know that who all are working there and what all things are happening.
Yes.
So I would, and there has been an effort made in 2015, what is called the Udyog Aadhaar Memorandum, and now it is called Udyam or whatever, all kinds of names you are sort of good at giving. But even today, that is after 6 years of that, you could actually just sort of, without paying any money, you could actually register your portal, and you get whatever on the official portal, and you can get whatever benefits, etc. So only about 16.14% of the total estimated units they have ever registered. So what I'm trying to convey through this is, that means if you have more than 85% micro units are not on record. So if in a unit, let's say on an average, let's say 2 or 3 or 4 workers are there, and many of them are migrants, as you know from several field surveys. So I would rather think that this is again making another impossible proposition, that you are sort of going to record all the workers, and that's what will solve the problem. And and the whole dynamism of this sector and the movement of people is based on informality. That,
Yes.
as you very eloquently said in the beginning, that you could exploit, you could maybe you could kick me out, and what all you give a damn to my rights, and so you are not raising that, and you have a policy. You are only talking about, oh, we have a portal system, and you sort of register. So I'm really doubtful about that. And if you give me just one more minute, I don't know if I'm taking more time. Just one small example of what is called the Gujarat Building and Other Construction Workers Board, which is a state sort of initiative, which has a provision of giving. That is a huge fund for any construction
That's
worker,
what I was
like
referring to, yeah.
if there's an accident, etc., death, and all that for migrant workers. And one presentation by one civil society organization. So while they are saying on the basis of the police records, so there are, let's say, about 67 or whatever number were sort of like the deaths at the construction sites, and the state's compensation is given only to 3 of them. So what I'm saying, there is not even if you record it, so there is very little that even the state is taking note of. So sorry, I mean, I took more time, I didn't mean that, but I'm really worried about this excitement over, oh, we'll just sort of all the names should be on the record. So that cannot work. I'm sorry, I'm taking more time.
No, absolutely valid point, actually. Should I respond?
Priya Thas is with Gujarat Institute of Development Research, Ahmedabad. He's working there.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. No, I absolutely, completely agree with the point that you make, because, and these, not only are they not registered, they're very precarious. So their margins are very small. You see, this is the reason that they can't afford to employ migrants whose rights are being fulfilled. You see what I mean? It's like, so in fact, in order to provide security to migrants, their employers also have to be secure, so it's only the larger firms that would anyway be able to do anything like that. So that's why I was only kind of vaguely referring to obstacles, but these are exactly the kinds of obstacles that will come in the way, So this is the reality of this industrial structure, and it's the reality of how migrants are employed. Yes, thank you.
Any more question? Amrita,
yes,
please. Amrita, please introduce and then speak. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Professor Priya. Thanks so much, for that your views on the policy. So I think, I have more of a comment, and this whole bit about the criminalization that you spoke about. That is of course really concerning, and I couldn't help but contextualize this to the previous policy document. When in the economic survey there's a chapter, India on the move, and in India churning and so on. So and we see in the census that very clearly there's been an increase in female migration, right?
Yes.
Female migration for work though has been very low, but very clearly the 2011 census shows that doubling of migration of women for work, right? And and this is why when you look at a policy document, they talk about in increasing agency, but at the same time this is also kind of this is a bit of a backlash. You had them kind of responding to the increase in the same female migration on the one hand by saying, yeah, okay, there's been increase in agency, but at the same time criminalizing. So how do we make sense of these completely diametrically opposite kind of policy prescription coming one's way?
Should I answer, Rajan?
Yes, please, Priya. Amrita, you know her. Amrita is with IIT Hyderabad.
Yes, of course I know Amrita. We examined her PhD thesis together.
That's it. Now only I remember it. That's a small world anyway.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Amrita. No, you're absolutely right. I think that there's 2 problems wrapped up here. There's this kind of patriarchal assumption that women don't really know what they're doing. I just to simplify it in a very crude way, like they're migrating on their own, they can be easily fooled, and they're very susceptible to being sexually exploited. The usual moral panic around women's migration. It's not a new thing. It's happened in multiple cultures across the world, and this is one dimension of it. The second important dimension is a class/caste dimension, which is that because they're tribal women, they're doubly more vulnerable. It's like, oh, they definitely can't decide for themselves. They're not only are they vulnerable, but because they're Adivasis, they must be stupid as well. So therefore we have to have all of these extraordinarily, prescriptive sort of statements about how we should stop them from migrating. And I heard that actually in Jharkhand, the letters are being written to various people saying, you please stop your daughters or your women from migrating and leaving the state. I mean, what is this? I just think it's ridiculous. Have you actually asked them what they want to do with their lives? And it's even difficult sometimes for women to state what they want to do with their lives, because you just imagine if you're in a very orthodox setting, how easy is it for you to articulate your own personal aspirations? Not very easy, So that's why I was saying you need deep ethnographic research to understand this, rather than jumping to conclusions and then creating highly punitive, restrictive policies, which the consequences will be horrendous because it'll push everything underground. This is what we've seen in other countries, and to some extent in India also. The more, draconian you make the legislation, the more tricky everybody gets, to avoid that legislation. And then, you get all kinds of unsavory characters emerging, and they are the real bad guys. So you eliminate the good guys, and then the bad guys take over, So a black market emerges for all of this. So, anyway.
Thank you, Priya. We have Ananda Migar on the next one. Then we have Ananda Migar question, then Bharwadi, and then Narayana. First, Ananda, please. Kindly introduce yourself, Ananda. Ananda?
Good evening. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
This is Anand. I'm doing PhD in University of Hyderabad. So I'm following your work from 2000, your work from 2000 to 2015. So my question is mostly related to your past work as well as current topic. So my theme is also, PhD theme is also related to the migration. So when you see this migration, most of this your work and you suggest, even if in this policy session also, is the destination and process, how to smoothing the process, and the distress nature of migration is how can you tackle this distress nature of migration. Even if in your work also you have also mentioned the distress nature of migration is very much minimal to the bricklayer worker or the agricultural migrant. But this pandemic has so that it's not minimum to the bricklayer or small group. It is the whole bigger group, the migrant from the Odisha to the cloth industry of Surat, even if small industry around the Tamil Nadu or it's in Hyderabad or Delhi, they all are not they didn't create enough saving to go back to their home also. That is the condition. So in that context, how should you think that this policy on the process and the destination, smoothing the migration process is only helpful for the migration?
I mean, if I understood you correctly, you're saying what should we do about distress migration, and they're coming from large parts of India, and some of them are in such a bad way that they can't even save enough to travel back home, right? That's what you said.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. I mean, I think it's a bit of a generalization. First of all, distress migration, I've always found that term problematic because yes, people do leave. I mean, if it's extreme distress, like your, crop has been wiped out, or there's a famine in your region, or there's a natural disaster, or a conflict, then, I can understand the term. But then to most of the labor migration that you're seeing in normal times, is also driven by a mixture of aspirations as well. So it's not only distress, it's a complicated mix of pushes and pulls, if I could simplify it like that. And I think to say that, they're all stuck at destination without even the money to go home, certainly that was the situation during the COVID lockdown, because they were all of a sudden thrown out by their employers, because these were, a lot of these small units that Dr. Das was just talking about, like they themselves were closing down, and the workers were made redundant, and there was no source of support for them. And of course, whatever little savings they had, they used up. So yes, the situation was very precarious. And like I said, they could not be supported effectively by the state, because they were not registered under anything, under any scheme, and they didn't have Aadhaar cards either. So that is the reason. But I wouldn't, then draw conclusions to say all migration is bad. No. If that was the situation, people wouldn't migrate. It goes back again to this whole idea that people cannot decide for themselves. It's us experts who have to decide for them what they should do with their lives. I don't believe in that. I don't think so. We also migrated once upon a time, so do they. So.
Thank you, Priya. Parvati, please. Parvati, kindly introduce yourself.
Hello, ma'am. I am Parvati Purnima. I teach at St. Joseph's College, Bangalore. Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. Ma'am, my question is, I was just thinking about how to enable this analysis of how gender norms might influence the experiences of women and men in migration process. As you rightly pointed out, the gendered aspect of migration, and also in turn how experiences of both men and women might change gender norms. It could be vulnerabilities or maybe emancipatory prospects. The reason that I'm asking this question is, like most of the studies that I've come across, even the recent studies produce, what I feel is still stuck in that age-old indicators of food security, then health, and again protection from domestic violence, probably through bridging the digital divide. How do you look into it, ma'am? Could you please throw some light on this? Thank you.
Gender norms do intersect with the migration process throughout, so right from the time the migration decision is taken, it has to be negotiated within the family. So whether it's a man or a woman, their elders are to be consulted, siblings may have to be consulted. It could be a family decision, or it could be an individual decision. There may be conflict around it as well. So for example, especially increasingly, I feel that younger people who want to break away from tradition will create a conflict situation when they try to move away. But if they're going to, the city to earn money and send it home for their families, then it's a process that's supported by the family. So gender norms will come in because, it depends on what the man or the woman's role is within that particular culture. So, what are they expected to do at different stages of their life course? Are they expected to be a good husband or a good wife or daughter, and provide support to their children or their spouses or their parents? All that has to be negotiated. Then once they get to of course, in the process of traveling itself, also gender norms will intersect with that, because, how they travel, who is prepared to help them, what their expectations are in return, is all shaped by gender norms. And then when they're employed by destination, that's very much shaped by gender laws, because there are clear segmentations in the labor market by gender. Women tend to go into certain kinds of occupations like domestic work, or say work in the garment industry, particular types of tasks within industry. They are very, very gendered. And this is all to do with gender norms. So it's very important. And some of them do shift because of migration. It's this is again something that needs to be researched, I think, in India a bit more, is what happens in the family when the woman migrates. In some other countries, because women can earn so much more, for example, in Southeast Asia, in countries like Myanmar or Indonesia, where There are a lot of women migrating for domestic work to rich countries like Singapore and Hong Kong, where they earn a lot of money. Their families may actually prioritize their migration. They may say, okay, you go because we know that the entire family will benefit from your earnings. Whether or not that changes the balance of power and gender relations and gender norms in the longer term needs long-term study. I mean, it doesn't change them overnight for sure, because these norms are very deeply entrenched in culture. But certainly they can lead to some shifts,
Thank you, Priya. Now we have Narayana, then Govindaraju, and then Musaruddin. Narayana, please.
Yeah, Professor Priya, it was very interesting and very informative. I am part of IMAD, also one of the organizers of this. You
Nice to
mentioned
meet
about,
you. Yes.
yeah, thank you. Aspiration migration of younger women. In fact, I just want to give you the other side. You see, not individuals. In fact, we have come across a few cases where groups of women migrate to actually the unknown. We had, I think, 2 years ago, this case of about 35 Odia women landing up in Kerala, in Trivandrum, saying that somebody told them that there is employment in garment sector. Similar sort of a case in Tamil Nadu. So they must have heard of this, they land up. It's not individuals, it's groups. So that, the usual sort of a thing, individual women, vulnerability, that problem, they know it for themselves, that individually migrating is problematic. So we see similar sort of a thing. For example, in Kerala, if you look at the beauty salons, it is all women from Northeast. It is either from Manipur or Sikkim or all over those places. And these are groups. They stay in groups, they travel in groups, and we haven't come across any cases of harm on any of them. Now, I think there the information is very, very important. They somehow get this information. Then, I still don't understand how are these groups formed, back home. Do the SHGs, they play a role? We don't know.
I doubt it. I think it's through word of mouth, and it's through friendship groups or something. SHGs may play a role, but not necessarily.
Yeah, but this, one does come across this.
Yes. No, you've reminded me actually, even from, Andhra Pradesh, there were groups of very young girls, like teenagers, traveling in groups to Mumbai and areas to work in this mosaic work. Apparently, this is a niche market for the girls' labor. So this group phenomenon I've also seen in other parts of India, but it's very undocumented. Nobody's
exactly
looked at this. So there's a need for these studies, and this is what I'm hoping that we can do through IMAD. I always said to Rajan that I want to reserve some part of my inputs there to look at things more qualitatively and in depth, because these are the processes that we need to uncover and study and understand. They're definitely a group migration, and it's an established one, like in Andhra Pradesh, chili harvesting, it's gangs of women who do it. So you see this kind in different parts of India, but it's not very well documented, or
exactly. I think we need to do something about that. We need to document it. Who are these women? Where do they come from? And how are these groups formed? And a whole lot of those things. That's one. I agree. Second, I just want to come back to Keshav's point, the micro enterprises and, now Keshav gave one dimension of it or one side of it. I just want to give the other side. You see, we did this report 10 years ago on Kerala, the internal migration to Kerala. And there we found that, over 80% of the migrants, it is through relatives, friends, kinships. That is what, it's not through contractors. In fact, it's a very small percentage who came through the contractors. Now, what has happened is this kinship sort of a thing is working in a very interesting way. Now, it is not that like good old days, you can pay them very low wages and get the work out of them. You see, if you have 5 Odia men working in 5 different hotels in Kerala, in 5 different locations, if you pay somebody 100 rupees a day and the other fellow you give 50 rupees, next day, this fellow who gets 50 will not be there. He will move over to the... You see, I have seen it myself because I have this habit of traveling in, train, sleeper class. And when I see these migrant laborers traveling, I talk to them. And
Yes.
they do this. You see, they go visit these people, this kinship, and that's actually having. And the very recent case is we have a large number of coconut tree climbers in Kerala now who are from Chhattisgarh, who have come through an agency. But now what has happened is there are too many agencies working all over Kerala. And this kinship and friendship connection, what has happened is the rate per tree has steadily been going up. What was a typically Malayali Kerala phenomenon now has become a phenomenon with the migrants. So kinship, migration has its own advantages. This is again something which has not been systematically documented. Thank you.
So, I think the boundaries between kinship networks and broker networks are not quite watertight, some of these kinship networks actually work like brokers, because they do have their own cuts involved and, so they do informally place people as well. And as you said, these migrants are so well networked that the flow of information is almost instant, so they will know what wages are being offered where and so on. So I think the network side of it has been relatively well researched, but of course, there's always room for more. So I agree, we should do more.
Thank you, Priya. We have 2 more interventions and we'll stop. We have one by Musradin and then Archana. Musradin, please first.
Yes, thank you, sir. Rajan, sir.
Yeah, please introduce yourself.
Ma'am. So
Yes,
actually, I am pursuing PhD at Tata Institute.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, myself, MD.
Hello.
Your connection's not very clear.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, I'm from West Bengal, and I am enrolled in PhD in Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai.
Yeah.
And actually, my research area is Murshidabad district of West Bengal, and that is one of the most backward districts.
Yes.
And one thing I have observed in my home district, like in last 20 to 25 years back, Hindus of the rural areas outmigrated to the nearest towns. I mean, within the state, Hooghly or maybe Bahrampur, the district headquarters, but Muslim did not outmigrated. But their landholding and income are more or less same. Minorities that they are scheduled caste and the Muslims. So my question is, does diversity, I mean the religion, has played any role on outmigration from rural areas to towns or cities within West Bengal? So please. And one thing later on.
Sorry. You're saying something?
And later on, after 2000, in the year of 2000, there is a huge migration of unskilled labor from rural areas to Gulf countries.
Yes.
And it was actually from religious cause, Hajj or Umrah to Gulf countries, and then local left-hand Hindus also joined the Muslims to outmigrate internationally. So my first, I just want to know whether the religion, I mean the diversity in terms of religion, has any role on rural outmigration in the district.
Okay.
Why it happens with only with the Muslims and
you've described two different processes from what I can understand. I mean, of course, ethnicity and religion do play a major role in shaping migration. I mean, for example, if there are tensions between different ethnic groups, one or both may decide to relocate to another location. That could be one dimension of it. But what you've described with the Hajj migration, this we see in other countries as well, that they get the visa for Hajj and they may actually overstay that visa and then work in the Gulf countries, and that is, the connection is initially through religion. And because they're Muslims, they may also find more work easily in the Gulf. So there's that connection as well. So yes, there are multiple ways in which ethnicity and religion intersect with migration. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. We have the question by Archana Roy. Kindly introduce yourself, Archana.
Yeah. Hi, good evening. Hello, yeah. My question are basically related to our policy, what Government of India thought about or proposed actually. So I am working in the Department of Migration and Urban Studies at IIPS. And we are also working on two important projects. One is on migration from Eastern Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. And another project is on the seasonal migrant from Jalna districts of Maharashtra. And what we see actually, your study and many studies actually, they have a very uniform finding that most of these migrants, whether it's a labor migrant or seasonal migrant, it is under distress. And these migrants have a very poor education level, illiterate, semi-skilled, no knowledge, and particularly in the digital world, they lag actually. They don't have devices, they don't know how to use and all. So basically there is a big divide, they are deprived section in modern time as well. Now we are talking about what emerged in the recent past, that registration or the knowledge, data about these migrants are a very important component to make a proper decision about their well-being. And we lack that data. There is no, the census is the only source which is, it doesn't release, the data doesn't release on time. So registration of migrants is important and it has been realized. And then government has also proposed in this policy also, the policy document also advocates for the for registration of these migrants. Now the question is that there are 3-4 acts, for example, Interstate Migrant Worksman Act, 1979, 1996 Builders and Other Construction Worker Act, and then 2008 Unrecognized Sector Social Security Act. They all talk about, there is a plea to register all these migrants. But what we see, it's a very mild approach of the government to register the migrants. And we have seen that despite all efforts, these migrants are not registered. We have no knowledge about it. And they are not also benefited. There are so many clauses and all. So the question is that how to register them? At destination, just empowering these contractors may not probably give solution. So maybe like a village register or ward register may probably help us to get the information about this migrant. So I just want to know how our migration policy deal with this issue, how to cover them, how to actually register them, what is the blueprint for registering these migrants, and then what are the challenges. That is number one. The second question is regarding, we have seen that the government approach is also changing towards right-based approach. Now migrants are human beings, they also have rights, their children have rights. So in this, the important, again, limitation is that they don't have Aadhaar card or ID proof wherever they go. They are very simple people. So then what happens, their social security, like we have seen, the children who are younger, who migrate with parents with the sugarcane harvesting sector, their immunization, they just drop. School, again, it's interrupted. So there are lots of issues. So how, this portability of services, what government is thinking about, what is the step, again, how they are dealing in the migration policy, and again, what are the challenges, what is your viewpoint, how to deal with this portability of social securities for the well-being of these migrants.
Thank you, Archana. Yeah.
In a way, you've just summarized my talk, because this is what I was talking about, basically, that all of these laws exist and they're not covered by them. And your question is the $1 million question, so if I had the answer to that, then we wouldn't have all of these problems. It's not a simple answer. It's clear that there are lots of problems, and we need to work more carefully on the ground level to understand what the barriers are to registering them. I don't think we can do it coercively. You're saying that the government is taking a gentle approach to registering them. I don't think it can be done by force. I don't think we can actually round them up and say you have to register or we're not going to let you go. So there are reasons for why these people are not registered, which is what I was trying to highlight in my talk. There are actual important political reasons for them not being registered. And it's also to do with the fact that the enterprises employing them are very vulnerable themselves, so these are the issues that I wanted to highlight. And I don't think there are many simple answers to any of your questions. Basically, these are very complicated problems which our country is plagued by. We have 92% of our workforce in the informal sector. The entire country runs off informality, so to try and introduce a process that is trying to formalize operations is almost mission impossible. I didn't want to say that, but as you've asked the question again, I am saying that now. So I think there are other ways have got to be found of reaching people and making welfare programs more portable. And I think there's a need for everybody to act together. I completely appreciate government's efforts to do this, but I think it's not going to be easy sailing. That's all I wanted to say.
Priya, the time is up. There are two people who want to ask question. Can I take it another 5 minutes with you?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So we have two people. No more question. We have Madhusudanan from CDS and then Mona Lisa from IDS Kolkata. So first to Madhu, then Mona Lisa.
Okay.
Madhu, please. Madhu, can you hear me? Madhu.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Priya ma'am, for this wonderful lecture. I have questions regarding the heterogeneity of the migrations. Like you pointed out, I agree on that. If most of the migrants are not distress driven, particularly in rural to urban migrations. I agree on that. But when we are talking about the heterogeneity of those migrants, where we see the family migrants who basically goes to the bricklanes, sugar canes, and other sector also they go, but they go with the family. So I term them as a distress and distress-driven migrants. Also, that is I want to know your point of view that. And also when you're talking about the other kind of thing like group migration and individual migration and family migration, can we have a 3 category of migration and their determination and then impact that bring to the household? Also the the origin regions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Mother. Yeah, Priya.
Yeah, it's true that entire family migration is usually seen amongst the poorest, for example, or at least the couple with their youngest children. That kind of migration is seen amongst the poorer families more often. I mean, of course, middle-class families can also migrate as entire families. So it's not, one can't completely generalize there. But in general, I think the true distress migrants do migrate as a family more often than other migrants, where just 1 or 2 people may migrate and send remittances home to support the family. Now, your question on categorization, well, who is going to be served by that categorization? I think policymakers are always looking for categories because they have to, they have to design their interventions based on categories of migrants and people. But as a research scholar, I don't think you should be too concerned about that, and in fact, this is something that we resist because it simplifies things too much, and migration, as I've been trying to say, is such a complex procedure, so that categorizing people as forced or voluntary or or trafficked or not. It's too, it doesn't help. I think the better thing is to try and understand the complexity in a more nuanced way, to educate yourself about migration and the different dimensions that it can have. But at the policy level, of course, there is a need to categorize, and that always runs into problems. But anyway.
Last question, Mona Lisa, please. You unmute, please. Mona Lisa, we are not able to hear you. Yeah, please.
So good evening, ma'am. I'm a PhD student at Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata, and I'm working on internal migration. So I have conducted surveys in 4 districts of West Bengal, which is Murshidabad, Nadia, Jalpaiguri, and Birbhum. So what I have found that most of the villages, which are Muslim majority villages, the number of migrants are more from that village. So, and the Hindu migrants, they are in a scattered way, what I have found, that most of the Muslims are migrating more. So is it because of a neighborhood effect that is working more on the Muslims than that of the Hindus? I was just wondering that why it is happening, because when I'm surveying, most of the villages we are going that where migration is more, most are Muslims. So and most of them are interstate migrants. They're migrating to Kerala, Mumbai, Gujarat, and all those places. And most of the migrants who are Hindus, they are migrating to nearer places. Inter-district migration is more among them. So I was just wondering that if the neighborhood effect is more among the Muslims than that of the Hindus.
It depends on what they're migrating for, because when we were doing some research in Bihar, we found that, Muslims are very well networked into specific occupations that are linked to their traditional skills. For example, embroidery work, tailoring, things like that. And, so that is what you need to look at. And what are the Hindus migrating into? Are they going into professional jobs or what, so that could explain the differences. Because I find that the networks are based on, quite often what their skill sets are and where they're in demand. So Muslim artists, Muslim crafts people are very much in demand, in especially in the export industry. So.
Yeah, Priya, that no more questions, but Priya, there is something in the chat box. Would you like to read that? There is Sonam has given you a chat box, last one, a comment. It's just to read, and if you want to make one sentence on that, then we'll close it.
Yes, I think there needs to be some effort to provide incentives. They should trial these incentives, maybe introduce a small pilot and see what happens. Because, you're right, with a mammoth effort, sometimes change can be brought in, for example, some environmental regulations, initially everybody refused to comply, but I think the compliance on environmental regulations has improved over the years. It's not perfect. And similarly, one could introduce a set of incentives to, attract industries and employers to actually register their workers. But one issue with migrant workers, as somebody was observing earlier, I think Dr. Narayana was observing that they're highly mobile, so it's not a question of the industry being given an incentive for their workers, because they may not be their workers tomorrow, so this is the issue with migrant workers now. They're extraordinarily mobile, and they just literally, in the recent studies that somebody's doing with me, they found that they move between cities very rapidly. Actually, their networks are not just extended to that city, but in other cities as well. So they move very rapidly. So introducing any kind of response through the employers can only apply to people who are on contract to them. Do you see what I mean? If they're informal workers, I think it's difficult. But I like the idea in theory.
Thank you so much, Priya, for taking an hour with us to give this talk. And
really
on
interesting. Thank you.
on behalf of Imar and also the behalf of the organizer, myself and Narayana, would like to thank you. And people who are attending, please, we have one more session start at 7:30. That will be the last session by Dilip Ratha. So I would like all of you to attend again after 1.5 hours. Thank you very much, Priya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. So yeah, thank you very much, Dilip, for joining the program. Let me start welcoming all participants to be part of this special session. And this is one of the probably the biggest seminar being organized by the IMAD. IMAD is basically 3-year-old, and this is one of the big conference we are organizing. And as I told earlier to Dilip when I met him in Washington, probably prior to COVID-19, this is likely to be we are thinking of a think tank focusing on training, research, policy, and advocacy in all aspects of migration. I think this is one of the mission for this center or the institute. And this particular seminar is focusing on internal migration. We are going to have one on international, scheduled on December 16th. You will get the the invitation very soon. I think my people will be putting in. And this is basically focusing on COVID-19 economic disruption, employment, and livelihoods of migrants. And as long as some of the people are joining right now, some of them probably attending only your lecture. So I thought I'll give you a small briefing of what happened during the whole day, just to give you a background what happened there. We had a very interesting session, and which is we call the inaugural session, started at 9:30. And it was inaugurated by none other than the former Finance Minister of Kerala, Thomas Isaac. And Isaac, you know him, but I told him when I visited him last 2 days back to his house, he told me about the diaspora bonds, which and he was with us and for the inaugural, and he spoke in the importance of internal migration. And then followed by Professor Narayana has given you a background for this seminar with new data, basically on the Google mobility data. And talked about internal and intrastate and inter-district migrants. And then we have organized the whole seminar into 3 important sessions. One is we talk about what is called the destination perspectives. So we had basically 2 papers, one based on a study done in Pune and one on Chennai. And that was a very interesting presentation we started with in the first session, and it was shared by K. Raviraman, member of the Kerala State Planning Board. So that we have involved the planning board member to part of the chairing the session. And then the papers were discussed by none other than the Dr. M. Vijay Bhaskar, who is a member of the Tamil Nadu Planning Board. He was also a former student of CDS. He was a professor at MADS. So this session was really, we got a lot of interesting discussion on that. Then we moved to what is called the origin perspectives. What happened to origin countries when they went back. And we had basically 3 papers, mostly focusing on Orissa. Of course, I have shared the paper with you. And this session was shared by Professor K.J. Sosam, who was the director of the Guwahati Institute of Finance and Taxation. He chaired the session. And we got 3 papers, one on Kancham districts, one on Kalahandi, one on general migration workers. And the discussions were Professor U.S. Misra of CDS, whom you know, and Professor Das of the Gujarat Institute of Development Research from GADR. We thought as long as it's on Orissa, we thought we'll ask 2 migrants who left Orissa sometime back, one to Ahmedabad, one to Kerala. So they know what are the problem of migrants. So we had that particular meeting. And the next session, we had 3 papers on what happened to the women during COVID-19. And we had a paper on migrant sex workers. We had a paper on, based on the sociological perspective, one on mental health from Bangladesh. And this was chaired by Mala Ramanathan, the professor at the Achidamenan Center for Health Science Studies, Sri Chitra Institute of Medical Science and Technology in Trivandrum. And we have 2 people chair this, 2 people who discussed this particular session was Dr. Sumita and Mona Lisa. Sumita is with the IMAD and Mona Lisa is with the Institute of Development Studies at Kolkata. Then first we completed the special lecture by Professor Priya Desankar from University of Sussex, whom you know very well. In fact, we had her meeting done, and it was between 5 to 6 in our time, and it was attended by a quite good number of people. Most of them are asked a lot of discussion. She spoke for 20 minutes, but we had interaction for 30 minutes. So we have finished by 1 hour. We started by 5, it went up to 6:10. And now we are with you to have the what is called the valedictory address by you. And people who are not familiar with Dr. Dilip Rata, Dilip Lata is probably one of the big pillar of international migration, basically on remittances. I think he is the one started producing remittances data for the whole globe, but he decides which country ranks 1 or which country ranks 2. In fact, once somebody was asking me, not in the meeting, because Dilip is sitting there in the World Bank, that's why he's telling India is number 1. So if Dilip leaves that particular job and somebody is estimating maybe some other country might be number 1. So I said, no, it is not like, it is like the same time people ask me in Kerala, Sakarya is part of the Kerala Migrant Survey. He estimates higher migrants for Syrian Christians. They say that because he's a Syrian Christian, he's giving more numbers to Syrian Christians leaving Kerala. I said, no, we are all based on methods. It's not like because I'm sitting there, I'm doing that. So, so he has been spread the remittances impact throughout the world. He's also part of diaspora bonds. And he is currently head of the Global Knowledge Partnership on Migration Development with the World Bank. And of course, he's a lead economist. And with this short introduction, I'm going to hand over the floor to Dilip for his discussion or whatever you would like to say. And then probably people can spend some time with you. So we will be winding up at 8:30 if it is okay with you. Dilip, please.
Thank you, Rajan. Thanks to all the participants for tuning in the evening. First of all, happy belated Independence Day. Out here, all I could feel was through the social media. That's the downside. One downside, small downside of being a migrant in a foreign land in a different time zone. I wanted to also congratulate Rajan and Professor Narayana and the organizers for organizing what I believe is the first event, a major event of the new institute, IIMD. Thank you for inviting me to this important milestone in your institution. What I would focus on is a bit about the COVID-19 crisis, actually a lot about the COVID-19 crisis, but I would also want to talk a bit about before and after the COVID-19 crisis as it relates to internal migration. I'll make some remarks about international migration as well, where there is better data, but I would focus on internal migration. And as you probably have realized through the day, of deliberations about internal migration, there are a lot of unknowns on internal migration, much more so than international migration, which is a pity. So, first of all, what sort of messages were out there on migration before the COVID-19 crisis? One thing for sure that wasn't there enough on migration is that migration is an integral part of development. A lot of people still don't get it, that there is no us and them, that we are dependent on them and they are dependent on us, and we are mutually dependent. And in the case of internal migration, when you think about places growing faster, economies of different states or different regions growing faster, which definitely means that immediately some other regions are not growing as fast, right? The moment you have growth is not going to be universal. It will always be faster in some places. So Bombay would grow faster than Bhubaneswar most of the time, for now at least. And the moment that happens, there would be need for migrant workers. And there would be a desire on the part of migrants to go and work in those faster growing sectors or regions. And without such migration, such migratory flows, development is not possible. It is not possible. By the way, the converse also works. If a country goes from being rich to falling apart and being poor, getting poorer, then there will be also a reverse migration in the other direction. So yes, migration is an integral part of development, and that ought to be kept in mind while thinking about migration policies and this dichotomy of us versus them, because there is no separation really. You cannot grow unless you have other people helping you. And this is an interesting way of looking at things. Think about the Robinson Crusoe economy. I mean, in India, more so than in the US, if you ask who is Robinson Crusoe, most of the children will not know. I think most Indian people, at least in my generation, knew who Robinson Crusoe was. He's not a great man, but he was a one man in an island, and there is no growth there unless the man Friday arrives, right? That I think is ought to be kept in mind, that migration is an integral part of development. Migration is driven by income gaps, demographic imbalances, and now, of course, climate change. We had the IPCC report recently, and it's drastic. There'll be more migration because of that, and a lot of the climate-driven migration will be internal. People are not going to go very far. It will be internal. The other sort of fundamental driver of migration is demographic imbalances. And of course, the income gaps. Income gaps is what people think about most of the time. And on income gaps, long time ago, actually, when I was looking at early on, I was doing some work for Odisha on behalf of the World Bank, looking at Vision 2020 for Odisha. So I was in the year 2001, probably. And at that time, the income differential between, per capita income in Odisha was about 1/6 of the per capita income of Goa. And if you go to Goa, there were not a lot of ODAs there, So there are interesting questions there. Does income gap, income difference cause migration? And at what point there is a threshold that causes more migration, and below that threshold, maybe people don't want to move. So there is that cost-benefit analysis that people undertake, right? So income gaps is a driver, and combine that with demographic imbalances. If you have working age population growing and employment not keeping pace, then there will be a desire to move to get higher incomes, even if people find jobs. Now, this doesn't seem like a very serious issue in the context of internal migration, but it can be. As you know, this Amchi Mumbai type of sentiment is there everywhere in India and elsewhere. So even if people had jobs, they would want to migrate. And in the context of India, of course, there is more complexity, because when people move, they come with different languages and sometimes even different looks, and it's a huge issue. Now, demographic imbalances is a great unknown. The UN population projections, which I'm sure there are similar projections also being made in India by you all. You are in the forefront of doing that analysis. I think there is a need for some granularity there, and building in some endogeneity into fertility calculation in particular. Morbidity is okay, but fertility calculations are very, very endogenous, as you know, as countries, as regions, as cities, as peoples, as households, they begin to have higher incomes and they take up jobs, then the fertility behavior changes. And that has not been really properly analyzed in the demographic literature, and in the world population projections, it is just not there. So if you are relying on UN population projections to think about demographic projections, demographic imbalance calculations at the district level or at the provincial level, there are major problems. You probably all know this. But one of the major problems is the endogeneity of fertility in particular. And if you don't know this, I'll bring up this anecdote that we discovered it was known to everyone, except it was in plain sight, but some of us who were users of data, we didn't know this. UN population projection basically takes a simple model, almost simplistic model, which is fertility minus mortality plus net immigration. Net immigration for the world as a whole has to be 0. We are not going to the moon yet. So what they do is to say that by 2100, that was the earlier assumption, and now it is 2150. By 2150, net immigration is 0, but currently it is positive, or sometimes negative in some countries. By the way, it just doesn't add up to 0 yet because of data problems, right? So net immigration is either positive or negative, and then by 2150, it has to go to 0. So they actually do a linear projection of how it will go from the current level to 0. And that linear projection determines net immigration for any given year in the future. And then you have the fertility minus mortality that determines the total population projection. In that process, do you see that net immigration is just an assumption? So we need to endogenize that. Okay, so that is an important fact. But climate change is going to be the other dimension that is going to accelerate internal migration in particular, and in smaller localities, smaller communities that will go, smaller islands, for example, island nations, that would spill over into international migration. The other message before COVID-19 crisis was that migration is not a substitute for development, but it generates substantial welfare gains for migrants, sending countries, receiving countries, and also creates at the same time many adjustment challenges. In particular, the adjustment challenges that often translate into policy, because policy making is often asymmetrical when it comes to migration, or for that matter, for cross-border flows. It is the country decides what comes in. They don't always get to decide, or they don't have control over what goes out, but they have control over what comes in. So it is the challenges faced by host communities that tends to influence policy making significantly. And that also has to be captured in our thinking about policy making on internal migration. And in that process, the global message that efforts are needed to promote safe and legal migration, that message also translates into messages relating to internal migration within India. So I'll get to that point at the end of it. Now, just to get it out of the way, we know that internal migration is significantly larger than international migration, and yet there are no credible data on internal migration globally yet. For that matter, I don't believe there is credible data on India as well. We only hear 200, 300, 400 million, and now beginning to hear 600 million, right? It needs to be properly analyzed in some ways, and we need to visit that question of definitions and all that. Now, with COVID crisis, and I'm sure you have endlessly talked about it today, so I'm not going to repeat all the, a lot of things that are probably common knowledge now. New migration is declining, has declined. Involuntary return migration has increased. And there were stories of stranded migrants and all, and migrants getting having all sorts of disruptions, having all sorts of difficulties is going to be there for a while to come. And this recurrence of the phases of the COVID and COVID variants, that problem is going to be with us for a while to come. Now, at the international level, for the first time, we saw international migrant stock decline. New migration flows actually almost became zero, and because of the travel restrictions, as well as people's unwillingness to move. Rajan, how am I doing with time? Am I taking too long?
No, you can go ahead. You can go ahead. No problem.
Okay, I'll be another 10 minutes or so. Yeah. At the so new migration at the international level, new migration has fallen and return migration has increased. And for the first time in history, in 2020 and 2021, this year as well, we will see a decline in the international stock of migrants or stock of international migrants. The flows are actually becoming negative on the net. So that I think is probably true also in the case of internal migration globally. And that is because every host community has been impacted. And when the employers in a host community are impacted and they have to lay off people, the first ones that they tend to lay off are the people without rights and some sort of them rather than us. Some of it is policy induced, some of it is simply human nature. And migrant workers tend to be at the fringe, or they tend to be informal, they tend to be poorer, they tend to be lower skilled, they tend to not have voice, and that actually causes them to be much more impacted in times of crisis. There is also the other sort of positive spin on it that sometimes one can argue that migrant workers tend to be more flexible as well in terms of working hours, in terms of their desire to work, in terms of the wages that they take, meaning they are ready to work more for less wages, right? So all those things make them more flexible as well as more vulnerable. And during downturns, migrant workers and employment suffers more. During an upturn, they tend to be also recruited faster because they tend to be there and they're willing to work for lower wages. So that, I think, was seen everywhere in the world, including in the case of internal migrants in India and perhaps in other parts of the world. The other big country where internal migration is large is China, which is a great unknown. What I'm hearing about China now is that the hukou system is getting better and better in terms of more favorable towards getting employment of workers in different host communities, particularly urban centers. Now, remittance flows actually globally at the international level, they fell in 2020, but not by as much as we were expecting. They proved to be resilient. And I think a similar story might be going on in the case of internal remittances in India. The surprise thing about India, of course, is that other than the data that Rajan and you colleagues are putting together on Kerala, there isn't a lot of data on internal remittance flows and even money coming from outside where it goes, but within the country itself, how much ODIs are getting from either Kerala or from Gujarat is not known, right? Or Biharis and the northeastern people. Actually, I was a bit struck when I was visiting Trivandrum, how many people from Northeast are working in Kerala as well. That was a bit of a surprise to me. And I hope that you would begin to look into some of those things during your work. Now, the reason remittance flows did not fall as much as they were expected to is, first and foremost, migrants trying to help their families even when they are suffering. Because remittances are the main reason why people move, when people migrate. They are going out there not because they want to enjoy the weather. They are going out there to actually find a job, earn some money, and send money home so that the family can survive. With that precondition and that fact, during the crisis, migrants cut spending, cut their own consumption, shared accommodations if needed, and many of them actually stayed on. So the return of people wasn't as much as it could have been normally, because people really stayed on to take the job and then send money home. And that was the first reason why remittances were resilient. But that willingness to help on the part of migrants was enabled by mostly fiscal stimulus packages that were put in place in many countries. And the fiscal stimulus packages were direct cash transfers to families, but also there were employment support programs, and then the multiplier effect that generates more consumption and employment as well indirectly. So fiscal stimulus was a major factor. That immediately implies that going forward, if the COVID crisis goes on for a second and third year or something like that, the governments are running out of money. So governments are running out of money. Economies are running out of excess capacity. The cash transfer programs that held up consumption, but production lines, supply chains have been impacted. Inflation is picking up. All those things are going to hurt people going forward. So there are downside risks. There was another interesting factor about remittances. This is true about internal remittances as well. A shift in flows from informal to formal channels. We heard about that a lot. And in fact, there were some shift in flows to digital channels in particular. But digital channels, in the context of international remittances, but also in the context of internal remittances, they usually require a bank account. And we know that bank accounts are not easily accessible to poor people. A lot of people will think that poor people is financial literacy issues. Actually, it is not that. It is simply it's more and more a culture issues. It's microfinance companies probably can work better with poor people, but the typical commercial banker, they don't want to work with poor people. So there is a major problem with financial inclusion, and the problem is very severe in India. Just as a factoid, in the US itself, where I am right now, there are about nearly 56 to 60 million people without proper bank accounts in the United States. So you can imagine India, its numbers are significantly larger. And money still flows through informal channels. By the way, this is something that somebody should pay attention to. The cost of sending money through post offices is still about 5%, if I'm not mistaken, the money order thing. That needs to change. I mean, 5% is too high a cost. Going forward, remittance flows, there is a downside risks to that because of particularly the fiscal stimulus, there are risks to fiscal stimulus packages. And let me move to the next topic. Next topic meaning, not only on remittances. I wanted to say something, but I forgot. Wage theft. This is a serious issue, and it is probably likely to be much more serious in India. When employers face difficulties, they fire people or they don't pay people, and the ones that are unlikely to be paid are internal migrants from other places. Those without voice, they are the ones going to be not paid or underpaid or simply fired without any benefits. And policy is not going to pay enough attention to wage theft. In fact, they are trying to deal with bankruptcy issues everywhere now. So for them to then go down to the question of, I think the focus of bankruptcy regulation and regulators is about rewarding or paying back debt to the creditors, They are not going to be looking at paying to the employees, and in particular to migrant workers from other countries or other communities. So wage theft is a huge issue, and this is something that needs to be kept in mind. Of course, inclusion of migrants in healthcare and in social protection, that's an obvious point. It's worth repeating, I suppose, that migrants tend to be concentrated in urban economic centers, and that's also where the majority of the people are living there, all of us, I suppose. And a community is not safe if the migrants are not safe these days, simply because the virus can transmit through any unsafe loopholes, vulnerable points it can find. So I think it's a priority for India to include migrants in the healthcare responses. And it's not India government, central government, but it can be local governments going down all the way to panchayats and all that. It is very important that migrants are included in the healthcare responses, and that implies also in all sorts of schooling and housing and all that. Now, going forward beyond the COVID-19 crisis, globally we are seeing an increase in anti-immigration sentiment, and then there is the bigger challenge going forward, that is about the future of work and technology solutions that might come up to displace workers. Japan is talking about robots. I know that I think Land Pritchard was the one actually who put out a picture recently, not recently, last year or the year before. He put out a picture of Delhi airport showing why there are so many machines for self-checkout, automatic checkout, check-in, and all that, automatic check-in in the airports. And he was saying there are so many poor people there, why do we need these machines? But, machines don't have voice, right? So over time, their costs are falling. So that is going to be an issue. The COVID-19 crisis, on the one side, on the financial side, it has increased use of digital online solutions for all sorts of things. It has increased also digital solutions for provision of some services like teaching and all that you can actually do through video training facilities, like the one that we are using right now. But that actually is going to displace people in the future as well. So that remains a major challenge for the future. And in that context, again, keep in mind that the demographic imbalances as well as climate change are going to make more people want to migrate. And that is exactly the time it will come against the trend of substituting people with machines. So that would be something to keep in mind in thinking about the future. Now, we know about the benefits and challenges of migration to migrants, the sending communities. I won't go into that, but as I mentioned earlier, the main factors that affect policy making have to do with the benefits and challenges faced by host communities. And a better understanding and articulation of benefits and their challenges and being cognizant of the challenges that host communities face is going to be critical for effective policy making. So positive impacts we know increases incomes, migration increases incomes, augments labor supply, augments complementary skills, promotes trade and investment linkages, improves entrepreneurial activities and creates new businesses, alleviates fiscal difficulties of pensions and all that, social security in the future, and it brings diversity. These are the benefits, right? The challenges, the job competition faced by native-born workers in many markets, that remains an issue. Of course, the good news there is that often migrants come in to take up dirty and dangerous jobs, so there is not a lot of substitutability, but there can be substitutability, and at least the appearance of substitutability and job competition affects policy. The other issue is rising prices of housing and congestion in hospitals and schools. Not clear how one might address the question of draw on hospitals and schools congestion effect. Crime is a non-issue. That is just purely I think, communication issue and public perception issue that can be dealt with proper articulation. But congestion related to hospitals and schools is very tangible. And I think that is where host communities need a lot of support in hosting migrants. And in places like Kerala, places like Kerala, return migration from the Gulf. In places like Orissa, return migration from either Pune or Gujarat, Surat, or from Trivandrum or Kochi, right? So return migration, also returnees need to be supported, and host, the communities that are supporting these returnees, to which the returnees return, they need external help. That leads us to a general point that whenever there is rapid increase an unpredictable, unexpected increase, unplanned increase in number of people coming in, whether because they're coming from other regions, other localities, or if they're returning, your own people returning from other localities. Either way, the host communities need support, and there is a public good aspect or public bad aspect, the externalities associated with rapid and unexpected increases in migratory flows. That then requires funding support. So it's not enough to have partnerships and all the good things that one can say about partnerships over a cup of coffee or over a nice meal, but effective partnerships have to be complemented by sufficient availability of funding for addressing these congestion issues, and these are very genuine and they have to be addressed. So with that, some of the policy priorities we know, for COVID-19 response, we need to understand the flows, and there is a need for high frequency monitoring of people movement as well as other flows like financial flows, remittances, better monitoring of congestion effects in terms of access to social services, and reintegration of returnees. Data is a major issue that you ought to be addressing, I think, and all of us globally, we should be addressing that, including getting the data on internal migration right, which would probably have to start with agreeing on a definition of internal migrants, and then the issue of reducing vulnerability and abuse of migrant workers. India is growing very fast, and there will be continuous large needs for migrants from different parts of the country that would be needed in urban economic centers or the second tier cities or even these towns that are growing fast. And there will be a need to ensure that migration is safe and people are not abused. And one thing I would want to mention there, a heartrending story that kind of was told to me by my family members actually when I was visiting my village in the KBK districts in Balangir Kalahandi border in Odisha. There are large numbers. You heard about that. There are papers today that were presented on that, including on Kalahandi. And my place is very close to the Kalahandi border, about 3 kilometers from Kalahandi border. A lot of migrant workers are recruited there by labor agents to go to Hyderabad and to other parts of the country. But Hyderabad in particular is very much there. Raipur is the other big destination. Now, there was a family in a village. There were about 13 people who were recruited. I believe it was 13 by a labor agent, and they were paid before before monsoons. They were paid, and the contract was signed that they would leave after harvest in whenever it is December to go to Hyderabad, I believe. And when they were finally going in a truck, in an open-ended, open top truck, the Indian style, 13 of them, some men, some women, many of them are from the same family. They were heading in the wrong direction, and they knew that. So at some place, they were worried where they were being taken to. They didn't know, so they wanted to escape. So they actually at a stop where they were in a apparently a forested area, not much forest left there, but there is still some wilderness. It seems that 11 of the people left, and when these 11 people left, 2 were still behind. The labor agents came and they looked for the others, couldn't find them. They kept these 2 guys captive. This story was happening within 4 or 5 miles of my village. So it's a first-hand story from some of my my relatives and friends from my village. So at some point, the labor agents came to after 10 days or something. They were drunk, the labor agents. They came to these two people. One was the uncle, the other was the nephew, 18 and 30 or something like that, in that age group or something like that, very young, right? One was young, the other one was not so old. They apparently said that, we signed a contract with you. If those people don't return, we are going to chop off your either hand or your leg. And then they asked them, what would you like us to cut, your hand or your leg? And apparently these two, uncle and nephew, talked to each other, and the uncle said, if we have our leg, we can go somewhere. So they offered their hand, and there were all these pictures you can still look up on the newspapers. They chopped off their hands, right? This is not an isolated story, maybe an extreme story, but these stories are happening. Millions of people are being affected like this. And this story is going to happen more and more in India. And there is a need to protect these people. Now, at the international level, there is a sustainable development goal indicator to reduce worker paid recruitment costs. In parallel, there is this whole issue of smuggling costs in other corridors, which are similar things, recruitment malpractices, high recruitment fees, rent collection by labor agents, smuggling fees collected by smugglers. These are the same phenomena, and they relate also to the simple fact of excess demand for jobs or excess supply of workers. So I think that needs to be addressed. And I have taken way much longer than I had planned to, but this is the beginning of the day for me. So my apologies for taking too long, but let me stop here. Not with a great positive message, but with a sense of urgency that we need to address some urgent issues with respect to migrants in terms of their protection and in terms of the challenges faced by host communities, without which we cannot make effective policies that are beneficial to everyone. Thank you, Rajan. Over to you.
Thank you, Dilip. And we have kept another 13 minutes. You would like that we can chat one or two questions with you? What do you think, Dilip?
Sure, happy to. I am here. Yep.
Let me start. I think any one of them they can raise their hands. I just wanted to basically add from your point on, when in India we were talking about vaccinating migrants as a priority, that I wrote about that. I think Kerala already started certain places. They have a special recruitment, special drive for vaccinating the migrants. I think we have to play a major role in policy advocacy. I think this is something which the IMOD would like to continue to do that. I think that's something which I wanted to tell you. The second one, which I wanted your comments on that, for example, the Kerala finance minister, I think his budget speech in Kerala, he told that close to 14 lakhs people have come back through the Vande Bharat flights. Now that, according to our Kerala migration survey, Gulf had only 22 lakhs. So people from the Gulf is asking me that only 8 lakhs we are in the Gulf. I said, no, you are more people. But the problem is you have only one-way traffic data. Because everybody has to be, because I told the government of Kerala, never in the history of Kerala government you had a data on return migrants. This is the first time you have a data. Everybody was, put in the quarantine. So you have to be, otherwise there was no data anyway. Return migrants, that. So now people are asking, how, we are, there is no database is coming up. I am pushing the Kerala government to take up here. Again, they survey to look at the status, like you are telling about the stock is coming down. The stock is coming down. Then the question is again, what will happen to remittances? Because normally we believe, whenever I talk to Sakaria, because the remittance is sent by the stock of migrants, not to somebody going today. The stock is being affected due to COVID-19, which you seem to predict, and it's also happening. We can see that. What do you think the future of remittances? Because after all, the people have to send money. Am I right? So I think what will be because this time we had somehow resilience of remittances. But I think how it will play out, the stock itself being, shaking. I think that's one point I would like to have some opinion from you. Second thing, we have just preached a study on wage theft. for the MFI, and we have done the study. I think the working paper is available with the website. I will send it to you sometime. We know that a lot of people lost money, a lot of people lost jobs. Some of them lost their life also during COVID-19 in the Gulf countries. Now, assuming that we lost a lot of money through wage theft, if that would have come, probably remittances would have been increased, because this is your remittances is minus the wage theft. Am I right? Because they did not get the money. So if you're assuming that, like in economics, we say everything remaining the same, what would be? If this has been like 10,000 crore or 5,000 crore, do you have any estimate? Anybody is doing what every countries have lost because of the wage theft? It may be different in different regions, different migration corridor. We are seeing lot of people being cheated in Kerala, for example. If the cheating is more in Kerala, definitely UP, Rajasthan, Orissa, it will be much, much higher. Because Kerala has a long history compared to the other states. I think this is the second point which I would like if you can give some reaction. And the final point is that, like the database. I think this is, we are talking for quite some time. Like I was telling to many times, and I told you to also. We have this Kerala migration survey. It is being replicated in Tamil Nadu, replicated in Gujarat, Punjab. I think is there any possibility of some type of a big collaborative network where we can think of a India migration survey? Because I think that I would like either the Nomad or World Bank India office, I think should take a lead, because you have the India Family Health Survey, India Human Development Survey. I think the time has come. I think COVID-19 has really given opportunities. If that Nomad or the World Bank can take a lead of imagining the India Migration Survey. We have completed 75 years of independence. Still, we don't know how many migrants are there. I think it is basically very sad to hear that. How many are there? How many left? I think this is a very sad story. Can we think of initiating the India Migration Survey under the broad umbrella of IMAD and Nomad and maybe some other organization, which probably, because you are on the, top person in many places. If we can put this idea to people on the India Migration Survey, I think that will be very much required, and definitely it will be a lot of, lot of work for us, of course, but I think it will, at least we will do some service to the poor migrant, at least counting them. I'll stop here. I would like your reactions.
Thank you, Rajan. Excellent points. On the last point about India Migration Survey, I am very, very supportive as a researcher and somebody working on migration policies globally. If you think about the Sustainable Development Goals and the 170, 165 odd indicators there are probably 40 odd indicators that are impacted by migration. And without a proper understanding of migratory flows and their links in terms of remittances, in terms of trade connections, poverty impact, I don't think we can fully understand the SDG indicators and the progress towards SDGs either. And that has both the internal migration aspect as well as the international migration aspect. And I think India Migration Survey of the kind that you are thinking of, let's say mirroring the Kerala Migration Survey in all the states, would be very, very useful for everyone. And happy to work together to the extent we can. And I think there might be other institutions in the country. I don't know if there are institutions in Delhi, for example, that might pick up. But we need to work with all the state capitals and use your connections. We would use our influence to try to make that point. Maybe worth writing an op-ed. I'll be very happy to join you in doing a joint opinion piece somewhere. Perhaps that could help us mobilize support as well. On the question of remittances, there are very, very serious downside risks. One reason, there are 2 or 3 reasons. This must be happening in the context of internal remittances in India as well. But there is so much data gap that I don't have that granularity. But at the international level, one reason why remittances went up was return migrants going home with everything they have accumulated over the years, right? So if they had any kind of assets, they sold it off If they had bank deposits, they took it. Some of them even took loans and then they have gone home, hoping that they would come back to pay it back, right? So when return migrants go back and they take money with them, that shows up as remittances as well. And I don't know if the return migration number in Kerala is 1.4 million. That sounds a bit on the high side if there are 2.2 million or so international migrants from Kerala in other parts of the world, particularly in the Gulf. That's a too high a number. But the number is significant. In India, definitely it is several million people. And when several million people go back with $500,000 each, that adds up to several billions dollars, right? So that definitely is a factor that affected everywhere in the world. What that means is that if those returnees stay there won't be new money coming in the future. And, so instead of, the big drop that we were expecting, and instead we saw only a 1.6% drop globally. See, there are similar numbers for India. Next year, we might see a further drop or a significant drop. So it is quite likely that the downside risk of a more than expected decrease in remittances next year is there. That's the downside risk. Right now, we are saying that because of the recovery in the economies, remittances would be propped up, because what we are saying during the crisis, March, April, May, migrant employment dropped significantly, much more, 2, 3, 4 percentage point more than native-born employment, and then it started gradually picking up. But even now, migrant employment has not caught up to the level of native employment levels. It has not caught up. If the crisis continues, that lag will generate more of a dent on the stock of migrants, which would then cause more of a fall in remittance flows. And that brings, so if migration is beneficial, without migration, we will have the reverse of that. So all the bad things will happen. So, there'll be no remittances, no incomes, more unemployment, less people going to school, less people being able to afford healthcare. All those things will happen. Businesses will be impacted. Long-winded answer, but I think downside risks are very, very significant. That shift from informal to formal flows, that can't go on forever, right? That has to change. The cash transfer programs, they are not going to be there for too long. And on top of that, now there will be inflation picking up. But very worried about inflation actually now, because supply chain is being impacted.
Professor Narayana, can you take on, you have any comments, and then you can also offer your vote of thanks, Narayana.
Yeah, I don't have any comments because Dilip has been so comprehensive, multiple perspectives, and in fact, those of us who are interested, there is a lot more work that can be done. He has thrown up so many ideas. So I think these are issues to be pursued rather than, when we pursue these issues, maybe we can get into a dialogue with him. Well, I don't think there's much point, speculating on some of these, because it was, I really enjoyed listening to him. The sort of perspectives. You see, we started with the internal migration in the morning, but he brought in international migration and brought a very different perspective on to the entire discussion. And I think we are so thankful to you that I would say this is probably the way we should be ending a webinar of this nature. We start with something, but then end up with something which is much broader and throwing up multiple sets of issues. So thank you very much. And I also want to thank the participants. It's late in the evening and a long day. We've all been sitting, in front of this small thing, which is quite a strain, you see. It's not like sitting in an auditorium, but some of us, some of the friends have been there. So I would like to thank each one of them. And I look forward to having them in IMATS, other initiatives in the future. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dilip. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Sir, may I ask a question?
Then we are closing down. You want to ask Dilip is there? You want to ask maybe, I don't know. Dilip, you want to answer? Ask him?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, okay. Yeah, you can ask
Yes,
him.
sir.
Yeah.
Actually, sir, myself, Musaruddin Sheikh from West Bengal and the district of Murshidabad. And I'm pursuing PhD at Tata Institute of Social Science, Maharashtra. Sir, where I will get the data on unskilled immigrants from particular district of any state to another country, especially the Gulf countries. And is there any availability of data on remittances from foreign countries to particular district?
No.
Sir, another trend is in case of Latin America. So after construction of, with the help of remittances, they have built up their houses and churches, and they are now investing in capital intensive agriculture. So in case of Murshidabad, so there are only 20 years experience. After 2000, there is international migrations. So now they have completed their house construction and established small business or shop. So what is the next trends? Is there any chances to invest their remittances to any commercial capital-based agriculture?
Yes, there's a simple point that, when the basic needs are met, remember that remittances are sent by family members to families. So migrants to their family members mostly, or maybe some friends. And in that equation, the household will first try to meet the essential needs like food and then shelter, clothing, and then essential things like sending children to school and maybe some healthcare. And after that, as the basic needs are met, they will begin to go for business investments, improving their house, and the investments more in general in the community. So that trend happens over time, and it happens at the level of individual families. So migrants who have been out for 30 years, their families are probably now thinking about philanthropy and setting up schools and all that for the community after setting up all the businesses. Migrants who are out there only for 1 or 5 years, they are still trying to make basic needs, meet basic needs. So that's the sort of dynamics that goes on in societies. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Dilip. We'll meet you some other meetings.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations
Thank you.
again for a wonderful conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.